After an exciting week of action here in Hungary, we are ready for day 6 and its finals day. The same 4 sides and pretty much the same positions as last year. It was the Royal Tigers in 2021 that came out on top, but I tell you what, any one of these 4 teams could raise the trophy today. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Hungary, and it starts right now. Good morning to you, wherever you're from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Well, there is a lot of anticipation and excitement about finals day in Hungary. We know that it's a very, very even top 4. Any one of these teams could be raising the trophy at the end of the day. And we're starting with the first match of the day. It is the eliminator, the 3 versus 4 matchup. It is match 21 between the Cobras and UCB. Let's get over to Charles Croucher, who's with the 2 captains, for the coin toss.
Right, Anna, your call.
Yeah. Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a head.
Yeah, a little back first.
So it is UCB United Chalad Budapest that have won the toss, and they've elected to bat first here in this eliminator, this sudden death matchup. I do think that is a good move from the captain. They have kind of wanted to chase this week, but it hasn't really gone well. They've only chased successfully once against one of these other top sides this week in Hungary, and even that, it was kind of a last-minute job from Amit Paraha, who hit 3 consecutive sixes against them earlier in the week. So I do think it's a smart move to bat first. I think they need their top order to fire. We know that Vinoth Ravindran is so important to them. He's had a bit of a run of early outs lately, but if he gets going, he could set a pretty good target. Along with Ashwith Darapareddy, I think he is the other key to this batting lineup. But, you know, someone like Paraha coming back into the lineup also boosts them. And UCB, they've had a bit of a run of outs lately. They are 3 and 5, but they're a lot better team than that. And I think that we remember in this corresponding match last year, they actually beat the Cobras in this eliminator. Cobras, well, they kind of fell off their pace a little bit yesterday, losing both their matches against the Blinders to finish with a 5 and 3 record. It is the identical record they had going into finals day last year. So they once again are in 3rd place. They will want to avoid going out in the first match of finals day once again. Look, Sheikh Razik, he is such a good player. I can't say too much more about him. He can do it all, and I think that he has responsibility in their lineup. But also Jogi Segal, he's another guy that hasn't quite clicked yet with the bat. He could go big at any time. And look, I think it's a very even finals day, starting with this game. It's anyone. I do like the idea to bat first by UCB. Let's talk a little bit about the conditions today. Well, already I'm feeling the heat a little bit out here in the middle. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 28 degrees. Currently, it's about 23 degrees. So perfect conditions for cricket, plenty of blue sky. And this field today, it's had a bit of a haircut overnight. So I expect it to be a little bit quicker than yesterday. Perhaps we'll see those scores going up. I know that last year, finals day was the fastest scoring day of the tournament, and I actually expect this will be much the same today. Well, Rico Full is the man who's in the commentary box right now, and I know that he's excited to get this finals day going. I can tell you the news from out here in the middle, Rico, is that you see they've won the toss, they're going to have a bat. I like it, and I like the fact that we're going to get some cricket underway very shortly. Over to you in the commentary ice cube.
Good morning, cricket lovers, wherever you're tuning in from around the world, and welcome back to the GB Oval here in Hungary, the capital. We're in Budapest, that's right, and it is finals day. We're certainly looking forward to this day, and I think we've got the top 4 teams in Hungary that are going to be battling it out. Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there, looking the part. Certainly got the Hungarian colours on today, and he didn't want to let himself down because he went with the Hungarian breakfast as well, the same colours, tomato and cucumber. But he's a man who's looking ready to go, and I know these 2 teams are looking ready to go as well. I'm pleased, just like Vinny is there. We were saying yesterday that I think with the sort of lineup that United Chalad Budapest have, I think there'll be a team that should bat first. They didn't want to do that yesterday, but they do want to in this one. Remember, this is the eliminator. This is a must-win match. The team that loses here will be out of the finals day. They will play no more part in this FanCode European Cricket Series. So this is what the bat versus wall ball says, and it's saying that it's a Cobra Cricket Club 106 to United Chalad Budapest 99, and that's probably reflected on the way form has gone leading up to finals day. But, you know, as you all know and we know as well, what has happened in the past does not matter. What matters is what happens here today. But look, these two teams, if they are to do it, and there's no reason why they can't go all the way and be crowned the champions, they've got to do it the hard way, and that means they've got to win 3 matches on the spin. That takes a lot of doing, but we have seen it before. And the umpires are out there, James Lloyd and Shub Navjot Singh. James Lloyd is the man that will be on strike, and he's handed the brand new Kookaburra ball to somebody who's bowled pretty well. He looked a little sluggish yesterday, looked a bit tired, but he's been able to rest. He's come out fresh, and it is going to be Hushtosh Mathur to bowl. And he's just having a look around at his field. The umpires wait to be given the thumbs up. And while they're waiting, I can give you the batting lineup. And these two men are going to have to be key, because you've got Vinoth, who Ravindran, he is the man that has really been keeping them afloat. We know that in this fixture, these two teams, the way it stands at the moment, match 13 and 14, they played each other, and it was the Cobras that won both. They batted first, 99 to 74, win by 25 runs, and 106 to 89, winning by 17. But that was despite the efforts of Vinoth Ravindran. He scored 53 in the first match and 32 in the second, but couldn't get his team to victory. And they're going with Cookie Hill out there to maybe give them some batting strength in the power play. And this is up in the air, but he gets it past the fielder. There is a man sweeping out there. They'll take the single. He knows that he wants to bounce back with the bang, doesn't he? Vinoth Ravindran is a sensational player. He really is. I mean, his batting alone has just got better and better. He had a couple of failures yesterday, but maybe that means that he's going to perform well here today. But he's sensational in the field as well. And you may have seen some of the catching that he's been doing. And he took a magnificent catch yesterday as well. Sort of like this. I think this is the first time we've had a left and right combination opening. Cookie Hill has a big swing. He's nowhere near this at all. Maybe because it was a little bit too wide, Mathur. Just struggling to get the area right to the left-hander. It wasn't a bad delivery, actually. It was just a swing that meant the Kookaburra just kisses that wide line. And the umpires are on it straight away, being very, very consistent, the match officials. It's like changing the field. Well, that's a slip in place to Cookie Hill. And well, now that man who went to the step has got to chase this one. He's not going to get there. And this will be, I think, 4 byes. Yes, it will. That's the bye signal. And that's not the best bit of keeping, is it? Ashwat Narayana maybe just showing us a few early morning signs of being just a little bit tired. He's, of course, another key player, isn't he, for Cobra. Be relying on him scoring a few runs. Mathur. And well bowled. I have to say that Cookie Hill certainly doesn't look like he's seeing this ball pretty well at the moment. He's playing and missing and playing completely down the wrong line. I mean, that one he's playing a shot, looking to sort of play a little dabble on the leg side, but the ball is way outside off. Look at this field. It's an amazing field. Just 3 men now on the leg side. Oh, up in the air. This will be and should be the easiest of easy catches, and it is. It's well held. No mistakes from Ashwat Narayanan. And they did take a gamble with Cookie Hill going up in the order. But Cookie Hill has been caught by the wicketkeeper. Surprisingly, in this match, he will be behind the stumps for UCB. Well, he's going to have to start focusing on that now, because he's batting for certainly this match, and maybe, depending how this match goes for this series, is over and done with. He didn't look very comfortable out there at all, and he didn't look like he was going to score a run, but he did get bat on the ball, but only to sky up a very, very easy catch to the wicketkeeper. So he's a very early morning 3-ball. That's right, 3-ball duck to start off with. And not the start that UCB wanted. So it was a bit of a gamble, and it's not paid off. And that left and right combination. First up, it didn't last too long, but this is a move I like. This is something that I was calling for yesterday. I think, though I can understand them trying things up in the order, this man, Daraparetti, should be up there. I mean, I also am a little bit surprised that they went with Cookie Hill up there and didn't go for somebody like Jack Murrell once more. He has at least performed, and we know that he can hit the ball pretty well. And allow this one to go. Wide has been called. It's that movement away. Mator, he's sort of going, are you sure, umps? Yeah, just getting a bit of that line. Though he is getting good movement away, that slip is still in place. This is the partnership. This is the one that they know they need to break. Nicely played, no run. Now these two batters, I'll just give you some stats about them. This is why they are so key. Ashrith Daraparetti, who's on strike at the moment, 174 runs in the series. He's the third highest top scorer. He's also pretty decent with the wickets. He's the second highest wicket taker with 10. And his partner, Vinoth Ravindran, 139 runs to him so far as well. Well, they will take a single here. This is played out into the covers. They'll take one. A good opportunity for me to say a very good morning to everybody that has been up bright and early like us and tuned in to finals day. As we just have a look at some of the stats. Well, I just gave you some of the stats there from UCB. What about Cobra, their batters? Well, Rasik, he's right up there at the top, 187 runs. And Ashwath Narayana, who's behind the stumps at the moment, 113. And somebody else that has clicked for them at times, Sanjay Kumar. But it's very much the same story. Both these teams are so evenly balanced. They are heavily reliant on two batters. And you can see that the difference there on the UCB side from the top batter to the number 3 batter. It's a difference of like 170 runs to 50 runs. So nobody else really has performed. That's why it's so important to get these wickets first up. Well, that was the first over up and down with 8 on the board. They have got that 1 wicket off Cookie Hill. But I actually think that that could be a blessing in disguise because it does bring Daraparetti out there early. And he's got plenty of balls to face. And these two looking to get that partnership going. In those wins for Cobra, both times these two teams met, I'll give you just some stats. That was nicely bowled and well played as well. And it's Venakatarajan who comes on to bowl. Yeah, in those matches in the first one, Rasik, the captain for Cobra, 35 of 24 balls, was really the hero. And Adam Haka took 3 for 9 as well. We know that his spin has been quite difficult to handle for some of the batters. This is nicely whipped away. They'll take at least 1. It will just be the 1. As the throw comes in from somebody who I think has to really perform. That was Yogi Sagal. We've heard so much from him and about him, but we haven't seen him perform. Is he saving his best for finals day? He's a huge figure in the Cobra side. In match 14, it was Sanjay Kumar. That's really the main time we saw him make a contribution with about 37 of 16. We sort of saw his firepower. Nicely played. Once more. Straight to the hands of the fielder. So can't get the ball past the men in red at the moment. Looking quite dashing out there. Still no boundary on the board. Hit up in the air, it goes for the big shot. How far is this going? Well, it's going all the way. Arriba. 6 carreras. Eso es como me gusta. Eso es grande. Eso es una 6. And nicely hit. And that's what they've got to do, especially in the power play. You know, those fielders are inside the circle. Hit it well, hit it hard. And you get your result. And nice shot. So, Venakatarajan, what's he got left? Well, he goes wide this time. And this should be stopped. It is. And I think he'd be disappointed with that. Had plenty of whip to try and put this away and had plenty of time also to find the gap. But they're not able to do so. And now you see the field having to change. Left and right combination. It certainly does cause problems. It didn't quite work out with Cookie Hill going out there to open the lefty. He didn't last too much longer. And I don't think that gamble paid off. But now Delaparetti, he's a different kettle of fish. He's class. Just happy to just push this on the onside. Takes another single to Yogi. Delaparetti in that fixture match 14. He was splendid with the ball. 3 for 9. He was also pretty useful with the bat. 37 of 20 balls. He supported Vinov 32 of 15. But you can see just already by me just reading those figures off just how important these two are at the moment. Not just in this match, but if they're to go further and go all the way in finals day here, they have to be at their best. And two of them, the two men we're talking about, just come together there in the middle, just having a bit of a conversation about the way things are going so far. Well, they've got this partnership starting, end of the second over. It is 17 on the board. So Vinov, Ravindran and Delaparetti are starting to make inroads there, and it's going to be Matur, like he normally does, to come and finish things off. Matur is very dangerous to the right-hander. He can bowl some absolute beauts. But to the lefties, getting the ball to move away. And, oh, this is a tight call for me. This really is a tight call. I didn't think this was so wide. It does move a lot. Let's keep an eye on this. Well, there or thereabout. The umpire, James Lloyd, feeling that catches a bit of the line. He's had a few close calls, has Matur. And it's time for us. Well, it's a bit of green and red out there from the two teams. And the man wearing the green and red today, the colours of Hungary, comes and joins me. He's my good friend and commentary partner, Mr. Maximo. Good morning to you, Vinny Sandy.
Yeah, good morning to you, Rico. Great to have your company, as well as everyone that's watching, no matter where you are watching from around the world. Great to be here on finals day. You can hear the train whistling past at the moment. Hungarian Express is in the lineup, I can tell you, for UCB, who are up against the Cobras. I think it's a good toss to win, like I said before the game. Royal Tigers secured first place on net run rate ahead of the Budapest Blinders, and they'll play their second game. Of course, then we've got the second qualifier and the final later on today. Really exciting top four. I think 4 teams that can all beat each other, and that's why I think makes it super interesting. Matur has been pretty good first up here. Again, Ravindran's always a key, and really these two, aren't they? I mean, if these two can put together a good partnership, I think they'll be in very, very good shape. And if the Cobras can remove one, or especially both early, I think they'll be in a fantastic position to progress to the next match.
Matur starts pretty wide, and the reason for that is I mean, we saw yesterday, he can really get this ball to swing back in. And he certainly does seem to prefer bowling to the right-hander, because that's where he's creating more problems. With a lefty, I think the left-hander knows the ball is generally just going to be moving away from him. They've tried to force the issue off the bowling of Matur, has Delaparetti. I think he's far better off just trying to guide this ball along the deck through that gap there. Sort of, I would say he's looking to get it past sort of point and backward point. They've got a good field set to him, though. It's a very attacking field. Slip into place, got the gully, got the man at backward point and point, all inside the circle, all putting the pressure on Delaparetti. I think they're forcing him to try and go across the line. And this time probably was the opportunity, and one of those fielders I just mentioned, just letting down the bowl a little bit, but still, I think the batters just take a single here. I think there was an opportunity to push hard on that one and get the second.
There's also an opportunity to whack this for 6 because it's a full toss. And I just think Delaparetti is one of those guys that likes to be a little bit careful early on. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but I think sometimes it kind of works against him. Then he feels like he flicks the switch and goes from 0 to 100. And, you know, that's the kind of ball I think normally he'd back himself to absolutely smack it probably over the train tracks. Anyway, Ravindran facing now.
Gets a fair bit on this. Fielder comes in to attack it. And that is Soban, Mohammed Soban. And he's the man who's got probably the safest hands. in the field. We've seen him take some stunning catches, took 3 beauties one day. We saw those all over social media.
It's brilliant. I mean, not to be too critical of Darryl Peretti, though, because he knows it's a big game as well. Both these two batters do. So I don't want to get out in a silly way. It's a fine balance between being aggressive, but also, valuing your wicket because you know how important you are to your side.
Goes for this, but this is an opportunity. It should be taken, and it has been taken comfortably. And one thing that we've noticed here in Hungary is that the catching in the outfield has been absolutely splendid. And Vishnu Vasudev makes no mistakes. And Darryl Peretti, he does depart. And not only is he frustrated, but so is his partner, Ravindran. And when this catch is taken, he also is hitting his pads pretty hard with his own bat as well, because he knows that that's a big partnership. He also now knows that now that puts a lot of responsibility on his shoulders as the new batter, Amit Parra, is coming in.
Yeah, look, it's just frustrating, isn't it? You just get it right off the end of the bat. So 22 for 2 with a ball to go in the power play. And he's probably pretty cognizant that they're running out of power play deliveries. And this is the kind of ball that he can normally go after, but he just gets it wrong, gets it down towards the bottom, clonks it, and Vasudev wasn't going to miss that opportunity. So it is 22 for 2. But here's another guy. I don't mind him coming in with a bit more time to bat than usual. Amit Parra. He was brilliant the other day against the Blinders. Pretty much single-handedly got them over the line. That was the one game that they won against one of these teams that have made the finals. They had 3 wins, UCB, in the group matches. 2 were against the Vikings, who finished in 5th. And the only other win was a win where they pulled it off against the Blinders chasing. But it was a lot of work done late, and it was done by Parra. Martha's been good. Here's his last ball. It'll be a dot. And I think Martha's been absolutely brilliant here, setting the tone for the Cobras. They've come out with a couple of snake attacks early. At the end of 3, it's 22 for 2.
Yeah, he's bowled really well, Vinny. You can't take anything away from him. Matur, just 9 runs conceded, picks up 2 wickets. That's one thing that I think he's done all the way through this series. He's been very reliable for them. And he's right up there as one of the top wicket takers. In fact, those 2 wickets takes him to 9. So he's like joint with Abhitesh Prashar. And the top of the wicket takers is Zishan Kukihill with 11. And Darryl Peretti, as I mentioned earlier, he's got 10.
Yeah. He's a key player still, Darryl Peretti, even though he's missed out with the bat here. So, yeah, UCB, I think they'll want to be a bit more productive through these middle overs. They do go back to Venkatarajan in the 4th.
Yeah, well, it's a misfield, but there will only be a single. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Darryl Peretti when he got that full toss, which he probably should have put away. I think you're absolutely right. I think he was just focusing so much on trying to make his innings long, and didn't want to be too ruthless to begin with. I think Ravindran, you saw that from him as well with that one. Rather than try and cream it, he's just trying to place it. It's almost like at the moment they're thinking it's too early to play a shot in anger, and I think sometimes that has been the downfall. They've missed out on opportunities which, if they've taken, would give them the confidence to carry on with their innings. I think if the ball is there, you hit it hard, and otherwise sometimes you give away a soft dismissal as well. Up in the air, and that's what I'm talking about, you see. Just hammer it, throw everything at it. The ball before, we just stroked it, and there was a slight misfield, but it was still just 1 run. This time round, he's giving it everything. That's what you got to do. You've got to start putting a bit of pressure on the field and try and push this field out as well.
Just looking at Venkatarajan there, he kind of looked around and had his hands up in the shrug emoji style, saying, hold on, I've got 5 outfielders now. How come I can't have anyone down there? Because now they're going to send back Bhavani Adapaka, who's going to go back to deep backward point. I'd have been tempted maybe to bring the mid on up and try and encourage Ravindra to maybe hit across the line a little bit. Anyway, here's a comeback ball from the bowler.
This is hit very hard. There is a man out there who does manage to stop it. And maybe gets just a little bit fortunate there. I think that's Kumar out there patrolling the boundary.
It is, and he was relieved, in a word, to find this ball still in the field of play. So I think this one kind of boofs off his knee or off his leg. Felt like they didn't get away from too far. This field is a bit quicker today. I think we mentioned that it has been mowed yesterday afternoon.
Nicely played. Just sort of knocks back onto the back foot and plays this away. So Amit Parihar is looking to stick around there for Ravindran. They still got options out there, haven't they? I mean, we still haven't seen Jack Morale. We know that he can, if he on his day, he can score you quick, valuable runs. So they kept him up the sleeve for the moment. And Sridhara Kurp as well is there. He's another one that can hit the ball pretty well. In fact, yesterday he played a very good sort of innings just to help to accelerate them to a good score. So anything is still possible here, but I think they're just, for me, Vinny, being just a little bit cagey, as we say. Good morning
Very
to
good
our
morning.
global cricket family.
Yeah, it's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. We are in the giant ice cube, and it's great to have your company. I was just talking about the fact this field's a bit fast today. If you want to know exactly how much grass, how quick it grows here, just have a look at this, because the grass hill, that's all the grass that was mown off the outfield yesterday. So it's a huge pile, isn't it? It just shows
either that, or as we know, we've got some moles on this ground. There's a giant mole as well out there, because there's a few. I mean, though this is the thing. This grass was cut yesterday, and I know early this morning as we got here, all these mole hills were flattened, and already I can see one out there. So that means these moles are active early this morning. That has happened in the last couple of minutes.
That's right. Anyway, great to have your company. Make sure you get involved in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. I'm just about to stick my nose in there. And I know that there's probably a few people saying hello. Hello's Adapaka. Hello to Adapaka, who comes into bowl at the start of the 5th over, so they turn to spin. Probably a big moment in the game. And we'll see how Bhavani can impact proceedings. He has been a really reliable bowler for them this week.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Look, that's what we're talking about. We've seen the giant molehill. Well, that's the baby one. There's the baby. Now, that was not there. I can tell you that. That was not there about 3-4 minutes ago.
Yeah.
There you go. Maybe he was going to pop up and do a bit of fielding.
I'd be worried.
That is what I'm waiting.
Oh, no.
You just hit the mole on the head.
No.
You can't do that.
That was just missed.
Look, no animals, trust me, no animals were endangered in the making of this program. Well, that's
Sheikh
one way to
Razik was
flatten
aiming
it.
for that. This is what I love about European cricket. You'll see things you just won't see anywhere else. And it's, unfortunately, I know we weren't really expecting that, but Sheikh Razik almost threw the ball down the molehill and just missed. Well, this is in the air, and it could be a chance. Soban is hunting it, and he won't quite get there. Well, if he's not getting there, nobody is. And I think that's gone for 4. But what an excellent effort that was from Mohammad Soban. That's his patch down there. Have a look at this, Rico. He goes and launches himself at the ball, but he's just not able to quite reach it in time. And the result is a boundary for UCB.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he's got to do. You heard me saying that. I think he's just being a little bit cagey. I think he knows he's got to open up. Of course, he also knows the pressure of what will happen if he gets out. It could be the end of maybe putting a big score on the board, but still, it's got to be positive and play his shots. 4 runs. And well, he doesn't quite get... well, not quite. I don't. He doesn't get any foot movement here at all. And ends up in the dot. Adapaka, he has been in very good form. And he's got a very good, clever, quicker delivery as well. Flights the ball up, and he's a wicket-taking machine. This is the one. This is just a little bit flatter. And he's taken 8 wickets so far in this series, and I'm sure he's looking to add to that today.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. Yeah, Ravindran, though. I mean, last year he was incredible, especially in this corresponding fixture.
Plays this nicely at the back foot, gets it between the bowler and the fielder. That's in close there. Liking the field positioning here as well. I think you know that the Cobras can sense that a wicket here would really slow things down. So though they have got those men out, at the same time they've still got a couple of men inside, not to give any easy singles away, but in catching positions as well, as we see at the halfway point, Vinny, 40 for 2. So the acceleration needs to go. But one thing I think UCB will need to keep in mind, they know that scores around 85 and 90 have won matches
that's true.
in this series when you're batting first.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, here's the other thing, though. In this corresponding fixture last year, these two teams met, and it was Cobra's 3rd, UCB 4th. In that game, UCB successfully chased down 128 for victory. And you know who the main contributor was? Vinoth Ravindran, 65 of 27 balls, 5 sixes and 6 fours. So, you know, that's why I think they stuck to this plan of chasing this week for the most part, but it hasn't really worked out for them. So I like that they've kind of flipped the script here. Ravindran in particular in chases has been going early. So at least, you know, he doesn't have that pressure of chasing, but he does have a lot of pressure on him, I think, to get them to an acceptable score. And this is going to be gone. And Hafizullah, well, he was the man that actually bowled Ravindran in last year's final. This time, he's bowled Paraha, handy wicket, just a little bit of extra bounce, I think. And the leg spinner gets an immediate reward. See here, just kind of chops on it, I think, and straight down onto the stump. So Hafizullah, pretty good injection to the attack. And that is a 3rd wicket down now. Paraha goes for 4. It's 40 for 3.
Yeah, that's good captaincy from me. I think Raseek, he's got so many options with the ball. Remember in this fixture and the second time round in match 14, he took 2 for 9 in just 1 over. So he's still got himself to bowl and 1 or 2 others. But I think he just saw that over there from Adapaka and thought, you know what, I just want to keep the pace off it for the moment. And, well, he pulls the strings, doesn't he, and pulls them pretty well. And he has a look around and says, Hafiz, here you go, have a bowl. And next thing you know, Hafiz gets a wicket of his very first delivery. So removes Amit. Again, I think Amit as well there. He's, though he didn't face too many deliveries, 6 balls for the 4 he scored. Once again, I think in his mind was more about staying there than playing his shots. And sometimes if you're too cautious, the opportunity to score runs goes. And by being cautious, you don't get the runs on the board. I think I'd like to see the batters now that come in sort of saying, right, okay, Ravindran, you can play your normal game and how you want to play, but our role is to hit the ball big and just to be a little bit more assertive in our batting.
Yeah, exactly right. Couldn't agree more with that. What a good start for Hafizullah, though. He's right on the money here again, isn't he? So, Ajith Tridakurup actually batted really well yesterday.
Yeah.
He stole the show, didn't he? In a bit of a partnership with Dara Peretti, who's departed in this eliminator.
Yeah, he made 19 of 14 deliveries in the low score, chasing 125. A match they lost by 61, but he showed what he can do. This is probably going down the leg side. And you can see Ravindran just sort of saying to him, look, just get pad onto ball. There's such a big space there. You'll see just in a moment. He's just off the shot there. He's just saying, look, have a look at that. There's nobody there at all. And it's only the umpire, lonely James Lloyd. He's got no friends at the moment. Standing there alone. And, oh, this one could have done him.
I reckon this could be stumped, you know. Oh. I reckon this has bounced off the keeper, off his pads, and gone onto the stumps. I was going to say Hafizullah's been really good. Have a look at this. I just reckon that, we've got to get the first moment that the ball hits the stumps.
His foot, I think, at the first moment was down. I think the foot comes up after the stumps have been broken.
I reckon it's still pretty close, Rico. Look, I'm not going to call one way or another. We're looking for the very first moment, probably in about 3 frames. 1, 2, maybe 4. Look here. Next one. I reckon he's gone. I reckon that's your money shot there.
I think you're right.
I reckon he's gone.
You can see a bit of daylight between the foot and the ground.
I think he's going to be out. I reckon if they look at that one more time, I mean, they're going to have one more look at this, I think. And I just think there was one critical frame there that you could tell his foot wasn't down, and that was the moment the ball crashed into the stumps.
Yeah. I thought the foot didn't go up.
It went up and down a couple of times, the foot,
shadow
right?
deceived me. Look, here it's down. Now watch it just there. Yeah.
Yeah, either there or one before. There was definitely a one we got. One frame before that. There, you see? The stumps are broken. His foot's, you can see it hasn't come down yet. For me, that's conclusive. And it's unlucky.
It's very, very unlucky.
I think that's out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the shot. Great production from the guys as well to get that. But, I reckon, for me, 100% that's out. It's not just the wicketkeeper in me talking. I think you can tell. And I think that's he's going to get the message here. And I'll be super surprised, and he's not out. Wow.
I think you're super surprised. What can we say? Well, I think it's going to be your headset going down now. I'm going to keep mine on. Nobody's taking mine away. Well, at least you're putting yours down nice and softly, buddy. Yeah, I mean, not easy. I'm going to say not easy, but I think, can he make it count? That's the other thing. Sweet Harakup. This one's been played away. It's a chase on, but, you know, this is the ground's had a bit of a cut, but still is it? Oh, well, look at that. It's just stopped, or maybe that's an assist from a mole. Just a little hand popping up from nowhere that we couldn't see, just stopping that ball. I thought that was 4 runs.
I've come back.
You're back? Are you better?
Sometimes when I was batting, I'd get out, I'd get a bit annoyed, and I'd just go for a little walk, and come back, and feel a little bit more composed. I got to say, they missed that one.
I think the thing is this. I mean, we saw it. Our opinion is, let's forget for a moment.
Yeah.
It's the case if you've got to be 100% sure.
Yep.
You've got to be 100% sure. And for some reason, there was doubt. And if there's a doubt between the 3 officials and the tournament referee and third umpire, Charles Croucher would have seen that as many times as we did. But there was a little bit of doubt there, and he decided.
There wasn't. I've got to say, the thing is, to get a replay that good, that's incredibly skillful work by the team. And I just don't know what they're watching, honestly. I'm not normally that critical.
I'm going to switch him off because you're going to say something.
This is the wicketkeeper in me.
I'm switching you off. There you go. He's off.
All right, I'm going to give the counterpoint now. He would have been super lucky to get that anyway because it bounced off his legs.
Yes.
So it wasn't exactly the best bit of wicket keeping ever. I just think that everyone.
You know, the thing is about this, I reckon if he took it, and took the bails off straight away, he wouldn't have been out. I think that was just timed perfectly. Yeah. By the time it hit him and rolled back, the foot just goes up.
Yeah.
And
there's 4 runs here. What's going on?
What
happened in the whole over?
I just saw a bit of a strange signal, like an arm waving in the air from Shub, which is normally signalling. What is going on here?
Right, to be honest.
Where's 4 runs? What, that one that stopped by the ball?
I got the red mist. I wasn't watching any of the rest of that over, so it's finished with a boundary. And the only reason I know that is because I saw a signal.
Okay.
I feel like I have to rewind and see what happened. I just think he needs to buy a lottery ticket because he should be out. Anyway, let's move on. And
Adabaka.
Yeah.
And well, he should have stopped this one. It gets through him. They'll take a single.
Bit of controversy though. Don't mind it. I mean, we already had a mole that almost got clonked with the ball. That would have been controversial. And well, now, I mean, apart from they might have been cost a wicket there, Cobras, but I don't think they're too worried as long as they're not hurting the scoreboard. And at the moment, they haven't been hurting the scoreboard. 44 for 3 after 6. So, I mean, need to get a move on UCB.
It's been hit pretty well. Watch the bounce. And gets watched well by Zudev. He's already taken a very good catch here today. But, all right, they have got lucky. Sridhar Group is still there. He's moved on to
Have I just woken up more just extra grumpy this morning?
Yeah,
have you been giving me your grumpy pills?
This one is going to be a chase on for the fielder. He is not going to get there. 4 runs, and well, I think Matur, he has to get dirty there, and he goes to look. This was what happened. This was part of the destruction left after that storm yesterday. Not the one we had during the play, but before the play.
Yeah.
And that sight screen, that's had it.
That sight screen.
His legs are broke.
Yeah, you'd say, okay, let's try and just set that up. The problem was it was blown end over end, so it's upside down in the bushes. So it's actually...
They can't shift it, apparently.
They
cannot shift it
at the moment.
It's just got wedged in there. They can't shift it. Anyway, 4 runs, valuable runs. Doesn't matter how you get them at the moment. Need to get them. Ravindran, he's there. 28 not out now, 16. Sridhar Hakup is still there to the unbelievement and displeasure of Vinny Sandhu.
Oh, well, sometimes life gives you breaks. It's not his fault that he survived.
50 came up with that one as well. And this has been hit really well. Balle, Kinna, Sona, Shakalagya.
Pretty good shot. You just got to pick the bounce of the ball there if you're going to do this. We know it's not a particularly bouncy pitch for the most part, so these kind of shots are probably a little bit safer than usual, but you're always taking a bit of a risk going across the line. I just noticed that. I don't mind saying the next one, but this is another supersonic blast, and this is smacked back-to-back Maximals. Ravindran, he's turning the clock back, Rico. This is what he did last year to the Cobras, and that takes him to 40.
Well, all of a sudden he's decided, I'm going to be positive. I'm not going to just go back foot and play you back down and nudge you around, Eddie Bucker. I'm going to take you on. And this is a great shot. He just gets down on one knee and absolutely clobbers it. What are you up to? You got me notes.
Yeah, I got your notes because I'm just reading something that made me laugh. That you had already written in stumped 0 off 2 through our group. And you've had to cross it out. Always wait for the umpire's decision, I guess. That's the decision. Here we go. He wants to go again. This time he'll go one hop. And Soban, make him earn the single, but they do get there. It's the end of the 7th over. 63 for 3. Hannah Parker ends up going for 28. And that's the over they needed, isn't it? Because it ends up going for, I'm going to say, 19. It's almost magical. Just a reminder that, hard to believe, but tomorrow we'll be on our way to Austria. We'll be there Monday morning, and we'll have a 6-day series there. Same format as this one. And then in just over a week's time, we'll be going to Italy for a 5-week Italian summer adventure starting in Milan, then Brescia, Bologna, Rome. And then the Super Series also in Rome will determine the ECL representative club from Italy in that one. Then we're in Germany through August. Looking forward to that. And yeah, got some whispers. We might have a bit of extra cricket for you as well, but nothing confirmed just yet. Just something I'm hearing in the background.
Ooh,
so
I'm liking that.
Excited about
More.
that. Here's Hafizullah, who's going to come back for over number 8.
Well, ball from Muller. And single taken. So now it's time for Sreed Harakup to really make his second chance out there, his second life count. 5 on the board so far, 6 deliveries.
A great question in the chat. I'm going to come to after this ball.
So well hit, and it goes all the way. This is what you're talking about. This is what he has to do now, give a little bit of support to Vinoth. And this is a nice shot. He's a powerful man, and he times this sweet out of the middle of the bat, and despite the efforts here on the field, can do nothing about it. And Dan Oros, our ECM photographer, that's another one that'll end up on her highlights. This is up in the air, and the fielder comes in and takes a catch, so he hits a 6, and then he has to depart. But so, Sreedhar Harakup, he will go for 11 in the end. And that is 11 bonus runs for him. 11 off 8 balls. And a good wicket again from Ulla. He is not afraid. That's what I like to see from a spinner. Though he's been hit down the ground, not afraid still to flight it up. He knows that his time will come. And well done to Sanjay Kumar coming in there and taking the catch.
Yeah, classic 6 and out, wasn't it? And the first one, Sreedhar Harakup belted over the fence. Well, I thought he was on borrowed time already, but he does grab 11 in the end, including a pretty good blow over long off. But this next one, just off the outside half of the bat. Sanjay Kumar judges it well, doesn't he? Comes in, takes a safe catch. 70 for 4. A quarter of the innings remains. Now, I was going to go back to Tuznai, who says in the chat, and maybe you could also tell us, Tuznai, where you're watching from. He says, good day, Vinny. Do you think small boundaries in T20 to improve the pace of the game, or do you prefer the standard boundary with the game normal pace? I've got to say, I mean, probably no surprises what my answer is going to be here, but I do have some justification. I'll wait for this ball from Hafizullah to the new batter, the captain, Anupana Naik. I like smaller boundaries, and there's a reason, because I think it encourages batters to be more aggressive, which I think is more exciting for people to watch. I think it reduces the dead space on the ground. Okay, maybe not all cricket suits the boundaries we have here in ECS. A slightly higher level. I think there's a ledge on that, but it goes down. And not really a chance. Big deflection for Ashwath Narayana. Check this one out. Yeah. And yeah, just quickly look at this one. It does take a bit of the bat, but sometimes that actually deflects more than you realise on that replay. When you're keeping up to the stumps. I'd like to make that adjustment. This is an unconvincing way
Vinny,
for
one
Naik to
thing
get
I
off the mark.
will say,
Yeah.
I know sometimes, our viewers and other people do focus a little bit on the size of the boundaries. They're about 50 metres.
Yeah.
But having said that, how many wickets have been taken with catches in the outfield with the people going for the big shot? So even though those boundaries are smaller, it doesn't mean that every time you hit the ball in the air, it's going for 6.
Yeah, this is exactly my point as well. Come back to it after this last ball. It's the quicker one from Hafizullah. Put away nicely. I think it'll just be one. Ravindran, he'll be on strike and happy with that. 43 he's made through the first 8 overs within reach of a critical half century. He's carrying the innings at the moment. 73 for 4 after 8 overs. Yeah, so this is exactly my point. So, for example, in the Netherlands, we saw these similar sort of boundaries and huge 6s. But the thing is, the batters are going for those big shots because they know they've got a bit more insurance if they don't quite get it in the middle. Yeah. And it creates more exciting boundary catches and balls that are close to the boundary. We saw Sheikh Razik pull one back into play yesterday, saving 5 runs. And I think the bowlers, it can be hard sometimes when a guy gets in and he's going, but it also creates more wickets. The smaller boundaries definitely create more wickets because the batters are being more aggressive. And the final thing I will say is I love with the slightly smaller boundaries that it keeps the game alive when the established batters are out. So it's still possible for the middle and the lower order to kind of pick up those boundaries that may keep their team in the game. So I just think it makes for more exciting cricket all up. So that's probably a fairly comprehensive answer to that question. But it's obviously something that we've thought about. It's not just something that was done on a whim. We were kind of forced into these dimensions when we first played cricket on ECN because we were at La Manga back then for ECL 19, and that is just the size of the ground. But it was so popular, and I think there's a science behind it as well. Trying to make entertaining cricket, engaging cricket to grab new viewers as well that maybe don't have a cricket background. I think they absolutely love the smaller boundaries.
Hit pretty well, and the fielder on this occasion just takes a back step here. Doesn't think he's quite in the right position to take the catch. That's Usman Mohammed, and I think if Soban was there, he's gone too long on. Certainly would have been an attempt, but it's just a single. And he goes for that. This is the one where he's missed out on a couple of times. He just doesn't get himself in the right position. Just needs a little shuffle across here, look, he needs. He starts to go, then stops. He just needs to take that step and then play the shot.
I will say that. I will say this. Lucky Satcher's put his pads on right today because they've had an absolute hammering behind the stumps. Speaking of hammering, this one's hit to mid-wicket. It should just be one, and it is. Ravindran wants the strike back, won't get it. Also got to say, what a great question that was. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Hello to Tim Oram. He was asking, is that Darth Vader keeping? I think it's just his face mask, but I do like the way you're thinking. Hello to Saeed Babullah as well, who's saying, Ravindra's been good here. And wait for this ball, and really good fielding, and then he dives straight into the feet. Ravindran has been good. Dara Peretti thinks wasted his chances. Yeah, I mean, we talked about that full toss that he missed out on. But let's not get too Dara Peretti focused. I think still they're trying to put together a score here, which looks to me like it could be around the high 80s, maybe low 90s if they're lucky.
Yeah, this has been well hit. Is it going to go all the way? It does, despite the diving effort of Mohammed Soban. And if anyone's going to catch it, he may be just a little bit guilty of being maybe perhaps around about a metre away from the line here. And maybe a couple, actually.
Yeah.
And not able to get his hands onto this.
That's the black hole again, isn't it? And I think it almost kind of burst through hands high. So catching a break there. Patanaik, who will move to 8 with a big maximo off the last ball of the 9th. All happening in the 9th. 82 for 4. And you can see, it's an interesting innings, isn't it? Because there's one big over of 19 in the 7th. Apart from that, they're all 10 or less. But they're kind of slowly putting together a score, which is competitive, but not kind of that impressive, I suppose.
Yeah, but still, I mean, look, Rashid coming on to bowl here now. He's going to bowl the last. I know he's a very, very good, talented cricketer. But I reckon here, if they can get 8 and above and get themselves in the 90 game on, and we were talking about Dara Peretti, yeah, he failed with the bat, but don't count him out in this match because with the ball, he can do sensational things as well.
Yeah. All right, here's Razik, though. Pretty good guy to have to bring back.
It's hit well. Can the fielder get it in? Oh, well, he gets a hand to it. I think he's in two minds here, Vesudev. Does he go for the catch or does he try and stop the boundary? In the end, well, he doesn't do either, and he goes for 6. Nice hit. Boom. Shakalagya.
Yeah, I think in the end, he's thinking about kind of batting it back into play, but that's not easy either because you've got to get the timing just right. That brings up the 50 for Ravindran. He brings up in the last over, and he still has 5 balls to party.
And hits this hard, goes through the fielder, and now there's work to do for the outfielder. Can he get there? And, well, he gets a foot on this, but they will come back and take the 2.
Yeah.
He stays on strike. Well, I said if they can get the 8 of this over, they've got that in 2 balls. The 90 is up, and now maybe they iron up that 100, Vinny.
Yeah, and, you got to try and get a 2 every time you hit the ball to the outfield now, I think, Ravindran. And it's so important. Could they get to the magical 100? I mean, seems a long way off. A few moments ago.
He's got to run hard. There's 2 here. Definitely 2 here. And it's a good bit of work from the keeper there, Ashwath Narayanan. But still, good running. 2 more. And it's all been this inning. Just have a look at the score and look at what Ravindran is on. I mean, if it weren't for this contribution from him, you could see that they would be well below on the score, it would be about 60, if that.
Yeah.
You know that it's important. And this is what I'm saying. It's going to be the same for the Cobras. One of their batters has to get going, and they've only probably got 3 men that have been in any sort of form. That's why these two teams are so evenly poised and so similar to each other.
Oh, ouch. I don't know if he's edged that onto his back shoulder or maybe his helmet.
His shoulder, I think.
Oh, I don't know. Might hit him in the lid, actually. Just the way he's kind of...
He goes quite low down.
Yeah, I think it's more just the back or the shoulder, yeah. Tell you what, how exciting is finals day in Hungary. Remember it last year. There's this sense of anything's possible and anything can happen. Ravindran, such a big game player. He stood up in this game and he's keeping his team in the contest. 2 to come. Run.
Right, got to go. I think you've got to just take it on, and they do.
Oh,
and
yeah, but that's not a good throw. You should have thrown to the keeper's end. Could have gone either way there. So for sure, UCB will take that trade-off. Padanaya could be run out. Ravindra will get the strike back for the last ball. And, I mean, okay, it was a good throw for what he was trying to do there, Osama Mohammed. But I think, your side on is pretty much a similar distance to get Ravindran, and he would have been stone cold dead at the keeper's end.
Yeah, but one thing I will tell you, about the first time that he threw the ball in from the boundary, as soon as he threw it, he held his shoulder. The second time the ball came his way, he just underarmed it in. He's got a bit of a niggle. I don't think he's got the power to throw to the keeper's end, and I think that Vinov knew that.
I think the throw to the keeper's end was about 1 metre longer. Anyway, last ball then.
And this is his smash. It's up in the air. And balle. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya. Well, just like that, that takes the score to 99. So it will be exactly 100 that will be required here for the Cobras. But what a classy knock, and it's been once more from Vinod Ravindran. And he's the sort of thorn in the side, if you like, for Cobra. He made 53 of 34 in match 13 between these two. They still ended up on the losing side, but this time he's hoping that his contribution of 62 of 30 is going to be enough to get them victory. Well, they've got the runs on the board in an eliminator, and that means a lot. 100 required, Vinny.
There's so many funny things about this. I mean, UCB, I know last time they were chasing, and in that game, Ravindran scored 65. And in this, he scored 62, not out. And I tell you what, they could have locked him out of his office there. I think he could have been run out before that last ball. Instead, they let him back in, and he made them pay. But before that, it was happier times for the Cobras early on. I think they made a really good start. Martha was excellent, I thought, early. And along with Venkatarajan, they kept things reasonably quiet. Dara Peretti was a big wicket, wasn't he? And when he was out, you thought this innings could just kind of plod along a little bit. Ravindran took his time, but he was selectively aggressive, I suppose. I think he knew he had the responsibility, and he sucked it up. And really, he has single-handedly put a competitive score on the board for UCB.
Yeah, it was a really good innings, very classy. He starts off the way he normally does. He's doesn't start off sort of in all cylinders like some batters, like with the 6 and boundary straight away. He needs his time to get going, but when he does get going, well, he can play some extremely good shots. And what an important innings. This one, well, we thought he was gone for all money. We looked at it again and again and again. I even wrote it down in my book. And it said stumped for 0 of 2 deliveries. But he wasn't to be. He went on to score 11 more runs. They had a bit of luck as well. This was a cracking shot. It really was. Smashes it over. Gets down to one knee. He played some really nice shots in that area. He just kept coming up with the boundaries that they needed. And this one was another nice one that Dan Ora's got a nice shot off. And this one was the old inside out, but it was Sanjay Kumar that came on and they did see the back of Sri Harakup. But they really needed to see the end off was Vinov. And Vinov was in fine form. He was unlucky yesterday when I spoke to him, and he said that's the way it goes sometimes. And I said to him, but look, maybe it doesn't matter here today. Maybe what's important is scoring the runs when it matters on finals day, and he agreed with me. And this is the one that Vinny's talking about, that maybe the throw should have gone to the keeper's end. But I do believe that man there, Usman Mohammed, is certainly struggling with his shoulder. That allowed Vinod Ravindran to hit the last ball of the innings for a big 6. And how important would that little play there towards the end be? Well, it is finals day in Budapest here at the GB Oval. And UCB have done exactly what I thought they should be doing, winning the toss and batting first. On 2 occasions yesterday against the Royal Tigers, they decided to do it the other way around. They decided that they wanted to be chasing, and they fell flat on both occasions. But this time round, they've got the runs on the board. 99, 100 required. It's all to do with one man, and Ravindran, 62 of 30 balls. It's well, he bats all the way through, and he bats half of the number of balls that are available to him. And the only real support he got there, I suppose, was from the lucky Ajith Sridharakup on how important could that decision be, the 11 runs that he managed to put on the board. Well, there's so many what-ifs that's going to come into play here. Have a look at the quick bowling figures. Nobody really got hit too badly. I mean, the only one that was a surprise was Bhavani Hadapaka, but that was when, in his second over, that Vindran really woke up and decided, okay, now I'm going to go big. And that's why he goes for 28, 2 wickets for Ullah. He bowled really well, Hafiz Ullah, I think 2 for 14. And also, Tush Matur, I don't think he's 100%. I think he's probably got a little niggle, but he's still going out there and performing for his team. He picked up 2 wickets for just 9 runs. So, it is finals day. This is the first match. It is the eliminator. One of these teams will get an opportunity to stay in the competition when they play in eliminator number 2. But one of them we'll be saying adios to. Who will it be? UCB. They've got the runs on the board in an eliminator. I think there's a lot to say for that. 99 it is. 100 will be required. And, well, can Cobra go out there and do it? But they're going to need their main men to perform. Are we going to see the best of Yogi Segal, who really hasn't made any contributions in this series so far? Will join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu, as we return for the conclusion of this eliminator number 1 on finals day. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello, good morning and welcome back. James Lloyd and Shubnavjot Singh, the umpires, have led the teams back out there. And 3,753 runs scored in this series so far. 243 wickets have fallen. And those numbers, both of them, will continue to go up. And pretty sure that the 4,000 will come up by the end of today. It's been an excellent series. We've seen good batting, and that was demonstrated there by Ravindran. 62 not out of 30 balls. We've seen some excellent bowling as well, and we've seen some smashing fielding, some supersonic catches, which are going viral at the moment on a number of our social media sites. It really has been an absolute dream being here in Budapest. The weather has been so kind to us as well. We just made this series a top draw contest between these teams, and 4 teams are going to be battling out here today to see who will be crowned the champions. Remember, the Royal Tigers, we're going to see them later. They're the champions, 2020 and 2021 champions. Can they make it 3 in a row like we saw Prague CC do in the Czech Republic? And not too many teams will be able to boast that. 100 required as this innings gets up and running. And well, who are you backing? It's really, really tough to call. Ashwath Narayana, we know he's a key bat. He's due a few runs. Usman Mohammed has gone up there with him to try and get some early runs in the power play. He's on strike here now. Plays this nicely. He batted pretty well yesterday as we see this throw come in. Certainly showed that he's very capable of hitting big shots, particularly out on the leg side. His timing on some of them was absolutely superb. He made 37 of 23 deliveries in that loss, though, to the Blinders. And the Blinders beat them twice yesterday, and normally they're the team that have the upper hand on the Blinders. That this one is played out to third. Just to give you those scores yesterday then. Cobbler's batting first, 84 to 86. The Blinders winning by 5 wickets. And then the second match, where the Blinders went ballistic, didn't they? 142 for 6. And the Cobra 84 for 7, despite Usman Mohammed's 37 of 23. Hits this well, and it's travelling. It's going all the way. And that's what he does. He hits the ball so sweetly. It's a lovely, majestic sound of bat onto the ball, and the willow sounding pretty good, and that's gone all the way. It is the battle between bat versus ball, and at the moment the bat seems to be the winner, especially with that shot from Mohammed. Lovely hit. You can see he is struggling with that shoulder, and he's the man that was put that throw in towards the end, and Mr. Maximo said, well, he's probably given away 6 runs there because Ravindran hit the last ball for 6. Well, he's cancelled that net already with that shot. And now this is going to the fielder, and it's been taken. Wow, how about that? We don't see too many catches taken out there. And this is about having the field set absolutely brilliantly. So Usman Mohammed smashes one for 6. He cancels out his debt. And then the next one hits high up on the top of the bat. And it's the captain again. He seems to know exactly where to be in that area of the field. And Anil Patanaik has taken the catch. And they've got the wicket of the hard-hitting Usman Mohammed pretty early. He goes for 7 of 2 deliveries. And the score is 9 for 1. Well, what a start and what a time to welcome back into the box. Mr. Maximo, you've done it again, Maxi.
Wow. I mean, that is actually a very, very good field placing. It's kind of a fly slip. It's a catching position, I think, as well as a run-saving position. You know, Usman Mohammed is going to swing so hard at it. If he gets an edge, it's not going to kind of, in that direction, it's going to go over a normal first slip. So, yeah, that really clever captaincy by Anil Patanaik, and he's the man that takes the catch. So, yeah, 6 and out. Geez, that 6 he absolutely crunched as well. Sheikh Razik, can he get his team to the line?
It's nicely played by the captain, who we know a little bit like Ravindran and Darapareddy has been keeping his team afloat with the batting. And he did not have the best of days yesterday either. But once again, perhaps just like Vinoth, it's probably probably good for the team that he has the blips when it doesn't matter, and he scores runs when it does today. And talking about blips, we've had a few blips, haven't we, with this golden ball?
Previous longest streak without a golden ball was 253 matches. And we're up to 271. Tell you what, if there was ever a day that was built for golden balls, it's today in Hungary. 4 really even teams. Anything can happen. Even this score, 99 they put on the board. Yeah, who knows? I know a lot will be on the shoulders of these two key players. Sheikh Razik comes to the crease, the captain. And he's out there with Satyajit Ashwath-Narayana as well now. And the other thing that's interesting to me, Yogi Segal hasn't been sighted yet. They decided to open with kind of pinch hitting Osama Muhammad. They got one decent one out of him. His MDF coming on, and immediately he's cut away behind point. This is going to be 4, just a little bit short, a little bit wide from Mark Desfontaine. And a handy boundary to start the over. Just a nice shot. Not too much foot movement, but good hand-eye coordination and a good position to hit that one for 4.
Yeah, I mean, that's his areas. You don't bowl to Razik there. You don't give him too much width. And that's how he's on already 192 runs in the series. He's been very powerful on the offside. Especially, he deals with the ball very well. That's it, on the rise to him outside the off. They have got, I mean, Anil Patnaik is staying in that position. I think that's a good call. And like you said, Vinny, it's a really, really good shout to have him there. Takes the catch. He's taken quite a few in that area. And the first one, though, from Tane, just a little bit too wide. Here he comes again. Better delivery and well played. Good bit of cricket. He's got to get his skates on now to get to the other end. He will do so. And ball watching there and guilty of it. Ashwath-Narayanan, he has to go with the call from Razik, not be turning around and looking where the ball is first.
Yeah, you're right. But how exciting is this game? It's on a nice edge. These two kind of back to their potential. They can chase these down, but they'll also be conscious, no matter how good they are at batting. One mistake away from ending their involvement in this eliminator. This is nicely worked around the corner. This will test the outfield. He's a bit quicker today. And there's Dara Peretti. Well, he'll be an important factor in this defence as well, won't he? But they just worked around the corner that time. Sacha gets 2.
Yeah, Dara Peretti, he certainly will expect him to come on to bowl. And sometimes they use him as early as the 3rd. I'm not sure how long they'll wait today, or they'll wait for 3 to be completed. And he bowled the 4th, so the field can be spread just a little. Fontaine, once again, 16-year-old, in he comes. And that's well bowled. I think he's getting a bit excited there. And I like the appeal here. This is a little bit of the stage appeal. Look at this. Watch the hands. So it's a really good delivery. He gets excited about it. Then he turns around. Here we go. Look at that. Liking it from the youngster. And he just turns around and says to his players, come on, where's my support? Yeah, he's got a good point. I think it's one of those that if everybody gets behind it, who knows? But by Shub Navjot Singh not falling for that. Oh, that's well bowled again. He's swinging hard is Ashwath-Narayanan, but he's not getting any footwork involved here. And yeah, that's what he needs to be doing. He practices it there. That would have been perfect.
Yeah, good bowling. Gets good movement, doesn't he?
Yeah, no sweeper out on the off. That's why I think the batters are trying to go in that department. And this time he gets right on top of it. Now, just look at this play again. Now, you've got so many bodies out there on the offside. One of them, for me, needs to be in just for this shot. And we've seen some teams deploy a man just a little bit closer, maybe sort of like about 10 to 50 metres inside from that 30-yard circle, just to cut out that shot. Well, this is how the teams finished in the tables. The Royal Tigers and the Blinders were equal on points, but the Tigers had a superior and net run rate, and we'll see them playing it out for qualifier 1. Remember, the next match, whoever wins out of those two will automatically go into the final, and the team that loses will be playing the winners of this match. And that's why this one's so important. This one keeps you in the series. If you lose, you go 18 for 1 after 2. So very much even Stevens. I mean, that UCB were 17 for 1. And it is Dara Peretti. They're using him early.
Yeah,
he's
using
coming
him in
into
the power
bowl
play.
now.
Interesting. Really interesting. Maybe that's a bit of a ploy to say, okay, just 2 outfielders. Why don't you take this on? They're leaving mid on up in the circle. They've got a deep mid wicket. They've got a long off. So basically what they're saying to Satya Ashwathanarayana is going, take him leg side straight or just leg side if you want to go downtown. As it is, he's quite careful. It says over to you, skipper. Gets one off the first ball.
Yeah, now this is going to be the interesting batter because Rasikh, he doesn't like to get bogged down. He likes to play out in the off, but look at that offside field. And maybe after this delivery, Vinny, we can have an area view of the field on the offside. They're really trying to cut out the shots from Rasikh, and that's why he's going across the line here. Gets it through one, but it's being stopped there by the fielder. Doesn't stop it cleanly, does Sridhara Krupp, but enough to just keep him to 1.
Yeah, so you can see they've got 5 in the circle on the offside. You see them there and the long off. So they've got 6 of their 9 available fielders in the offside, and then just the 3 on the leg. So they really encouraged him, go across the line, take a risk.
Well hit, 1 bounce into the safe hands of a fielder who has been outstanding. What about some of the outfielding, Vinny, we've seen this week? It's been sensational.
Yeah, I mean, Ravindran, he doesn't just take his own chances, he's been taking other people's chances as well. I mean, who can forget that combo catch with Sridhara Krupp yesterday?
Hits it pretty straight and gets it past the infielder for runs. 4 carreras. Well, that's the risk, I suppose, with bowling inside the power play, because I think if he comes on to bowl a 4th over, this man is back, and that's a single. And that goes for 4.
Yeah, I mean, chasing has been a bit tough. And have a look at this. This tournament, 14-6. Teams batting first, won 14 out of 20 matches. So there's something in that this time. In fact, there were 6 in a row until the Blinders actually snapped the streak with a successful chase yesterday in match 19. Now we've got a bit of a mix-up, and this could be trouble, and he can't gather the ball. Well, this was chaos. In fact, he ends up taking out the
knocks his own stumps over. Well, what is going on here, Vinny?
Well, the thing is, if I'm not mistaken, Rasikh's facing, which makes it Satya's call, number 7, and he sees it gets away, and he's ready to go. But look, Sheikh Rasikh is too busy kind of ball watching, and, well, he's lucky that the bowler doesn't gather that, because I still think, even though it wasn't a great throw back to Dara Peretti, he could have grabbed it and thrown at the stumps. In the end, the stumps weren't even there by the time he grabbed the ball.
It was a bit suicidal because it was going straight to the fielder.
No, but I mean, that's Ashwathanarayana's problem. I mean, Rasikh
but you've got the batter playing it on the back foot. He's not going to be able to go straight away. That's what you've got to understand. He was always going to be struggling to get the
No, I think the ball goes behind you. You should be looking at your partner, and then you should be running it out. And I
agree with you. I agree with you. He should have gone, but it was risky.
Yeah, it was more risky what actually happened there.
And listen, I want you to say hello to a good friend of ours in Stockholm. He made a name for himself, and he had a lot of people following him around. Remember Sushi?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, say hello to Sushi. You know why? It's International Sushi Day today.
Sushil Kumar. Well, okay, come back to that in a second.
This hit up in the air. He's got it over the fielders. What will they do here? They've got to surely be looking for 2. They do. Good work from the fielder. Made sure the ball doesn't go past the boundary first.
Yeah, into the power play as well. 27 for 1. Yeah, hello to you, Sushi. We loved watching him. Stockholm Mumbai Indians. And, they had an unwanted part of history for a while there because they failed to chase 63 for victory. Oh, and that was the best ever defence when Stockholm Tigers defended 62 against the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. But then they only had to suffer that for 2 weeks.
That's right.
That one record got broken. Didn't get broken for 15 months, and then it got broken 2 weeks later by the Prague Tigers, who defended 60 against the Prague Barbarians, who were 34 in response. Not ideal.
Now, you are a sushi man, aren't you?
I do like my sushi. Actually, in Stockholm, had plenty of really good sushi. Yeah. Really nice place around the corner from where we were staying. Some poke bowls and things like that. I like my wasabi. I know you were talking about, about spicy cricket. I love the wasabi. I love wasabi.
Actually, there's a bit of wasabi about you at the moment, isn't it? The colour?
Yeah, got a bit of wasabi.
Wasabi?
Very much like that batter that you see in the background. The home of Hungarian cricket, the GB Oval. Yeah, the green and red, featuring prominently on the Hungarian flag, of course. All right, heading into the 4th over. In the middle overs now, Amit Paraha will be the bowler. And so, yeah, Dara Peretti's over. What did that go for in the end? It was 9.
9, I think,
pretty much par for the course so far, aren't they? 10, 8, and 9. 10 and over was the asking rate at the start of the innings, obviously. Hello to Ninja in the chat, and hello to Shrub on as well.
Nicely played, soft hands. And once again, he knows that the field is pretty deep. It has to come in a long way. So if both these batters, if they're on the same page, go straight away. Unlike the incident towards the end of the last over, they will get these runs.
Yeah.
They will get the singles.
I think Ninja said only on ECN when he's watching that almost run out and the non-striker kicking over the stumps. Praho leading wicket taker last year for UCB. You can see why. Bustles in. Final point, running between the wickets. Don't want to harp on it. But, you know, as a striker, in general, if the ball goes behind you, don't watch the ball anymore. Watch your non-striker and their body movements. And then take off and run 100%. I think Rasik, even though I take your point, he was on the back foot and all those things. But they would have had to get the ball to the far end to run him out. And I just don't think they were ever going to go to the far end.
Slices it up and it gets over the infielder. Chase on now for the man out there. He's not going to get there. And that's going to be 4 more. Well, fielding there, Jack. Muralne kafi koshish kiti. Janga bajya under Eva star. But the ball is quicker than the man. 4 runs.
Yeah, and that outfield is quicker today. We know that because it had a haircut last night. And we saw the evidence of that over by the practice nets. But Jack Morrell not able to get that in time. So handy runs. Rasik moves on to 17 now.
Firmly struck. Is a fielder there and does well. Nothing like that is going to trouble Vinoth Ravindran there. I'm still a little bit surprised, Vinny, that they haven't got somebody. I mean, they've got a sweeper out, but he's more an extra cover. I think he needs to be more in the point area. That's where a lot of the shots that Rasik is going to play out in the off are going to be, sort of point and backward point. Doesn't quite time this at all. It's sort of a bit of a miss hit.
Well, I wasn't a miss hit when I stepped on your toe just then.
Ouch.
Apologies for that.
Ouch. Ouch. That's all right.
Nice
I don't
shoes
mind.
you got there, actually.
I mean,
sorry, it's going to be a shame if something happened to them. All right, here we go. Last ball of the over.
Hey, listen, I got the last ball of the over. Now, I think we'll come back to the old comms cam here. And I know quite often you struggle to get your foot in the air so people can see your shoes. Now, with our camera angle here, this is a challenge for you.
No, I reckon I got this. All right. I wasn't planning to. It's end of the over, 34 for 1.
Get him up here.
27 off the over. Here we
Get
go.
him up.
I've got the
higher.
red shoes.
Ow. More. We got this. There they are. Here we go. Well,
all right. Now,
what would Daddy would be calling you Dorothy today?
Yeah, well, the red shoes. I mean, Hungarian colours. The old red, white, and blue. I can't even do
liking
it.
that.
There you go.
Liking it.
What I wanted to talk about really in this little break was the run rates per day and the fact that typically it's always been in the 9s this week. I thought that maybe yesterday would be a bit higher scoring, especially with the Vikings not playing. But last year's finals day, you can see the last red dot there. That was the highest scoring day ever in ECS Hungary. And I kind of expected that today. But having said that, 9.9 and over was the first.
Gone. Out. Sreed got a hoop, comes in and takes a wicket, and well done to him. And that is the wicket they needed. That is the breakthrough. So they've got one of the top players, Arthwathan Ryan, though it has to be said, hasn't really got going here today. But still, he was still comfort for Rasik. He's now gone, and now the pressure is on.
Yeah, well, good time to be interrupted, though, if you're a UCB supporter. And Kogi Hill, who has been trusted with the gloves behind the stumps today. They've tried a few options there. That was a thick edge, wasn't it? He takes it pretty well, mostly in the right mitt. So one keeper catches another, and it's the Cobras that lose the key man. First ball of the 5th over. It's 34 for 2. Have a look at that. You know what I like about that is he's well balanced and he can actually start moving that right direction. So often I think keepers start too wide and they're wrong-footed in that situation. So yeah, nice little bit of fundamentals as well from the stand-in man. Kogi Hill can do it all for UCB. Yeah, finally, I was just going to say, 9.9 was the rate they went in the first innings. It's pretty much on par with the all-time Hungarian run rate in ECS cricket, which is 10.0. So pretty much they're asking the Cobras to have an average innings or better. And if they're anywhere below average, they're not going to get through to the next match. Yeah,
absolutely right. And it is Yogi Segal who now comes out there. It's probably a good time for him to come in. I mean, they're still on course here. I mean, 34 to 31, that's how it lies at the end of the 4th. So, like for like, he goes up in the air. It's a risky shot to play. He's an interesting player for me, Vinny. There's times he plays some shots. I mean, I know he hasn't made any main contribution with the bat so far in this series. Some shots he plays are absolutely pure class, and then he plays a shot like that, and you think, you know, it's such a risky shot to play first ball.
Yeah, it's true. I guess with the mid-on, mid-off back, it was a bit safer than usual.
Edge, oh, this one gets away from Cookie Hill, but good work there from, I think that's Morale there out in the deep. And there's the edge. He's out of reach this time. See, he's stretching as much as he can. And, well, maybe if slip was in place there, it's a possibility.
Earlier on, Patanaik was there for just that. But, I mean, it's hard. Field's gone back now. This is another key partnership. Let's see what Jogi can do.
Nice looking shot. There's a man that's been out there doing the sweep in. It will be a single. That's a much better shot. And that's what I mean about him. He'll play some really nice clinical shots and you think, oh, it looks like a class bat. And then he'll play a sort of nothing shot and get himself out. He needs to be 100% focused there. These two have to see it home.
I want to see what kind of bowling options they elect to use here, UCB, because they've got plenty of them. Wait for this ball from Sridhar Kurup, who's been excellent this over.
Nicely bowled, just holds this one back. It's full, good length.
It's location. You know, it's going to be hard to bother these guys with pace. So I think you've got to be accurate, and that's kind of what Sridhar Kurup is concentrating on. I mean, we haven't seen Frankie Farrell yet with the ball. They've got the Hungarian Express, Raj Gohar, who's back in the lineup today. Haven't seen either of them yet.
Strokes this nicely. This is at the moment, really, I'm not going to say it's all they need to do, but just to build, you've just had a wicket go down. I mean, that rate, though, it's just under 12. It will now go up probably to above 12. So they will need to keep an eye on that. And maybe that's why we saw that that shot from Ashwath Narayan. I think he realised that, well, he was going to just run a ball and he needed to try and hit a few shots to take a bit of pressure, not just off his team, but off his captain as well. End of the over, 39 for 2 at the halfway point, and I can tell you it was 40 for 2 is where UCB were.
Leaving a bit to do. They don't want it to creep out too much more than that 2 a ball. So 2 a ball from here gets them to 99, gets them to a golden ball. So 39 in the first half. They'll need 61 in the second half. Dara Peretti going to bowl out here. This becomes a key over. I just feel like you can't sit on your hands to Dara Peretti. I think you're going to have to attack him somewhat. Get at least 1 boundary in the over. Let's see what Segal does. Maybe he'll be a bit more careful and leave it to Sheikh Razik, who's been in a little bit longer. But yeah, the big names colliding here out in the middle at the moment. And we'll just see who survives.
He's taking it on. And throw comes in. He gets a single. And look, you mentioned golden ball again. I certainly am trying today. I've come out with the old golden colour. Also, because it's finals day, let's see if it does bring about a break in this huge wait that we've had for the next golden ball.
Just going to say there, shoes on the other foot. Razik was backing up and round, and there was no problem at all. So remember what happened before?
Good bowling.
Super good bowling, because, you know, he sees him coming, so he brings it a bit shorter and a bit slower. And Razik's really trying to get something he can bang down the ground there on the half volley. And Dara Peretti, bit of cat and mouse. He just held it back, and plan B, just had to dab it away for 1. Clever spin bowling.
Yeah, he just moving Sridhar Kurup a bit wider. He thought he was too straight. So he knows that this shot down the ground is coming. This will be a wide, that's well left there from Yugi.
So a few people suggesting outfits for me. I like that. I think that's a Hunter suggesting a combo that sounded a bit Romanian to me with the red, blue and the yellow. Stay tuned, you'll see it all.
And he does go down the ground, and has he got enough of this? He has. Here's a top shot. It was a risky one. He knows that the bowler is getting his man in that spot. Sridhar Kurup is there waiting, but he just sort of lifts this, doesn't he? Doesn't try to hit it too hard. Perfect timing, lovely shot, smashes in the banner, say smash.
Brilliant, brilliant batting, but also into the bowling. It was on purpose. It was a challenge, saying, okay, here's one you might hit down the ground, but if you get it wrong, you'll be out. But Jogi doesn't get it wrong. He gets it over the boundary for 6.
This one's shorter, and he gets him playing at it.
Yeah, I mean, so, yeah, it wasn't bad bowling at all. Dara Peretti knew exactly what he was doing. He knew that was a risk. And look, if it was 5 metres less, it would have been caught. Very interesting contest, this one. Still just on par for this over.
This time he plays it across. It's hit pretty well, but it's being fielded. A slight little fumble, but the batter's quite happy once again just to take the single. Not really pushing on these twos, are they, Vinny?
Yeah, not really. I think they know they don't want to run out here. This is the key partnership for me. They've got some batting to come. You've got Sanjay Kumar, got Vasudev still in the hutch, but this is an important one.
Down the leg side, and well, this was a sort of, if you want to say, a free hit. Doesn't deal with this well. This one is one that needed to be sent away. There's no protection down there at all, and this is a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that short, I suppose. It just clonks a bit of pad on it in the end, so you see this one here.
This should have gone, Vinny. This should have gone.
It wasn't that bad. It slides on.
Come on. Eat your prunes.
That's not a Gundy ball. It's not a Gundy ball. It's not the best ball, but it's not the worst either. I mean, it's not as short as I think you thought it was. Anyway, 50's up for the Cobras. They're 50 for 2 off 6. They need to double that in 4 overs. So 12.5 an over required. They're all big overs now. Sridhar Kurup was excellent in the 5th. He only allowed a wicket and 5 singles. Let's see if he can keep things quiet, because I think it's almost time to hit the go button now for the Cobras. And it's Sheikh Raziq, Mr. Slick, who's facing up.
Too wide.
Oh, that's good.
Oh,
that's good. Easily good.
Misjudgment from Raziq.
Yeah. That's going to play on his mind a bit as well.
Now, this is where he's areas. This is where he likes it. I'm surprised he's totally misjudged that.
He won't be leaving this one unless it's very wide, tell you that much.
Full toss, firmly struck, but Vinoth will do the fielding. Safe hands.
Good result for UCB because it wasn't a very good delivery. That's the sort of ball that Raziq, if he times it up, he can send that one probably into the swimming pool or close to. Instead, he just gets one. Segal now, I think with Raziq not quite in the zone, he's got even more importance in this partnership.
Oh, he steps right across here. He's trying to make something off this. Goes really early. And Sridhar Kurup gets the ball through him.
Runs on the board.
See what he's trying to do. You see where he's trying to aim this one? Getting it to hit over square leg. He knows there's nobody out there.
Yeah. Hello to Guri in the background.
Another full toss. It's another one that will go to Ravindaran. And singles just apply pressure. I know it keeps the scoreboard ticking, but it also applies pressure. They're looking for a magical over here to get them back in this match and back on top.
They've got plenty of options with the ball. Like I mentioned, they've already used 5 bowlers. They've still got another 2 they haven't used. So they've got heaps and heaps of options here.
Goes for it, and he's going to get lucky. He's going to go over the keeper, I think, is it? No, he's not. He's not going to get lucky. What a catch this is. Well, Cookie Hill, they elected to have him behind the stumps, and he had just taken an absolute dream catch. Well, I thought this is well over him and go, but well, look at that. They're holding him up and everything because they know the importance of that one. That is Raziq, the captain. He has gone. The Cobras now are in a bit of bother. Goes for the big shot. Look, I thought this is over him for all money.
Yeah.
How he catches. This is a tremendous catch. That is absolutely brilliant. Hits the deck hard, but keeps the ball in his glove. The celebration, when the glove goes one way, I don't know where the ball is at this moment. They're picking him up. They're hugging him. That could be the moment. That could be the one that keeps their dream alive.
That is absolute carnage there. Cookie Hill, he had no regard for his own safety. He was running with the flight. What a catch it was. I mean, yeah, he goes to fling the ball away, and his glove flies off as well. And, yeah, he just felt something had to give in that over. Raziq, well, I thought that he was going to get lucky with that, but there was no luck involved. Cookie Hill, he's a stand-in man behind the stumps. We haven't seen
Cookie Hill, we know that he's had problems when he's been bowling, but in fairness to him, when he came back after that disaster over the one for 24, he did look better. He's been picking up wickets, but they've asked for him to go behind the stumps. He's obliged, and now he's taken 2 catches in this one. The second one was absolutely brilliant. What a fine spell of bowling as well from Ajith Sweet Harukup. He was the lucky man, wasn't he, with the bat? He ended up scoring 11 when he probably, well, according to my piece of paper, he should have had a duck. He scored 11. Maybe luck is on his side because now he's just put a fine spell of bowling in. He's taken 2 wickets for just 7 runs.
That was just good skill. Well, speaking of blinders, the blinders are up next against the Royal Tigers. The rematch of last year's qualifier 1, I should say. And Mark Ahuja comes in for the first time for the Royal Tigers. They've got a lot of talent in that lineup, no doubt about it. Zishan Khan leading them. No Harsh Manjit in the lineup today. He's out with that finger injury. I don't think we'll see him taking any part in finals day. Budapest Blinders, though, they've got a fair bit of fireworks as well, don't they? And the Blinders, a good toss to win. Again, I think they've won it and they're going to bat first. Looks to be working for UCB at the moment. And this is good death bowling by Paraha. Well, now you've got a new batter there. You need a magical over, basically, to get back into this game with 16 and over required over the last 3.
Yeah, Paraha, they bought him to bowl this one. I maybe would have left him for just one more, but I think they're just going for the kill. They know they get one more wicket here, game is theirs, and they don't want to wait. They don't want to risk anything here. I think the captain, Anil Patnaik, saying, no, you bowl this one, get me a wicket, or keep it tidy, get that rate up to around about 20, and maybe we're home and dry, and we continue. And well, still stay in the hunt for the championship. Play down the ground will be just a single.
Moments in cricket matches, don't get much bigger than this moment where Kogi Hill, he knows straight away, gets the jump on it. Look, he gets the jump straight away. He's watching it all the way. And so often you see the glove disappearing.
Where is the ball? Is the ball stuck in the glove?
Still in the glove, I think. He went the similar way to the ball. Yeah, now seems like they're just falling off the pace. I mean, this is the power of runs on the board. And look, when they played each other, it was the Thursday morning matches. Cobras, they defended 99, keeping UCB to 74. Then they defended 106, keeping UCB to 89. So UCB getting the chance to bat first. Does look like they're going to defend 99 here, but still, is there a twist left in this one?
Well, this is going to be a chase on for the fielder. He does 4 runs. Well, even if the ball didn't go past him, as soon as he's touched, he says, where is it? Somebody help me out.
And also,
where did he go?
The boundary's got a kink in it now. Wow. He was always held hostage by the boundary rope here.
Yeah,
he was tied up, Morel.
He's sorting it out. Yeah, look, here he comes, sliding in, Morel. And you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to get foot onto ball, and then it doesn't matter if he touches it and the ball goes free away from him. And but he's not able to. 4 runs. Valuable 4 runs. They need a couple more of those, though.
Wow, almost needed a hostage negotiator the way he was tied up there. Anyway, 2 to come. It's good bowling, isn't it? I mean Paraha has been really, really cool here when they needed someone just to deliver an over where there's really nothing hittable, and that's what he's done.
Yeah, I mean, he's like you said, he's done exactly that. He was unlucky with the one that went for 4. It was a slice, but hasn't given anything. Now, big pressure on Ula. He's got to make something happen here. Tries, comes down, hits it up in the air. I think the ball's going to dip, but it will only and should only be just a thing. Well, it may only still just be a single. In comes the throw, asking the question. I think they're going to go upstairs here. Where's the bat down? Does he slide it in? And the batter, he doesn't think so. He looks like he's going already.
Yeah, he likes it and he's gone. What a good piece of keeping that is as well. Yeah, clearly out. That's brilliant keeping from Kogi Hill. It just sums it up. He gets it on a fairly friendly bounce. And this is one of those ones that, as a keeper, that he knows he kind of has to rush a little bit. So he kind of goes and snatches a little bit with the one hand, gets it onto the bails really quickly. Just have a look at this for a piece of work. And now, we'll have a look at this one more time. So he grabs it. First is a misfield, but Dara Paretti's onto it, isn't he? And, yep, bang. Thanks for coming.
Well, that ball does not want to come out of that glove.
Yeah.
That's the same one that was in when he threw the glove in the air out of delight, and the ball stayed in it, but this time it stays in it, allowing him to complete the run out. And UCB, a team that were well beat yesterday, and trying to chase down runs. Nothing was happening. Nothing was going their way against the Tigers. And they were beaten by 32 runs, chasing 93, beaten by 61 runs, chasing 125. Today, they were brave Today, I think they made the right call. They batted first. They knew that one of their batters had to contribute. One did. It was Vinoth Ravindran. And it looks like here, with the score on 60, 2 overs to go. So just 12 deliveries left, 40 runs needed. It looks like they are going to stay alive in this competition. The FanCode European Cricket Series here in Budapest. And it looks like Cobras are up against it.
Yeah,
And,
what a performance.
Abbas to bowl here. The young man bowled a good first over. 10 runs, picked up a wicket as well.
This is a team that only won 3 of their 8 group matches, and 2 of those wins were against the Vikings, who weren't quite in the same level as the other 4 teams. They only beat 1 of the other 3 teams that they'll meet on finals day potentially, but they've certainly done a number on the Cobras. And something about UCB, they seem to have the wood on the Cobras in the big matches, just like the Cobras seem to have the wood on the Blinders. I think the Blinders will be pretty happy to see the Cobras going home, just based on some history. But we knew that either one of these teams could win this game, and I think comes back to that toss. Very good toss to win and bat.
Just another single, and Yogi Sehgal gets to it. Now, Yogi, he's been out there a while now. He's on 15 of 12. We saw him play 1 boundary shot for 6, and it was a good shot. Now he's got a 4C issue. Being not out at the end here and being on the losing side means nothing. It's got to go big. Something special's got to happen of all of the next few balls that are remaining. Gets plenty on this. I think it's just going to be another single. This is a slight misfield. But, well, that's not good from the man who's at the other end. Kumar just puts his hand up, says no. Kumar, of course, we know can give it a good whack.
Yeah.
Maybe for me, he's coming a little bit lower than I would have liked. I would have perhaps having him come in before Ulla. He's shown good form. But, well, talking about giving it a good whack, he's got to give it a fair bit of whack here. We need, it's got to be shakka time. Because otherwise, they're out of here. Wide ball, that'll help. But again, well done to the keeper.
Yeah,
The
he's
cookie
kept really well.
stops it from going any further than just the one.
I mean, I can understand how they wanted him bowling more, and that's why we haven't seen him behind the stumps, Israel up Coca Hill. But with all the bowling options they've got today, I mean, they've got 7 genuine bowling options.
I think it is such a good call. It really is. Oh, this could have been another wide if he had stepped inside it. It ends up just being a leg by. That's not very good. Intelligent cricket there from Kumar. Just needed to step inside it, take the wide. He would have got the ball again, and gets the leg by. So we're now at the point where it's still possible, but only if you're able to do something magical.
You need 3 sixes. and even then it's tough.
You see this shot here. Now, he's not hitting this. He's sort of guiding the ball, but he's not hitting it. He's got to be whacking this. See here now, he's in position for it, but he just look at the way he's keeping it down also. He's rolling his wrist on it, keeping it down. You've got to hit that with a flat bat as hard as you can to get the boundary.
Yeah, just missing his timing. That's the issue here. I'll be giving it everything they can here. Last ball for Abbas.
And again, tries to hit this very hard, hits the top end of the bat. Yogi starts to come back. He can't. He's going to have to stay where he is. Another very good over. Another very good spell of bowling. Ghulam Abbas, we didn't see him early on for UCB, but when we did see him, he's always impressed. And picks up a wicket, only concedes 16 runs. So now we go into the last, needing 33 for victory. Well, that's the most runs that we'll ever have seen scored to do it. 32 gets you to the golden ball. Yeah,
unlikely. Mark Desfontaine being trusted with the last over. Yeah, I think they can enjoy this now, UCB. Let's go back to the chat. Ninja likes my outfit, says, if we ever do an event at Halloween, wants to see me wearing this suit and face painted like the Joker. Okay, that's what some people think. And Hunter saying right now they need 6 sixes. Well, pretty close to that, actually. But, you know, it's going to be so disappointing for UCB. I mean, just think of some of their players. Really not for UCB, I should say, for the Cobras. I mean, some of their players, Sheikh Razik, again, played a tournament last year. They're going to be out once again in 4th place. One of the better 4th place teams you could imagine. MDF thinks about throwing, but doesn't. Satya Ashwath-Narayana as well, very good keeper. He's another guy. I'm sure we might even see him in the national setup again sometime soon. Soban and his fielding. How about those outfield catches he's taken? At a park up with the ball.
Yeah.
Ash Mathur with the ball as well. Isam Muhammad. These are the kind of guys. We'll see 4-leg buys here probably. Just deflecting. Wait for it. It's leg buys. So Skull manufactures a boundary. Just flicking off the thigh pad there away from Koki Hill. A rare one that he couldn't get to. Even, Vishnu Vasudev, Sanjay Kumar. I mean, a lot of talent in this side. Havizullah, Segal, Venkatarajan bowled very well today.
They'll be bitterly disappointed, Vinny. They really would be bitterly disappointed. But that's cricket, and that's finals day, and I think that's the benefit of getting the runs on the board in a tight contest. Hit well, and could be a run out, but thrown to the wrong end. Kumar wants to get back on stride. I think Yogi, he was quite happy to just stay there. And you can see now that one team that's going to be absolutely pumped in a few balls' time is going to be United Chalad Budapest. They are going to win this eliminator. They will keep their hopes alive. As this one doesn't go anywhere. Going to make him run just for that. Well, they could take 2 and shoot, but Yogi Segal saying, what's the point? It's not going to do us any good. I might as well try and smack this one out of it. But what a good performance. What a comeback after a disappointing day yesterday. But Cobras, look, they've entertained us. We've seen some talented players on their side, haven't we? But it just hasn't clicked when it mattered. But for me, the moment was the catch of Razik, Vinny. That's when this match was done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to run with a broken heart, and that's what the Cobras are trying to do at the moment. UCB, they snapped their losing streak of 4 matches here. Because they went down in both the matches to the Cobras on Thursday. They went down in both the matches to the Royal Tigers yesterday. Just could not put together a score. And all of those matches, they were chasing. That's the thing. It's the first time that they have batted first in ages. And now I think that they're going to have a crack at this. But I think that'll be the end of it. And congratulations is UCB that will progress. It's disappointment for the Cobras as once again they are defeated in the eliminator, the opening match of finals day, just like they were in 2021. And once again, it's United Chalad Budapest that have done it to them. But when it came down to it, they just weren't able to put together a successful chase. The Cobras are only going to manage 76 in reply to the 99 UCB put on the board. And UCB, well, their next step will be to try and win the qualifier number 2 against either the Royal Tigers or the Budapest Blinders. So they've got another stern test coming up, probably their sternest test so far. That's where they fell last year, but they'll be full of enthusiasm after that fairly complete performance against the Cobras.
Yeah, lovely signs and scenes, I should say there. The signs are the ones from the victory signs from UCB to each other, and look, the way they get together here, all in a huddle. They know that maybe they came into this match as the underdog, especially after their performances in the last 4 matches, but they have done it. They have to believe in themselves. They have to play as a team. They know that on paper they are not the strongest. They know that they're relying on 1 or 2 players to perform for them. But the thing is that when it matters, they do. And that man there who's following the man who really has been absolutely exceptional, Vinod Rivadran. I think he played his part big time in this Ajith Sridharakup. All right, he had a stroke of luck. Hay poquita de suerte también para él. But he made 11 very, very valuable runs. But his bowling, 2 for 7, was sensational. And it's nice to see the teams acknowledging each other's efforts. But the team there in red will be the one disappointed. They will have to be going home. And I think maybe a few of their players will stick around for the day and watch how the rest of the day unfolds. And why not indeed? Because you've got a cracking match coming up next. The Royal Tigers, the Budapest Blinders. This was the final last time round. Both these teams, when they played each other this time round, it's 1 apiece, so it's even Stevens. This one, well, what's at stake? Whoever wins automatically goes through to the final. The team that doesn't, well, they'll be playing UCB, and UCB, their confidence, Vinny, will be sky high at the
Yeah,
moment.
they absolutely will. Well, Agamaga has come up, and he's in the lineup for the Blinders. Had a bit of an injury scare yesterday afternoon. Let's roll into the highlights. An even 100 was required by the Cobras. It was going to take 100% energy. Well, he got about 100% of that. Osama Mohammed banged that one into the sight screen, but then he wouldn't last too much longer. Clever field setting. We saw him undone, and that was the first wicket for UCB. That we're going to have a lot of bright moments here in this 10 overs.
Yeah, 2 catches in that particular area are the ones that I think which saw this match go the way it did. You've seen the first one there from a clever captain, Anil Patnaik, and well, just when this match needed something, either way, a special over, a moment of magic, well, something was going to turn it, because otherwise it was going to go all the way down to the wire. Wickets were going, and well, sometimes it was a stroke of luck to get the ball to go to the boundary. Sometimes it was some marvellous shots, but there's another catch for a man who really, well, for me, maybe, I mean, it's going to be very hard to take it away from Ravindran, but if there was another option, I think Cookie Hill would be my player of the match, because he was superb. That man there, he plays a good part, because here he comes on the ball, and this is it. This is the moment. That is the one for me that decides this match. And look at the celebration. Where's the ball? Well, it's in that glove somewhere. And look, they come from everywhere to lift him, because they know what that meant. That was Rasik that they got out there, the captain for 22 of 18. And when they got that wicket, it was all smiles. And those smiles did not disappear from those faces, because they won the match, and they are going to be playing in the next eliminator.
Lucky he was easy to pick up, Coker Hill, because he had a few people lining up to try and congratulate him. Morel got himself tied up in a bit of a mess there, but it wouldn't cost him too much towards the end. It was just too much to do in the second half of the innings. And this was even a little fumble that ends up going right. Dara Peretti once again firing the throw. Coker Hill was excellent behind the stumps. Again, the importance of a good wicket keeper. They can be the difference. And the fact that they got Razik when they did, I think just meant it was too much pressure on the rest of the Cobras. So the Cobras, unfortunately for them, they were defanged here once again in the eliminator. They are out of the tournament despite finishing third after the group stages. Once again, UCB making lightning strike twice, and they're through to the qualifier 2. Later on today, they'll play the team that doesn't win the next match between the Tigers and the Blinders. And that match is coming up in around about 15 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, the winner of qualifier 1 that you're about to see, they will go straight through to the final. It's exactly what we thought. We're going to have a lot of tension, a lot of drama on finals day here in Hungary for very, very competitive and even cricket teams with a lot of stars. And now we are getting ready for the next game already. So the heavy heart, we have to say goodbye to the Cobras, who just couldn't put anything together in that chase. Sheikh Razik with 22 off 18, top scorer, but even he, I think, would say that been disappointed that he couldn't really get a few more balls out of the middle of the bat. Segal tried hard, but again, he just couldn't quite go at the pace required. 19 not out for him, batting at number 4. He started so promisingly, I think, with Osama Mohammed whacking a 6, but he was out next ball. Once again, runs on the board on finals day, making a difference. And as far as the bowlers went, all of them contributed. It was a team effort, wasn't it? And nobody going in double-digit economy. 10 and over was required. None of the bowlers went at 10 and over in the end. And you can see Dara Peretti, number 19. But the real bowler there that impressed me, Sridhar Kurup, 2 for 7 off his 2 overs. The other wicket went to Gulam Abbas, but it wasn't so much the wickets taken. It was the economy, I think, which put the Cobras under a lot of pressure. So we're going to take a bit of a break. We'll be back. And unfortunately for the Cobras, we won't be seeing them until next year. Well, we do hope we see them again in ECS cricket, but UCB will live on. We'll see them in the third match of the day. When we return, it'll be the Blinders winning the toss, and they're batting against the Tigers. So for more cricket, we'll be back in around 10 minutes to take you into qualifier 1. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for more cricket action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series Hungary Finals Day. Hello and welcome back to Hungary on a very entertaining finals day already, and now we're heading into the second match of the day, and it's qualifier number one. These are the top two teams through the round robin stage. It's Royal Tigers, last year's champions, against Budapest Blinders, last year's runners-up. Well, these were the top two teams last year, and it certainly has seemed that way through this week so far. And of course, one of these teams will go straight through to the final later on today. The other team will go through to qualifier number two, which will be the next game after this. So let's go over to the coin toss. Hashmanian isn't in the lineup for Royal Tigers today, so it'll be Zishan Kukagel whoing them. He's with Ali Farasat. Let's see who wins the toss. Charles Croucher has one in his hand.
Okay, your call. Yeah. Heads is the call, and it's a head.
We are going to bat first.
So it is Ali Farasat, the Blinders skipper, that's won the toss, and he's elected to bat first. I do like that move, and you know, it runs in the board in the final. Although, well, remember last year in this corresponding match, the Blinders put 140 on the board, but then the Tigers chased it down, so maybe nothing is safe. We know these two teams have a lot of firepower. For the Royal Tigers, at least I know that they have Zahir Safi, the opener, coming back into the side today, as well as the former captain, Mark Ahuja, who we haven't seen so far this week. Not easy coming in at this stage of the tournament, but he is quite a dynamic batter. I think the more short form cricket he plays, the better he's aggressive. He's developed his game. But let's talk about the protractor as well. Abhishek Kedapal, you know, he came into the tournament yesterday, didn't quite click with the bat, but I think his bowling will be pretty useful. We know they've got a lot of match winners. I think Abhitesh Prashar has been excellent for the Royal Tigers as well this week. Talking with the Budapest Blinders though, and we know that Welle Gamagate, there were some issues yesterday with his fitness. I don't know how relevant that will be. I know Mars Bayaji has been better and better as well as the tournament has gone on with the bat, and he's likely to have the gloves for the Blinders. But the Blinders, we know that they've got a very long batting lineup. They will back themselves. I think we're in for an exciting 10 overs watching the Blinders go about their business, and watch out for Abbas Ghani as well. I think he is the kind of guy that can go off. But really, I could keep listing them. Ali Yalmaz as well, and keep a little sneaky lookout for Nandika as well, who hits a really long ball. All right, so I think we could have another high-scoring contest here. We know that last year's qualifier one was, and Rico Full is in the commentary box as we get ready to see the top two teams in the round robin stage go at it. The news from the toss is that the Blinders have won the toss. They're going to bat first. Over to you. Let's get ready for the second match of the day.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, as we have a look. Sadly, the final day of cricket here in Budapest at this GB Oval, and certainly going to miss that view. It's absolutely stunning, and hasn't the pitch played so well as well. It's had a fresh cut and looking better than ever, and seeing the ball rolling across that surface pretty nicely. Lovely pitch to be playing on. I think it's the pitch itself is played so well, and we're starting to see big scores being scored on there. But it's also provided some assistance to the bowlers as well, and it's nice to be out there fielding as well. Nice soft grass to land on. You're fine as long as you don't land on top of the mole. But look, this is going to be a great match, which I've said before the start of it. That is two teams that know each other well. They're two of the top teams here in Hungary, and they've had plenty of battles, haven't they? Royal Tigers against the Budapest Blinders. And the Tigers have sort of been on top, I suppose. The Blinders, remember, they're a relatively new side, only been together around about 2 years. But already they're competing with the big boys. And, well, this is going to be a tough test. Remember, these two teams, by finishing top two in the table, have earned the right to have this double chance. So whoever wins here will automatically go into the final later. The loser, well, they've got a tough match up against a team that are flying high at the moment. They were actually in real jubilant mood. And of course, they were after beating Cobra. That is, of course, I'm talking about UCB, United Chalad Budapest. So they await to see who they will face, and that will be the losers of this contest. Well, what a match we have in store. Plenty of big names to feature. The Blinders, I think, winning the toss and batting first, and why not? They're starting to score big runs. They've got some key players in their setup, starting with Abbas Ghani, who normally always gives them a very good start, good hitter off the ball. But up against probably a man who, for me, has been the pick of the pace bowlers, Abhitesh Prashar. He's got 9 wickets in this series so far. A very good bowler. Changing the captain, we know that Harsh Mandian has got a nasty injury. He was in the squad yesterday, just leading the team. He said, my main ambition yesterday, he says, what I've got to do, my role, my objective is get my team to a top 2 finish. Well, he did that. He got them finishing top. but he cannot play in the match because of that injury. So Zishan Kukhil is the captain in this one. And that's nicely played away. That will be 4 runs. He's into the body, and he whips this away nicely. Just a little bit too short, a little bit too straight, and that's nicely played. No mistake from Abazghani. He's up and running straight away. Nice shot to play. It's all about positioning, isn't it? Gets into position nicely and doesn't try to hit it too hard, just using the pace that is offered by Abhitash Prashar. So the blinders up and running straight away. Prashar, what's the reply going to be? Oh, it's a beauty. It's quality. It's top notch. And he just, I think, telling the batter which way he has to go now. And this is the quality of Prashar. He really is a class act. And what a delivery this is. What a comeback as he knocks over the stumps. And maybe he gets a tad bit lucky. It ricochets, I think, off the pads and onto the stumps. And then you see here, he's just saying, well, you got to go that way. Well, he doesn't say much. It's all about the actions. I think that Charles Crutcher maybe just has a little word with him in the interval to say, come on, son. We don't want to be doing too much of this. But I think that was pretty harmless. I don't think it was too. I think if he gave him a bit of verbal abuse here as well, it would have been different. But you can sort of understand that from a fiery bowler. He's just been hit for 4, and then he comes back and knocks the sticks over. So, 4 of the first, a wicket of the second. Abazghani has been cleaned up by Prashar. And that's always a good sign, isn't it, for a fast bowler? You always know, well, okay, you've got him away, but you know he's going to come right back at you. And that wicket is certainly going to get him pumping. And Willie Gumagay, here's the new batter, Asanka Willie Gumagay. He's batted well in this series. 153 runs to his name so far. Well, that's well bowled, and comes back in late as well. A lot of noise being made here from the camp of the Tigers, the players, the 12th man, and a couple more in the squad, certainly making their voices heard out there in the middle. Willie Gumagay just got to stay focused. He's got to block all of that out of his mind. It's nicely played. Drops the bat on this guy, tips to the man at backward point. Gets himself off the mark, gets a single. The orange, a bright orange off the Tigers. Appropriate colours, I suppose. Against the black and the sort of mustardy gold of the blinders. Aziz face his first ball. Hits it hard and hard enough to get it through the gap. 4 runs. Well, what a positive shot that is. Well, both batters, or one of them, both openers, I should say, hit their first ball to a boundary. But the difficulty that they had was dealing with the second, so it is going to be a little bit of deja vu. So 4 off the first ball that Amjad Aziz has faced. This is very much what the blinders will do. They play their shots. They don't get bogged down. Now, what's the reply going to be? The last ball off the first over in this contest between the Royal Tigers, the blinders batting first. In the air. Oh, nobody there. Work to do by the fielder. Does very well. And this is where you opt to have the man either in or out. They go for the sweeping. And if he was inside the circle, that would have been catchable. And in the first over, it finishes on double figures, but it also finishes with a wicket. And that's the wicket. The man who's been sent back already of Abazghani. And that means that Amjad Aziz, who hits his first ball for 4, is out there with Willie Gumagay. Just have a look at the top batters there for the blinders. And Mars Baiji, he normally comes in at number 4, 161 runs to his name. Willie Gumagay, those two actually bat quite well together. A number of times being out there together and scoring runs. And then, well, the man that they got rid of, who also had 100 runs, well, had 100 on the board for him, but this time around gets a 4 and gets out, so it's a big wicket to get. Zishan, he's the captain. Can he continue the good form that he's been in? Well, he lets himself down here a little bit. He's normally a quality campaigner on all the disciplines of the game. Zishan Cookie held 273 runs to his name. He is the top run scorer by far. And also the top wicket taker with 11. In the air, once again, it's in that area. This time there is a chase on, a little flip back. That's really well fielded. Nice work there from the Tigers. Just wonder whether they'll try and change the field slightly. It's a couple of times the ball has gone in that area. But look, that's really good fielding there. And Malekzada. Zishan much slower this time, and the batter sees it early and goes back and just paddles it in the third man area, takes another single. Two men out at the moment are long on and long off, so yeah, we'll be encouraging the batters to try and hit straight. And this one's played out into the vacant mid-wicket area. Doesn't hit it cleanly. Here comes the throw, and it's a lovely throw as well. Good arm there from Abhishek Katapal, the protector. Don't worry, don't worry. He's not going to damage his arm, and he's going to be pretty key as well. It's that slower delivery, and doesn't quite get it right. It's Zishan that does the fielding himself, and then has a shy at the stumps. But I think that Amjad had got himself in quite comfortably by the time that throw came. Last ball in the second, 17 on the board. And goes for the big hit, and we'll get 4 runs. I just think this field that Zishan has set himself isn't quite right. I don't think he needs the 2 men straight. What he's bowled, he hasn't really bowled one genuine delivery where the batsman will be looking to hit straight. They've all been in an area where the batters are going to try and take it on, sort of in that area, mid-wicket. I think he's far better having his, probably having getting the long on in the circle and getting a mid-wicket back there. But, that is the end. It's not going to happen in that over. 21. 1 wicket down, and true to form, the Blinders, they're not worried about the wicket that has fallen. Each batter will come out there and play the same way. And we saw that yesterday. And, well, they knocked off the runs, 84, quite easily, winning by 5 wickets. And then when they batted first against Cobras, did the double over them, 142 to 84. That's well bowled. Good pace again from Prashar. And, of course, the day before, the Blinders, they were in ruthless form again with the bat against the Debrecen Vikings, 142 to 69. And then the record breaking, taking the record away from the Royal Tigers that only held it for a couple of games. 161 it was. The Blinders, 162 against 51 from the Vikings, 111 run victory. So they're the team that have been very consistent with the runs and big runs. It's played out nicely. And take the single and just rotate the strike slightly here as well. So both these batters made the start now. Aziz gets the single and says to Willigamagay, here you go, over to him. Willigamagay, remember, he was involved in that collision in the match, which well, it looked pretty serious, didn't it, in that match against Cobras, but he was okay and continued. But then he did come off late on the second match with what looked like a knee injury. So it's nice to see that he's okay, and this is a quality shot. This really is class. We're talking about the Blinders, that they like to give the ball some oomph, and they like to give it some welly, and they like to bash it about. But sometimes it's just all about class, timing, and finesse. That is a lovely shot. That is top draw. And Prashar gets hit for his 3rd boundary in his spell. That doesn't happen too often. 3 balls to come in it. 15 to come off his 9 balls so far. Hit hard, but straight to Zishan, who takes a catch. And once again, for the second time, he goes for a boundary, then comes back with a wicket-taking delivery. It was hit hard. It was absolutely smashed. But you know what, man, who can? Yes, it's Zishan. And he takes a spicy catch. Well, he's standing in for the captain. Remember, the Tigers, they'll consider themselves a little bit unlucky. Stan Ahuja, who's their normal captain, got injured just before the start of this series. In fact, a day before. Harsh Mandian, who also has been pretty key with the bat out there and behind the stumps. He got injured a couple of matches ago. And Zishan takes over. And their stand-in captain makes no mistake taking that catch. It's another crucial wicket. So Willie Gummergate has to depart. He goes for 12 of 7 deliveries. And that brings out there Max Baji, another man. Mars Baji has been in very, very good form. And yesterday he made a fine 40, the day before 52, not out. Certainly rattling up the runs at the moment, so he's a batter that will be wanting to get out of the way pretty quickly. Takes guard, has a look. He's got a couple of deliveries to deal with from Prashar. So field, no change. They've left it as it is. They've left mid-wicket open. And this is played into the deck. The fielder comes in, attacking. No run there. So a ball to survive off the dangerous Prashar. And the last one in the power play as well. 26 on the board. 2 down. Big moment this, big ball. Can they see out Prashar without him doing any further damage? Well bowled. And good work behind the stumps there as well from Sufi Khan. And that is the end of Prashar's spell. He does go for a few, 3 boundaries, but on 2 occasions he bounced back straight afterwards and took the wicket. 26 for 2. And fine time to bring back into the ice cube for what is definitely not going to be an icy, but a fiery contest. Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. And it's the fireworks we expected, wasn't it? I mean, Ghani 4 and out. I don't know about the free directions that were offered by Prashar at that stage. And then Amjad Aziz, he hasn't had too much of the strike. He's 10 after the power play. Willie Gummergate came and went, didn't he? He hit that one straight to Kukagel. So that's what Prashar's in the side to do. He's designed to take early wickets, and he has 2 of them in the power play. But the Blinders, we know their approach. They're going to keep attacking, and they're going to back themselves and their long batting order. I mean, I look at Callum Nandika, who we saw opening and absolutely thumping the ball earlier in the week. He's listed at number 8 in the order that I've got in front of me. And that just shows you how strong it is. Now, we're going to go to Abdul Manan in the 4th. Here he is, bowling to Aziz. He just plays this one away, has a little look-see at him first. And look, here's the other thing. Bit of a trend lately in the last 2 series. Whoever met in match 1 has met in the final. It was that way in Stockholm, if you remember. It was not Chirka, I think Albi Zalmi, if I'm not mistaken. And then in the next series, which was in the Czech Republic, we had the same thing. We had PCC and Bohemians. And these 2, I'm just saying, these 2 met in match 1. And in that match 1, the Blinders actually scored 87 and defended it. It was the lowest, or the best, if you like, defence we've seen so far, the lowest score defended. So just remember that, although it is a star-studded lineup for the Tigers. Okay, chasing pressure is high pressure, especially in finals. This one gets past Baiji. And Marzi, he's been better and better as the week's gone on. I think the rest day came at a good time for the Blinders on Wednesday. They've had mixed results on Monday and Tuesday, but they seem to be a bit more of a form team, and they haven't lost a match since they came back.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think the rest they did good. Certainly did Baji good because he went away. He had a haircut, changed the colour, and since then he's been going well. 161 runs to his name in this series. And this one is a free, is a bit of a gift, and he just nicely plays his way. I thought for a moment he was just going to lean too far forward. I thought he's taken himself away from it, but he adjusts pretty well. Lovely positioning. I really like that. Gets himself in position and a gentle little pedal or glance, if you like. And that goes for 4. Beautiful timing.
Yeah, good touch shot there. Okay, now I just talked about low defences. 87 the Blinders defended on Monday morning. I'm going to tell you another story now about this exact match last year in Qualifier 1 in the 1 versus 2 matchup. And for this next ball, which is driven for 1. Now, on that occasion, just like this time, the Blinders batted first. They put 140 on the board, 140 for 2 off their 10 overs. The Royal Tigers chased it down. They scored 142 off 8.5 overs. They chased it down with 7 balls to spare. Zishan Khan, 80 off 28. Zishan Khan Kukakel, that is. As this one is up in the air and it's hanging a long time, but this is going to carry the boundary. Maximo! Well, Aziz, he's out there for one reason only, and that's to get things moving. And this one is moving out of the ground over extra cover.
Yeah, lovely shot, and goes all the way. And Abasghani just doing the tidying up there. He's not out there anymore, but he's watching on and supporting as much as he can. Lovely shot. That's what they need. Continue to be positive.
Oh,
and he goes again.
Yeah, it's going up, and it's going to reach as well. Maximo! Perfect club selection. Aziz goes back to back. And so, thump, into the 4th. The Blinders might have lost a couple of wickets, but they do not care. It's 44 for 2 after 4. And yeah, just going with the angle there. And smacking it out of the ground. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico Full. Great to have your company, no matter where you're watching from around the world. And yeah, just looking at the history between these two teams. I mean, it's an interesting one. And just looking at this year's stats, very even, both 6-2 record. But have a look at the Royal Tigers. Won all their games batting first, but have not won chasing. That's this year, though. But remember, this is the team that just chased down 141 last year. Average scores batting first, 123 for the Blinders. That includes the 162 record score, which was just a record they took off the Tigers, who scored 161 against the Vikings. And you can see the key players there. Zishan Kukakel, very, very key for them. So, yeah, Tigers just getting first on net run rate. And these two teams split their matches on Monday morning. So, yeah, not too much in them at all. But here's a man that didn't feature in those Monday morning matches, Abhishek Kedapal, the protractor. And he's going to come on now in the 5th over.
Yeah, big moment this. I think that was an expensive over, wasn't it? From the last one there. And now they know they need to get a good one in here. So they go for a man that in all formats that they play in, and a lot of tournaments that they've played in, has always sort of been there for them. Always finds a way to get wickets. Starts with a pretty loose one. Remember, he only played his first match yesterday. He did look a little bit rusty, particularly with the bat. Found it difficult to get the ball away. But, starts well. Yeah, Abdul Manan's first over was not a good one. Went for 18, almost goes magical. So they want a good one back here from Kedapal.
Kedapal's such an awkward customer, I think, to face because of that angle of approach. This one's just blocked out, and they're going to run. They have to hustle, but they get there. So it's a very interesting match up here. Natural rivalry between these two teams as well. I mean, the Blinders had their origins in the Royal Tigers organisation. So I think it's a healthy rivalry, let's say. And sure, everyone, both sides, trying to do what they think's best for their side in this contest. This is pretty well timed, but he's going to find Delda, who's another key player for the Tigers. He's down there at long on. Where's he listed in the order today? Delda's listed 5. It's probably naturally where he'd go. Mark Ahuja, who comes in, former captain, he's a big inclusion for them. But in this form of the game, sometimes I'm not quite sure where to bat him. He can open, and he has become more and more attacking, I think, last couple of years. But I'm not sure they'll throw him in there. It's his first game in the series. Next one, swept away to leg. They think of a second. I just don't think it's quite there. They're happy with one. Pretty good over this from the protractor so far. Not giving too much away.
Yeah, they needed a good one, didn't they, as I said. And he's delivered so far. Question is, who do they go back to? Do they go for Munnan again? I doubt it very much. I think Aziz took a nice liking to him. So they might be forced to make a change straight away. Maybe go with someone like Dildar. This is over pitch. And fielder comes across. And, has he mucked this up? I thought for a moment he has Dildar. But I think he manages to keep it in play. Well, that was a bit dicey in the field.
It was. The first one was high-ish. I mean, probably leaning down slightly. That might be what saves him there. Yeah, Delda kind of makes him ill. I don't think he ever really touches the rope when he's anywhere near the ball. So I don't think that's going to be a problem. But yeah, the height there, that's one that is roundabout waist high. Could have been called. Maybe could have been not called. Tigers get the call. This one is not a good ball, but it could almost brought a wicket. And that's Malik Zada. And that one smashed at him. And Mars gets a life, albeit a tough one.
Yeah.
It really could have easily gone to the boundary for 4 or more. It also could have been caught. 50's up now for the Blinders. End of the over. It's 51 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, this was absolutely smashed. It wasn't a good delivery. It deserved to go to the boundary, really. It was a gundy ball, but it almost ends up getting you a wicket. Well, that was quite fortunate. And Mars Barji, I know that I've mentioned that he has been scoring. I mean, he scored 161 runs before the start of this day. And we saw that he made a good 40 yesterday in match number 2. He made 19 in the match before. Then the day before, he was in the runs once more, 30s and 50. But he always gives you a chance. And if you don't take it, well, he makes you pay. So that one there, well, just keep an eye on that. He gets dropped on 9, though it was a really difficult chance. Let's see how many he can go on to make here. And the captain, Zishan, probably not the plan. He's bringing himself back here.
Yeah, so they've decided to really pull the trump card here. He loves to bowl these slower balls, and I think that's what he's going to bowl most of. Jams down on this. I think he's going to miss leg stump, though. And I got told the other day, Zishan, he's a bit of a troller out there. Okay, he's one of those guys that tries to get under your skin a little bit. And he actually said to Mars, and I can't remember who he was batting with at the time, he said, I'm just going to bowl you 6 slow balls. I'll tell you right now. I know you hate them. So I think he's probably said something similar here. He said, you know what? You know, you're going to get 6 slow balls. Okay, see if you can deal with them. There's the second one, and it's a miss hit. This is what I'm talking about. He's such a confident individual, Zishan Kukikal. And he was going to the finals day as the leading run scorer, leading wicket taker as well. He's fielded very well. Definite MVP candidate. Let's see what he does to Aziz. I think he'll be taking the pace off.
Not a good
side.
delivery.
Yeah, good keeping though. That's Sufyan, who he's kind of filled that role well since he's come into the side. Mandiam was doing it earlier in the week. Of course, regular keeper Stan Hooja out with an injury. Does well to at least block that. I could have easily gone for 4. I was thinking about it, Guri. My feeling was, probably got a bit of the blue. You tell me. You see. Yeah, it's wide, I reckon. It's a borderline call. Got him thinking, though.
He did think about it, but well, that's a good delivery. That's where he needs to be, I think, Zishan. He's bowled one either side, and then this one is right on middle stump. And I think he needs, that's the ball that I certainly would be trying with Marzi, full and straight. Either that, or Marzi, we haven't seen him really cut the ball, hit too many shots on the offside either. So you want to keep it out of his.
He wants to steam wicket here. It's a big gap. Instead, he has to go straight and just get the one here. So Zishan, very miserly. He's going to the chat and just trying to catch up because there's been a lot going on in there. Muhammad Arif Raihan saying outfield is so slow. Why? I'll tell you what, it's not slow because they mowed it last night. So it's actually the fastest it's been all week. It's just been a case, I think, that some of the bowlers haven't allowed too many aggressive shots along the ground at least. Well, this isn't along the ground. This is hanging in the air. It should be caught. The fielder goes back and he takes the catch. And so, unfortunately, it's the end of Aziz. He's going to have to go. It was a good catch going back by Abhitesh Prashar, who's featured prominently in this qualifier 1 so far. Zishan Kukikal gets a wicket with this very last ball in this match. And the Blinders lose their opener for 26. The score's 55 for 3 after 6 overs.
Yeah, well done there to Abhitesh Prashar. Always difficult when you're backpedaling because you're not got the best of balance. But look, he takes the catch cleanly in his hands. And, well, he's pretty delighted to have done so. So a wicket for Zishan. So he just adds to his tally. Now goes to 12 wickets. And, of course, don't forget also took that spicy catch. Don't forget the catch that he took in this one. So just getting another wicket at a key point. Remember that over number 4 from Abdul Manan went for 18. But since then, he came back well, didn't they? 55 for 3 at the end of 6.
Yeah. So, I mean, here, 2 a ball is what they'd be wanting. That gets them up over 100. Which I think we've already seen chasing pressure kind of taking its toll today. It did on the Cobras, despite them having some really good players in their lineup. I think 100 plus is a good place to start. I mean, slightly different looking Tigers side than we had yesterday, but still, I'll have the same openers. Zahir Safi, I'm sure, probably open up with Zishan Kukagel. Although I do see that Abdul Rahman is listed up there, so maybe you can put him into pinch hit. But I don't think you need pinch hitters when you've got two such attacking openers. Got to say hello to Andy, who's joined us from Spain. Hello, Andy. Hope you're well. Liam Day's watching from New Zealand, saying the protractor is back. Yeah, he is. Came back from the wilderness yesterday for their last two group matches. Didn't bat particularly well. Get a pole, just finding his touch, but has been bowling really, really well. And anyone that wants to say hi now is a great time to join us in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Hello to Ninja as well. Just updating everyone on what's been happening. Harish Kumar said he'd like to see AB de Villiers playing on this boundary. Well, I've got a fun fact for you. AB de Villiers, 0 ECN runs. There you go. Here's the next ball. It's the start of the 7th over. Pretty wide-ish ball, but not quite wide enough to be called a wide. Clever bowling from Malik Zada. Yeah,
Malik Zada has been somebody I've been very impressed with. He looks like a bowler bowling that lengthy balls that you think he's going to get absolutely smashed, but he finds a way to, well, not just get wickets, but he finds a way to contain batters. Well, this one was an interesting delivery. His arms are dropped on this. Here's an opportunity. Oh, he's lost it. Oh, well, that's the worst case scenario. And that is Mark Ahuja, who, well, he's making his first real contribution in this series for his team, and it ends up being an absolute nightmare for him. Well, the first time he touches the ball, he doesn't see it. It hits him and goes to the boundary. Oh, that is disastrous.
Yeah, it doesn't actually hit him. He gets out the way of it, basically. He just loses it on the way down.
Wow, what a let-off.
It's probably happened to everyone at some point. You have a look at the shadow there. He's looking right into the teeth of the sun. And not just that, it ends up going for 4. So Mars, he gets really lucky there. And he might get lucky again because this isn't where he meant to put this, but this is going to be 4 more. So running down the hill and a couple of little line ball moments going the way of the blinders here. And I don't think that Malik Zada can believe it.
Yeah, well, look, this is, again, just to reiterate what I said once before, that Mars Baji, Wolfie, he's in the runs, but he gives you chances twice, 9 and 12. Well, he's given chances, not taking it. He's going to go on and hurt them.
Nate in the US, hello to you, Nate. Hope you're well. He has said, well, it's the blinders. What do you expect? And it was Mark Ahuja that was blinded there. Oh, wow, what a moment. Now, he wants to go in his favourite mid-wicket region. He can sweep anything, Mars. That's the thing, if it's got a bit of length. So he gets to the other end. It's our first chance to get a look at the blinders skipper, Ali Farasat. Again, he's a guy that probably hasn't gotten in too many times, but when he does, he's a very, very good striker of the cricket ball. So yeah, they're not really in any wicket trouble here. And they only got 3 down, just over 3 overs to go. I think they'll still be very, very aggressive. They won't be hitting this though.
This has been called wide.
Let's have a look at this ball from Malik Zada. What kind of shapes he getting here? Yeah, easy call.
Good work, though, from Sufi Khan again. Not easy. He's made some good stops behind there.
Hello to umpires. Umpire Steve and Guri. Of course, Steve had a bit of an incident about this time yesterday. This is in the air, and it should be out. And it's a simple catch. Well, that's a soft dismissal for Farasat. He just gets nowhere near the middle of the bat of this. It was a fairly tame-looking full toss from Akramullah Malik Zada. And you just can't keep Prashar out of the game at the moment. You see, just bottom of the bat. Bat kind of turns in his hand. And Abitesh was not going to miss that one either. So the captain goes very first ball. Disappointment for him in qualifier 1. The blinders, a 65 for 4.
Yep, it's another one of those. And it's the captain, Ali Farasat, that goes for a duck. First ball that was sent his way was a big wide. The next one, well, no power in it. It was a good delivery, actually. Malik Zada, you say it's a full toss. It should have been absolutely walloped. But he just deceived him with the pace. It was nice, it was slow, no pace on it, and you can see it hardly came off the bat. Yeah. And a very easy catch for Prashar, who's been involved in 2 dismissals.
That's so disappointing, obviously, for the captain. But what I will say, he doesn't use up any balls, just the one. All right, and they got plenty of batting to come. And this guy, he hit one of the biggest 6s we've seen all week. This is Kalam Nandika. And he hit one that almost went into the swimming pool at the bikini end. But what can he do with the last ball of the 7th over? Malik Zada to bowl. He's happy just to work this for 1.
Oh, well, I think if this is a direct hit or even handled better by the keeper, this would have been close. Well, he likes to live dangerously. That's Marzi. Well, he is the wolf, and they live in the old forest. Well, this one, have a look at this. Yeah. I reckon he would have been gone.
Took a while to get going. Yeah, if the keeper, even if he takes that, he might have had time to get back onto something. May not have. But, yeah, Marzi just took a long time to kind of click into top gear. Let's have a look here. You see that he's just kind of, I guess it's his version of sprinting. So I think it would have been trouble, definitely with direct hit.
It takes a long time to put the bat down as well, doesn't he? He's starting to think about putting the bat down once he's actually run past the crease. Doesn't slide the bat in.
Right, here's Sai Gautam, who had a bit of an injury concern in the warm-up, but I think he has taken his place on the field. And so he's going to bowl over number 8. And this is going to be 5 wides. And yeah, see the keeper frustrated. He's made a couple of good stops early, those kind of deliveries. But unfortunately for Sufi Khan, he just can't stop this. And 5 bonus runs, really useful runs at the end of the innings coming for the Blinders.
Yeah, they don't want to be letting themselves down here. They come back into this after a couple of high overs. And you can see the wicketkeeper in frustration. Sufi Khan said, come on, you know where you need to be. Okay, he's loose now maybe.
It's a tough take because you're blinded by the batter. And now Sufi Khan has gone back and he's just pointing exactly where he wants it. He wants it left. And this one's hit, and guess who? It's Prashar. Well, you cannot keep this guy away from the ball. Well, he was giving directions where other players had to go, but he always seems to be in the right spot. And that's 5 dismissals he's had a hand in now with his 2 wickets, and now 3 catches in that position. And so Nandika, dangerous player, is removed for just the single. And the Blinders, the wickets keep clattering at 71 for 5.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. Bowl the ball in the right areas and you always have the chance of taking a wicket. He had a lot to do here, Prashar, you know. That he makes that look a lot easier than it actually was. It was struck pretty well. He has to be diving to his left. Now, a lot of players prefer to go to the right. He's diving to his left and he takes a really, really good catch. And he's letting the Blinders know all about it as well.
Yeah, well, they keep hitting it at him and he keeps catching it. Simple as that. Here's Ali Yilmaz. Things aren't going to slow down here. That's the thing. They've got a long batting lineup. They've got Ali Yilmaz now. Who haven't we seen yet? Well, Stephen Gooch is still to come. Looking at Sandeep Mahandas as well. He can whack it around. So, you know, now it's the first time I'm probably starting to get concerned about them running out of batting.
I mean, Yilmaz, he cracked the ball. These two actually were together earlier on in the season, and they put a really good partnership together. So I don't think they'd be too concerned. And we know how they bat. That's exactly what the Blinders do.
Yeah. It's one thing to say you're going to be brave despite losing wickets. Another thing to actually do it. You know, so here, I mean, imagine they lose 2 quick wickets here. 71 for 7 looks pretty ugly. But don't forget, Blinders did defend 87 on Monday morning in match number 1. But the previous time, or the previous day those two met in the ECS, the Blinders made 140 and couldn't defend it. So it shows you this is unpredictable. Bit of an appeal, but I don't think Guri is too persuaded by it.
No, jury saying no, nowhere. But yeah, just go back to match 15. Budapest Blinders beating the Vikings by 73 runs, and it was Baiji 43 of 14 and Ali Yilmaz 30 of 13 that put a good partnership together. So these two, more than capable. I think Mars Baji just needs somebody to stay there with him. He seems to be having all the luck that the other batters aren't having at the moment.
I mean, that one hit into the sun. I mean, talk about good placement. He obviously triangulated how to get the sun in Marco Hooger's eyes. Halfway through this 8th over, we've got 1/4 of the innings left exactly. And Mars wants to pull again, but they got 3 fielders guarding that boundary. They know that he loves to hit in that area, of course. And Marzi, very well known to the Royal Tigers, as a former Tiger. And I want to say a quick hello to Maiden Waters. Hello. Hope you're well.
Hello, Maiden.
She said that she's parked Mum's sports taxi for the day. I know she's got 3 teenagers, I think. So don't know how she finds the time to spend so much time with us. As pulled up the deck chair, ready for finals day. A little glass of wine emoji. Well, you've earned it, I'm sure, Maiden. No Maiden so far today. Random swing, and he's gone. Wow.
Oh, wow.
This time, sometimes the second appeal's a lucky one. This might have gone right off the toe of the bat. And Ali Yilmaz, it was kind of a nothing waft at the ball. So the Blinders lose another. Ali White gone for 1. He's asking why. And it's 73 for 6.
Well, I mean, the bowler was short, but he does like to get his appeal in. Just have a look at this.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty close to the bat. I mean, it's not one that we can pass judgment on, really. What I will say is that the bowler and the keeper were pretty spontaneous about it. And Ali Yilmaz kind of does a what happened kind of expression. But sometimes these can just have a really tiny touch that you barely even feel on the bat. And Yilmaz still saying, well, maybe I'm not even sure. But I don't think there was daylight between bat and ball. Very, very close to the edge. And I think Gartham this time, he does get the decision that he wants. So 73 for 6. And now they're sending out Sandeep Mohandas. I like this. This is an attacking move. I mean, they've got Stefan Gooch that could come in. But I think that Gucci can probably be used as insurance here. Mohandas will be more attacking. So
yeah, I agree with you.
Let's see. Last ball of the over. Wide. Bowl that one again. I know that Kawaja Shan in the chat saying Hungary's his favourite series. Well, we know that last year we just got these 4 top teams that are really, really even. And I think it's good for the competition that they are so even. And Royal Tigers still probably feel that they're kind of little neck above the rest. Mohandas will get off the mark here. He'll also retain the strike, imagine, as it will just be a single. So 8 overs down. Blinders, 75 for 6. Look, with a wriggle along, they do have the kind of batting down here to still get to 100.
Yeah.
But it's looking a long way off at the moment. I think, in particular, Baiji, who's had a bit of luck. He's 22 off 18. He'll want to have a big last 2. But it will be Sandeep Mohandas facing up in the 9th over.
Yeah, I think Baiji also, if you just have a look at those the bowlers there. I mean, Ibitesh Prashar, 2 wickets, also taking 3 catches. What a performance. And so Gutham, not a bad first over from him, 2 for 9. But look, I think also here now, Mars Baji needs to start thinking about, does he have to try and manipulate the strike? Does he need to take control here? Because he's the in batter. I know that Sandeep Mohandas can hit the ball pretty well, but I think he's got to make that decision early and say, right, okay. And then, for example, that last single we saw taken there, that takes him away from the strike.
Yeah.
Maybe he needs to turn that down and say, no, I want all of these 12 balls or as many of them as I can get.
Yeah, I mean, I can totally understand that, but it's also not like he's really been dominating either so far. Mohandas is very capable, but he's going to have a handful here because he's got the protractor steaming in. It all happens in the 9th and starting right now, and he's not able to get some bat on it. So, yeah, I mean, it's all decision-making, and hindsight to 2020. Watching that first one, you probably feel it would be good if Mars Baji's on strike. But having said that, he's struggled to get boundary. He has 3 of them in his 18 deliveries so far. So what happens then when he hits the ball to the outfield? You're probably going to take one anyway, right? So I think both batters have to do their bit. And this is going to be handy, at least. It'll edge down to 3rd man for 1. Now this is where 10 balls left in the innings, and it could be so different. Say they go run a ball from here, that's 86. But say they can just have a real kicker towards the end, maybe go 2.5 a ball, then suddenly you get over the 100. So that could be crucial.
Just the one expensive over this being ready, wasn't it? And that was the 4th over from Munnan.
He goes straight, and he goes pretty good. That's a Marzamo. Protractor just missing his length slightly. And, well, this is a nice shot because he goes straight, clears the front leg and goes bang. Handy runs, really important runs, I think, for the Blinders.
Yeah, this is huge, and this is what I'm talking about. This is why I was saying that really he's got to really try and manipulate the strike. He needs to be on strike now for as many balls as possible. He's seeing it well. That is a top shot. Shot of the day so far for me. Marzi hitting straight, big hit.
Yeah, you rarely see a protractor miss twice in a row. He either had to go fuller or he had to go shorter. He decides to go shorter and says, all right, let's go upstairs.
Yeah, well bowled, clever bowling, a bit quicker as well.
He's such a smart cricketer, Abhishek Kedapal. Have a look at this one here. And yeah, not sure if that's above the shoulder either. Back to live action.
No,
good contest.
Wasn't.
And he knocks him over. So 3rd time lucky for Kedapal. And look, I know that there's a fairly close relationship between a lot of these players. And so Kedapal softens him up with the short one. Marzi ultimately goes 6 and out, and a very useful one to get for the Royal Tigers at this stage. They've lost their established batter. He tried to go across the line of that one, and difficult when it's bail height or less. And so the 7th wicket falls, 82 for 7.
Yeah, look, you can feel a bit for Marzi there because the ball before was also short, And you said it was more or less almost sort of shoulder height. This one looks like it's going to be a similar sort of ball, but doesn't come as much. And you can see Marzi, as soon as he plays at it, says, that one stayed a little bit low for me. But it's just clever bowling.
Yeah.
And Ketsapal, after being hit for a big one, he comes back and takes 2 wickets. And now we will see Gucci coming in. Interesting which sort of role he'll play here. We know that he's more than capable. He can play some nice shots. They were early on, but I do mean early on. The first couple of games that we saw the blinders in, he wasn't quite able to get into the rhythm. But that was early on. And since then, the blinders, all of the blinders, have been a lot better. So can he produce the sort of performance to get his team close to that 100 mark?
Yeah, I don't think there's any point nudging it around here for Stefan. I think you still got to be trying to hit boundaries. Only 7 balls left, 3 wickets left. I mean, they've still got batters to come, 3 wickets to use. They've got Rahul Goyal to come. They've got Haris Miraj to come. They can hold a bat. I think here you gamble on getting a boundary or 2, maybe getting to that 90. We're already close to that 87 that they defended successfully in match number 1. Around the wicket, Ketapal, last ball of the 9th. That's absolutely right on the money. Ketapal is going to almost get a run out. And then there's almost an overthrow and another overthrow.
Going.
And
One
now
is going. They're
going
going
to take
for
it. And now what's happening?
They're going to have another
now
go.
Have another one.
Oh my word! This is a little bit of cricket tennis going on here. And it's ping pong all over the place. And in the end, that ends up being 2 runs. Well, they just lost their cool for a moment here, did the Tigers. Here we go. It should only have been 1. Ketapal has a go. The wicket keeper misses it. And this one was a shocking throw. Hits the pad of the keeper. Sufi Khan is standing off the fielder. And then he gets it again. But because he's standing off...
It's like a goalkeeper that has to make multiple saves, basically, there. Sufi Khan. So that's a weird 2 off a pretty good Yorker. So 84 for 7 off 9 means Mahandas faces up. I think you take every run possible at this stage. Gautam's going to come back, and he bowled a very, very good first over. That, from memory, I think it was 7 runs and took 2 wickets. So, 2 for 9, in fact, off his first over. So let's roll. 10th overtime. Swing away. Sandeep Mahandas on strike.
Remember, he's 2 for 9. Remember, his first ball was 5.
Yeah.
5 wide. So that tells you just how good he's been after giving that soft 5 runs away.
Got to love ECN cricket, though, don't you? Gautam. I think no matter where he bowls, I think Stefan's going to try and go large. 5 balls to come. He does, but gets tied up. Clonked on the pad. And they'll just scramble the leg by here. So 86, 4 balls to go. Similar-ish total than we saw UCB defend this morning. They end up with 99. I can't see the blinders getting all the way to 99. But, this does remind me a little bit of that first match where they defended 87, holding the Tigers to 81. The key there was removing the openers early. And that Zishan got 80 on his own in this fixture last year. Swing and a miss. Sandeep cannot really get too much going here. It's a wild swing at the ball. Not even able to change the strike. So he's kind of stepping away from the ball. Like to see maybe step across. I think they're thinking about having the keeper up here. I don't think so. I don't know. I maybe just fix up the stumps.
Just doing the bows, that would be a risky one. Because the ball, I mean, even that one, he did well to stop it, and he didn't quite carry to him.
3 to come. Edged and dropped, and this could run away to the boundary, and it will. Well, lucky one for Mahandas. And the keeper was back, and that was possible. Let's just have a look at Sufi behind. He's there, and he just kind of gets burst through for pace. Yeah, it takes a little skip left, but I still think he's in a position to kind of launch, but he doesn't really get low enough to kind of jump into that one instead. It eats him up, and a fortunate boundary at the tail end of this innings. That takes the blinders to 90.
Yeah, that is a huge boundary. And 90. 2 balls to come.
2 to come, yep. And now another edge. Now they might be thinking of 2 here, but I don't think it's on. I think they might have got it, you know.
Yeah, the throwing back to the keeper has not been good from a lot of the fielders out there. They haven't been getting the ball into gloves, and you're right, there was an opportunity to take the 2.
Having said that, I think that Stefan kind of wanted to face the last ball. I think that he's seen Mahandas. His boundary was a lucky one. I think he's going to be trying to wind up and send this one out of the park. Last ball time. Another good one. Good bowling by Gautam at the tail end of this innings. That'll be a run as he does dig it out with a little bit of bat. So the Blinders are going to end up on 92 for 7 off their 10 overs. It was a funny little innings, wasn't it? I mean, they were 51 off the first half of the innings. They end up with 41 off the second half. So just slowing things down, the Tigers. I think it was a lot to do with the injection of Ketapal into the attack. He didn't allow a boundary in his first over, just went for the 1-6 in the second, and Baiji got hold of him, but they lost 5 wickets in the second half of that innings as well. So after they were 44 for 2 after 4 overs, they end up 92 for 7.
Yeah, I thought that was good captaincy from Zishan as well, because what was really good about it was that when a lot of those runs came off that 4th over, I like the way that Zishan was very quick to change things around. He brought Katsupal on, he brought himself back, and he just slowed the flow of runs and got his team back into it. And the only man really that was threatening was Marzi. Well, this was the first wicket. Maybe a little bit unfortunate was Abbas Ghani. Got the ball drilled into him. And Prashad was saying, look, that's the way to go. Well, he didn't just have to tell one batter which way to go. He had to tell a couple, because not only did he pick up 2 wickets, but he also took 3 very good catches as well. There was just that moment, wasn't there, where we saw some nice... I mean, that was a lovely way to get off the mark for Wellington. But there was one over that went for a lot, and then all of a sudden, well, who else but Zishan took an absolute screamer of a cat. And, well, you know what he can do and what he's capable of now. He's got to show what he can do with the bat. But Will, being the captain, put added pressure on him. We'll have to wait and see. There were some big shots, and this one's another one that goes high up in the air. And that was 2 in 2, and it was starting to look dangerous, wasn't he, Aziz? And, but who's going to take him? Yep, Prashad. He gets Aziz for a quick fire 26, and then I think all eyes were on Marzi. This one should have been the end of Marzi, but well, the Blinders. Well, maybe that's one of their top moves, making sure that the fielder can't see the ball. Mark Ahuja, it wasn't a good introduction to this ECS for him. His first bit of action was be one that he doesn't want to be remembered for. And this one was a slower delivery, and it's another catch for that man there, Prashad. This one's a little bit easier than the one before, but he isn't finished yet. He takes another really good one. This could have been another opportunity for Mars Baiji. Well, I know that he was a 9 and 12 when he was dropped. This one was a terrible start from Gutham, but then he came back and he took the wicket first again. That was his first legal delivery. It was a diving to my left catch. And Prashad, what a good day that he's had out there. This one, well, the batter wasn't too sure that he got anything on this. Was Ali Yamaz, but he had to be shown which way to go. And this one is time for Marzi to getting a big shot in, but the next ball was a clever one. We'll get a part of the ball before that was a spicy short ball, which Marzi played and missed at. It was about shoulder height. The next one doesn't come up as much. But this, well, this is ECN wrapped up in a good bit of wrapping paper. Well, it should have only been 1, and they end up taking 2. And finally, the wicketkeeper, Safi, ends up just throwing himself at it and stopping the ball. And couldn't do anything about that. A little movement to his left to start off with, which allows the ball to go to the boundary. What that boundary did, it took the score to 90. And, well, with a couple of singles towards the end, 92 they finish on. It is a very important match. The winner of this match goes through to the final later on today. And that's why the pressure of getting the score on the board is going to be very key. I mean, it's not as high a score as the Blinders probably would have liked. They would have been eyeing up about 110, 120 against the Royal Tiger. But still, they've got the runs on the board. We know that they've got a very good bowling attack themselves. But they're going to need to take some wickets early. So we have a look at that scorecard. It started pretty well, really, didn't it? I mean, the top 3 batters there, apart from Ghani, so number 2 to 4, all made contributions, but unfortunately towards the end there, the captain for us out going through a golden duck, Nandika and Yilmaz, 3 batters there that you'd want some contribution of double figures from. They weren't able to provide that, so the score does stay below 100. On the bowling front, I think Prashad, look, he went for 15, 3 of those in boundaries, but he did hit back with 2 of those batters that hit him for a boundary right away. Picked up 2 wickets. Wickets also for Zishan Kukihill, 1 for 15. Also, Ketzapal, he just continued from where he started yesterday, 1 for 16 and 1 for 11 for Malik Zada. Only got that 1 over and was slight surprise. They went, but mainly because Guthan, I think, bowled really well. He took 2 for 16. The only expensive one, of course, was Manam. He bowled over number 4. It went for 18. But as I said, Zishan Kukihill, the captain, this time round in the absence of Harsh Mandian, changed things up really quickly. And, well, he seemed to have things in control. Will he have them in control when the Tigers have to go out there to bat? Will they be roaring all the way to the final? We'll wait and see. Join us back in around 10 minutes' time when we come to the conclusion of the first qualifier. 93 required by the Tigers. Hello and welcome back to the middle of the GB Oval. The umpires, Steve Anthony and umpire jury, have made their way out. It's another cracking day in Budapest. Temperatures now around about 24, 25 degrees. And, well, it's hot, hot, hot temperature-wise, and it's going to be hot out there in the middle as well. The Royal Tigers, 93 required to book their place in the final later, or are the Blinders going to be able to defend it? Remember, these two teams started off proceedings here in this FanCode European Cricket Series. They played match number 1 and 2, and well, the Budapest Blinders, they were able to defend a score of 87. They're winning that match by 6 runs against the Royal Tigers, so they can do it, and they will take confidence from that match. That certainly they would love to do it, or both of these, either one of these teams would love to do it first time round. Just means having to play one less match. Here we go. It is going to be Sandeep Mondas to start. And it's up in the air. Has he got enough of this? And he does. Seis carreras. He goes all the way. Balle. And well, look, I think we have to focus perhaps on the fielder. I think Wellingamagay, I think he's much straighter, but he's a long way in from the boundary once more as this goes over him. But he does have a lot of had a lot of ground to make up on that one, and then go again. And this time he's gone to his left, and he can't stop this either. Well, he's probably feeling life is a little bit like a yo-yo at the moment. He goes one way, then he goes another. Well, Zahir Safi was not in the team yesterday, and maybe he needed a rest. Well, rest he got, and now he has come out firing. Well, what a start this is for the Tigers. And that's not the best of deliveries, and Mars Baiji, he offers a hand to it, but he's not able to stop it. So this will be 2 wides, and the umpire, Hogan lookalike, Steve Anthony, stretches his hand. So that's literally 12 runs of just 2 legal deliveries. And it means that Mark Ahuja, who's playing his first match, didn't have the best of starts. The first bit of action he was involved in is when the ball was up in the air from Mars Baiji. Could have taken a catch, but lost it. And that was when Mars was on 12. But you heard that Vinny was saying that he's a man who's well suited to playing the longer format of the game. But he has adjusted pretty well over time to this format T10. But maybe he's the sort of, I mean, when you've got so much attacking batting around you, maybe it's worthwhile having somebody like him in there just to steady things around at one end. And there's another big hit, but Wellingamagay has taken the catch. Well, he went to his right and couldn't stop it. He went to his left and he couldn't stop it. But when it's right down the middle, he takes the catch. And Wellingamagay, he gets the hard-hitting Zahir Safi. He wanted his third boundary. It wasn't to be. And they've got one off the big wicket straight away. Just wasn't able to get enough power into it. And Wellingamagay, well, this time he did have to charge in and charge forward. Takes the catch, so the Blinders have got the first. Well, this is absolutely brilliant from them. Oh, what a good start. So wicket first up. Well, absolute cliffhanger this is going to be. And wicket off the 4th delivery. And yeah, they're making a slight change to the captain, Zishan. He's just keeping himself back for a moment. He's decided that he wants to change things slightly. He's gone with Kaiba Deldart to go out there. So, big moment. And well, the slower delivery this time round. And well attacked, no run. 13 for 1. The wicket that went was Zahir Safi. Wellingamagay Hasn't he taken some fine catches, Lagamake? And it's one of the things I've been saying about this series. This time it's just nicely played in the field and not able to pick it up cleanly, but they won't be thinking about taking any dodgy seconds. Dildar gets himself off the mark, but he'll have to take a walk back down to the other end. So you've got, I was going back to what I was talking about. There's no time to talk about things here. Yeah, going back to having Mark Ahuja out there. I think that's not a bad call when you've got so many attacking batsmen. Maybe it's something that the blinders can do with Stefan Gooch. Just have somebody up there that can bat well, back authentically, and just keep rotating the strike for the big hitters. Well, 272 matches without a golden ball. It's an ECN record. It's the longest period that we have gone without one. Are we going to see one on finals day here in Hungary, Budapest? Deldar back on strike. Mehraj coming on to bowl to him. It's nicely dug up, not fielded first time round by Ali Elmaz. But they do only take just the single. You can't take your eyes away from the action at all, can you? And Mehraj just wants to make a change in the field. Nice and full is what Stefan Gooch is saying to Mehraj. Get it nice and full, he's saying. Well, that's not nice and full, but he gets away with it. Short delivery. And Mark Huja, it's a right shot to play, but misses out on it. Once again, full and straight, full and straight. You can see what Huja's trying to do here. Trying to get this ball through backward square and square leg. Right, come to the camera now, please. And, well, this is where it goes. And he's not going to miss out on too many of them. The umpire just making sure, don't be shy, umpire jury. Put them up in the air like you don't care. That is 6 runs. And, well, it's every time the ball goes to the boundary, there is a roar, and it's a roar off the Tigers. And that's nicely put away. Nice and full, nice and full. Well, that's why it needs to be nice and full. And, well, Mark Ahuja will feel a lot better about things having hit that one to the boundary. This time it's outside the off, decides no run there. Still could be fuller, but he gets it outside the off. Miraj just losing his run up there, so stops himself, goes back. Not to see that from bowler. If you don't feel right, don't continue. Better line outside the off, nicely dealt with by Ahuja. Yeah, I wonder what your thoughts are on that on the chat. Just having, even in this format, I know that you don't want to use up too many balls, but just have somebody like a more authentic, recognised batter in there amongst all the hard hitters. It just means that when wickets do fall, that you've still got somebody there who can just steady the ship a bit, rotate the strike, and keep the other batters calm. He's hit hard in the air, and it's too much, too high, too spicy. Wasabi, that's what. Well, this goes all the way. 6 more, bang. And I said it was hot, 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 and it's going to be hot and spicy, especially between these two teams. Stefan Gooch, he's leaping up in the air. He's almost like he's launched himself with a pair of rocket launchers, but the power from the bat is more. There's 6 more, big hit there from Kaiba. And well, it's all happening out there. 28 for 1. Start of the third, and new bowler starts to get himself ready as the man who returns to the icebox gets himself ready for an exciting finish. Vinny Sandhu, welcome back.
Yeah, really interesting start to this one, isn't it? They got Safi after we went 6 and 4, and now 2 6s in the last over.
Just getting over Gooch. Here's Mahunda. Starts with a slower ball to Zishan Kukagel. Going to today, Zishan was the leading run scorer and the leading wicket taker in the tournament, so it kind of tells you how important he is. And just think the fact that they have decided to bat him in the middle order, very interesting for me. Gone for a bit more sensible option, if you want to call it that, with a Hooja out there, who's now out there with Kai Badelda. So obviously they're keeping Zishan in the tank a little bit. Maybe didn't want to expose both of those similar kind of out-and-out hitters early on. And now they're using Delta in the power play as well. So interesting tactics. Hunter's pitches up. And I just think the blinders think for the most part they're better off pitching up because they're more likely to induce an error. They've got this long on, long off strategy, so they've got their boundary riders straight. They don't want to get short because they feel that that'll be easy picking, especially on a pitch like this. And fair few Tigers they've got to get through if they're going to defend this score of 92. This has worked away off the stumps. Just a one.
Yeah, he gets a bit lucky there to stand Ahuja. It was not a bad delivery.
But what do you think about Zishan not opening, considering he's opened every single other game in his league run score in the tournament?
Yeah, that was a surprise for me. Maybe he's just thinking that with it not being such a huge score, that he can just change things up a little bit, man. It comes back to something you were saying.
Well,
where do you go with Ahuja? This is
an
an opportunity. Will the fielder get to this, or will it just keep on going? Well, it keeps on going. It's going to be, 4 runs. Here's a signal. Goes up in the air, and this one, well, I wasn't going to say it's going to the boundary because I thought one was before, and it was the match before when Cookie Hell took a great catch. But this one just keeps going, and then you see there, just dropping for the rope. Good effort there from the fielder, but, he needed to have it on his backhand, maybe not the forehand. It's 4 runs.
It's a power play you want, really, when you're chasing something in the 90s and already up to 35. Last ball of it coming up. Delta will be swinging away. He does, and he gets this one pretty good as well. And I think that might have gone for 6. No, I think it could just be 4 in the end, pitching just inside, but still cuatro, Carreras Mas, and a very good power play. The Tigers, they're not afraid to go for it early on. No signs of being too conservative, and why would you with the batting lineup they've got? Yeah, good call from the umpires, and also the fielders nearby. So the end of 3 overs, the score is 39 for 1.
Yeah, a lot of noise being made there at the moment, understandably, from the Tigers. They're looking to roar into the final, but look, the blinders, they're not just going to sit back and let them have it all their own way. They know, break the partnership, get a wicket, and you start all over again. We've seen plenty of twists and plenty of turns in this series already, and I'm pretty sure there could be 1 or 2 still in this match.
14, 14, 11. There's your 3 power play overs. Just 1 wicket of Safi, though he's a big wicket, but they got plenty of batting. They're so experienced in this form of the game. And let's not forget how well they played in the European Cricket League in Group B. They actually topped the table after the first few days of action. Ended up going down to Brigade, despite putting 124 on the board, I think, something like that. As we go back to Abaskani now in the 4th. First one's a dot ball. That's a handy one. Yeah, I mean, I suppose there's multiple ways the Tigers could have gone about this. But yeah, I just think, okay, if you do want to separate Safi and Zishan, I still would have probably opened with Zishan because he's been there the whole time. Safi's the one coming back into the side. Could be a little bit of an unusual situation with him coming in the middle order. And this one's just clipped away off the pads. Ali White will do the fielding down there. The blinders, they put a lot of emphasis on their fielding already. Pretty good bit of work by Welly Gummergate down at Long On to remove Zahir Safi. And that could be really, really important, especially if they're going to have to find a way back into this game.
Yeah, need something to happen up there, and they need it to happen quickly. I mean, I know they can spread the field a bit now. This will be just down the ground, be fielded again by that man, Willie Gummergate, who attacks the ball well, doesn't want to give the 2.
Yeah, just need to stem the flow of boundaries at the moment. It's hard to see how they can do that easily. Going to be trying. Full, straight, driven. Long chase out there. But it is stopped.
Oh, well. It's going to be, this is going to be worth looking at again. Does he get back in time? Well, he was left stranded, Mark Ahuja. He thought there was 2 here. He's a tall man, and maybe that's what's helped him here because he had to reach here. Keep an eye on this. Is he just back or not? Just. Well, that's, I said he's a tall man. He needed to be able to reach almost a wicket for nothing there. And Mark Ahuja, he would have been absolutely gutted with himself. And, well, it looks like we're okay.
Yeah. And that was a scary moment, I think, for Mark Ahuja. His only kind of contribution to this tournament before this inning started was getting under a high ball and almost losing his sense of sight because he looking straight into the sun, had to pull out. Anyway, he's a very experienced player. National team representative. He's a leader. And he's hoping to take the responsibility here, take his team to victory. This is hit straight back at him, and he almost loses his head. Slight fumble from Welligamagay, but it'll still just be a single.
Yeah, look, if there's anybody out there that's a manufacturer of a nice pair of sunnies, maybe you could think about becoming a sponsor for the European Cricket Network, because I know there's a lot of players, including Mark Ahuja, that wouldn't mind a pair of nice sunnies, especially when you're fielding that side of the ground.
This one is just clunking off the pad of Mark, who will retain the strike. And so it's the end of the 4th over. The score is 44 for 1. And once again, it's always great to have your company, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside me. Here's Rico Full. Well, you've got the golden kind of shirt on today and the golden vest. We're at the GB Oval. I mean, you saw, what are we up to now? 272?
Yeah.
Oh, longest streak ever. Could this be the game? At the moment, doesn't seem like it. Raw Tigers seem like they've got this under control, but man, anything can happen here.
Yeah.
And look, I just think the blinders need a breakthrough. Just hard to see where it's going to come from at the moment. These guys are batting pretty confidently. A slight mix-up there between the wickets. Maybe could have caused a run-out.
Yeah, look, anything like that goes your way. Talking about the blinders, of course, here. They'll take it, and they'll put the pressure on the new batter.
Ali Almaz is going to bowl over number 5. Red dot ball. But, you know, this is the thing about having a long batting lineup, and both these teams do, to be fair, is that, you know, the cost of a wicket isn't so great. So it gives these guys the confidence, even going after this total of something in the 90s. They can approach it like they're trying to score 130, 140.
Yeah.
And, you know, they've got the skills to be able to score that quickly. This is well bowled, though. Full and straight. I think it always starts with the bowlers, though. That's what my coaches used to say to me. Say to the bowlers, look, you are the only one that is essentially controlling the game. You are deciding where the ball is put. And all the things like the fielding and all the things, the shots the batters play, their decision-making, it's all kind of contingent on the bowlers getting it right. That was a good ball by Yilmaz.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the other thing I'm thinking about here, Vinny, and come back to that after this delivery from Yilmaz.
Yeah, another full straight delivery, turns into a low full toss. Needs to be handled, and it is. Another good clean pickup.
I'm just thinking that at the moment from the blinders, it's been very much the same if you seam, and I know there's been slight variations of it, but you need a breakthrough, you need one quickly. You're into the 5th over here, and you got something like Rahul Goyal in the side. Do you try him early while you still got some runs to play with?
Yeah, potentially. Again, changing the pace has its own risks. Ahuja on a ball 13 so far. See, the blinders were 47 at this stage. Tigers 46. Wild swing this time from Mark Ahuja. Put out of character, that one.
Well, it's a dot ball. Dot balls are gold dust, and the blinders certainly could do with a few dot balls. Yeah, the last couple of deliveries, and it's been swings and misses. There's been singles. The boundaries have sort of stopped for the moment, and that's important. That's what the blinders need to do. That's how they get themselves back in this match.
Yeah, Ali Almaz held his nerve so far. Doesn't want to undo the good work. This time just gets a little bit straight, and this is going to go. And that's a really clever bit of batting. Ends up getting it behind square. Get himself in a bit of a muddle there, Mark Ahuja, but he gets himself out of it because of his quick hands. And this one crashes into the banner. 4 more runs to the Tigers.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If you watch this, you think he's overdone it because he goes the wrong way. He actually goes down the leg side. And I thought he was going to get into a position when the ball ends up hitting him and they get maybe a leg by. But, yeah, quick hands. He really gets on top of that. That's actually a very good shot.
Hindsight's 20/20, but if Yilmaz gets that full and wide, I don't think Ahuja's reaching it. A bit like this. But you know what? He gets a little feather, and now the luck seems to be running with the Royal Tigers. And, well, he needed the extender pole there, didn't he? But he did get something on it, did Mark. And, well, that's the way it goes. It's the 50 up for the Royal Tigers as well. At the moment, they're flying in this chase.
Yeah, but he does manage to get something. You're right. I was thinking the same thing. If he's making that movement, you've got to try and get the ball going right across him. outside the off. But somehow, well, we said already he needed a long extension to keep himself out there when he could have been run out. Well, it was that long extension that he used there to get himself going. All batters so far have made double figures, but Kaiba Delda, what a performance he's putting in here.
Plenty of batting to come as well. Just have a look. Abdul Rahman, Kukikel, Kedapal, Prashar, all of them. Sufi Khan even. Very long batting lineup. 54 for no loss at the halfway mark. Just leaves them 39 to get in the second half. They need a good over. They need a good over now. And Abbas Ghani, he's the only one that's really kept things quiet so far. He only conceded 4 and a leg by in his last over. And this is in the air. It's into the gap as well. It's going to be another boundary. So these two, the partnership building. And so the score moves up to 58. They came together at 13 for 1. So they've already put on 45. At the moment, the Tigers chock full of confidence and a lot of noise coming from their dugout.
Yeah, a lot of noise. And this one, well, it was uppish, but it gets past the infielder and then Gucci couldn't get to it. So that's forced a field change now.
Deep cover goes back. This next one is hit really well as well. Delda has come out and he's absolutely smoking him at the moment. He's just throwing the bat through everything. And Abbas, he was the only bowler so far to escape any kind of punishment. And even he's copping it now. Back-to-back boundaries to start the 6th.
You beauty. What a shot this is. Such clever batting. Now look, the shot before, he gets the 4. It gets wide of Stefan Gooch on the boundary, so they make a change. Stefan Gooch becomes straighter, and they get another man in there in the extra cover position, but that leaves point open.
Yeah.
And what does Carbadella do? He rocks back, manipulates the field, gets on top of this and crashes it for 4 more.
Can't give Delda length when he's in this mood, so he doesn't. It's a low full toss. And probably one way he gets into trouble sometimes, Delda, is kind of just slogging across balls that are full and straight and getting bowled. So that's probably the kind of ball I'd be looking to deliver at the moment to him. And it's quite easy from here. Just want to say a quick hello to Ivan, who's watching from Norwich in the UK. Hope you're well. Had a shrub on. He's predicting a Royal Tigers UCB final. Interesting. Can't get out the blinders just yet. But I also want to say, according to Ahmed Biplob, who thinks I look like Hungary dress up, I also look a bit like an elf, as was mentioned a few times as well. It's not Christmas just yet. But Tusna had a really good question. What's our favourite cricket ground apart from first-class playing nations? It's a really interesting one. Probably I'm going to step outside of Europe because I'm a bit biased, obviously. There's a really nice ground in Nepal. I know where they hold the Everest Premier League that really packs them in. So there's a random question, random answer for you. This should just be one. So Ahuja doing his job as well, making sure he keeps the score ticking. Yeah, Tusnai's had a couple of good questions. Where are you watching from, Tusnai? Let us know. And anyone else who'd like to jump into the chat, any questions you've got or comments, we love them. So keep the conversation coming. And just a reminder that will be a short break after this game as we don't quite know the fixtures yet for qualifier number 2. Well, this is banged, and you can forget this one. This is out of the ground. Maximo Delda, he is feasting on anything that bounces at the moment, and Abbas being put to the sword as well in the 6th. A 6 to finish the over, 16 come off it. That turns out to be the most expensive over so far. And Royal Tigers, 1 foot in the final already. 6 overs down, it's 70 for 1.
Yeah, Kaiba Delta is turning on the style, isn't he, against the blinders. And it's one thing I was saying about the Royal Tigers. They have got so many good players in there that they seem to be taking it in turns. Who's going to be performing? I mean, Zishan, you mentioned Zishan not out there. And Zishan, that's the captain, just deciding, you know what? I'm going to be an unselfish captain. I'm going to put myself down the order, give somebody else a chance. I think that is a really good positive mood as well. I mean, it's a bit of a risk but it's worth taking because if it all goes pear-shaped here, they know they get another opportunity. So if you're going to try something, you try it in this match. You don't try it in an elimination match. And it's worked for him a treat.
Yeah, it sure has. There's so many ways you could slice and dice this Royal Tigers lineup. And
yeah,
situational as well. Now they are going to go out.
This was my fear, that you go for spin when maybe there's not enough runs to play with 23 required now. I would have gone for him a lot earlier. I would have gone for him in the 4th over.
Yeah. Anyway, you can't really blame them for going to Ghani, who got a good 4th over, but then they got after Ghani the second time. Partnership taking the game away and taking it away pretty quickly. Goyal with his off spin to bowl over number 7. Just worked away. for 1. So pretty much down below run a ball now. They don't have to do too much. Do you think they could get these so easily without the leading run scorer in the series even coming to the crease? It shows you a lot about this Royal Tigers lineup. And someone like Marco Hujo's come in without any cricket this week. He's looked pretty comfortable while he's been there. Delta, though, he carves this one away. Just a single. Got to say, thanks to Tusnai, answered my question about where he's watching from. He's watching from Bangkok in Thailand. Have you been there? He asked me. And I said, yes, I have. Not for too long. Actually got some family just across the Thai border. And so I've been there once or twice, but not for too long. I'd like to spend some more time there. And this one's in the air, but it's going to fall safely. And it will just be a single. So even the false shots finding gaps at the moment for the Royal Tigers.
Yeah, so far not been too expensive. It's a wicket, a breakthrough they need. Who knows? Get the breakthrough, anything can happen. It comes down at him, hits this pretty well. Goes once more to the fielder. It's been a good over, this from Goyal, and this was exactly what I thought the change of pace would do. The batters are still trying to attack, because that's the way the Tigers will play. But you just get the feeling that Marzi there, behind the stumps, might just come into play. Now it's Mark Ahuja. Strike. He goes down the ground, and Stefan Gooch, he takes the catch. Well, that is the one that they needed. And maybe it's come too late. You will never know. There's still 20 runs required for victory. And they get Mark Ahuja for 24 of 21 deliveries. And, well, I was calling for it, wasn't I, Vinny? I thought he needed to be on a bit earlier just to change things a little bit, take the pace off the ball, and he gets the wicket.
Yeah, and so nice catch by Stefan Gooch. He's been really good in that position. And so it will be Zishan Kukigel to come to the crease, but pretty good hand from Marco Huja, wasn't it? He just engineered the chase, the experienced campaigner that he is, 24 off 21. He just went downtown, but couldn't quite get it over. Stefan Gooch, and so wow, spin with the wicket. And Zishan, we'll see what kind of a mood he's in. He's got one ball to face in this 7th over. Don't think I've ever seen him batting in the middle order, actually. Seen him play a lot of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. Bit of a fan favourite.
Yeah, interesting. I don't know what you think of this. If I was Zishan, knowing that I'm in pretty good form and knowing that I've got a man that just played his first games yesterday and looked a bit scratchy, I would have gone for Abhishek Kadapal to go out there just to get a bit more practice in.
Yeah, you don't want to invite trouble, though.
Yeah, but still, he's a very competent, good batter.
Oh, yeah. No,
it's not that you're taking a chance.
I thought you were wondering what he would do here. And knowing Zishan, he wants to whack this for 6. None of this last ball of the over, new batter stuff. Here he is to go out.
Let's have a look.
Well, he gets a gift, and so he will whack it for 6. Maximo! That's not the ball that Goyle wanted to deliver first up, so the pressure built, but the pressure is released. That one is a blast. Backward is square. Royal Tigers, they're going to finish the 7th over, 80 for 2. And now just 13 runs required as we see where we are as far as finals day at the moment. And one of these teams will be through to the final after this game. It does look like the Tigers, a bit like last year. Looks like they're going to win qualifier 1. Well, that'll set up the exact same qualifier 2 as last year. It'll be UCB versus the Blinders. The Blinders were able to get over the line last year in that game and meet the Royal Tigers again in the final. Plenty still to come today on ECN. The next game will be a little bit of an extended delay. It starts in about an hour and a half from right now. So next game starting 11:30 GMT, which is 1:30 PM in Central Europe and 5 PM in India. Join us for more action here in finals day of this FanCode European Cricket Series, Hungary. All right, last roll of the dice time, and it is Mirage to bowl.
Well, it goes up in the air, doesn't really get any power behind it. Willingham as ever, comes in to field it and get the single. So, Dildar keeps up his good work, but now it's Zishan. He got a gift, didn't he? First ball from Goyal, which let himself down a little bit because it should have just been maybe just 4 runs from his first over. Well, this is an opportunity. It's been hit pretty hard right back at Mirage. He's not able to take it. Well, at least he's still smiling, but he would have been overjoyed if he'd taken this. What a big catch that would have been. It was there, wasn't it?
It's catchable. It is. I mean, not an easy one, but I think you catch that more often than not. So now it gets a bit funky and it's going to get 4 this way. So time for the party tricks, and Zishan looking to finish things in a hurry. He's come out and he's manipulated that. I mean, it's a pretty good ball just inside the tram line, but ends up at fine leg for another boundary.
A very clever shot, bearing in mind that you've got Ali Yamaz, who is there anyway. But he still is able to mastermind this. Fine of him. Well, maybe he thinks, okay, I'll give him a chance. I got away with it. I might as well take another chance. It's a lovely shot, and shout to Zishan around the ground after that bit of sexy cricket. And this time it gets past him on the outside, and the umpire, jury out there, just not wanting to know. Quick shake of the head. Yeah, he is a bit of a star, isn't he? And I remember him in the ECL as well, Vinny, and he played some superb knocks. Certainly opened the eyes of a lot of people about European cricket, the way he played. And he start up in the air. Well, where's he going to end up? I think the fielder's right under it, and he has to take the catch. He doesn't, and that is a let off. That's Sandeep Mohandas. And when things are not going your way, this is what happens. And the blinders had the opportunity. Maybe it's probably not going to make too much of a difference in the match. But look, wickets do create pressure. So even though there was only like 8 runs required, take that one. A new batter comes in.
Yeah, now he's not going to get dropped again. This is Delta this time, who pins his ears back and whacks this away. Maximo. And well, I think that one ties the scores at the end of the over.
Can he get another one?
2.
Another Maximo. Well, he's not going to. That's the end of the over. Wonder what they'll do here. Another Maximo, I was going to say, takes Delta to a well-earned and splendid 50. Yeah. Doesn't he deserve it?
Well, he's not getting there.
But I don't think Zishan.
There'd have to be a run out. Zishan would have to run himself out, and Delta would have to hit a 6. I don't think they're too worried about that at all right now. Score's tied at 92. And so, the Royal Tigers sending a very clear message here to the blinders. We were able to defend 87 on Monday morning. Different story here on a Saturday. Coyle's going to come back, and Zishan, I think he wants to finish it.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a bit of a funky shot coming here.
Any score wins it now?
Oh, no, he's not going to, sure.
Well, I mean, if he was really crazy, he could play out a maiden and then...
That's what I'm thinking. Surely he's not going to.
Well... No way. Enough's enough. And he says this one's got to go, and it does. Maximo! Zishan puts the exclamation point on a comprehensive victory, and it is going to be the Royal Tigers that chase this down with 10 balls to spare. They're going to finish 98 off 8.2, defeating the Budapest Blinders 92. And it wasn't a particularly close game between these two. Could be in a different story, maybe on another day, maybe at another time, and maybe they will meet each other again in the final. The Royal Tigers now have booked their place in the decider later on today. Budapest Blinders are going to have to do it the hard way, a bit like they did last year. They're going to face UCB, who've had a bit of a break as well. They'll be ready to go. And Qualifier 2 starts in around about an hour and a half's time from now. Toss news will come pretty shortly, but yeah, I've got to say, a really good innings from Kaiba Delda. And he's a guy that I always enjoy watching batting, especially when he has his shot selection right and he has his timing right. And both of those, I think, were excellent in that knock. He finishes 44 not out, and a little bit of a cameo from Zishan at the end helped the Tigers home in the 9th over. Yeah,
I mean, it was a beautiful knock, and he's going to get a lot of hugs and congratulations, because he really has batted so well. And we saw that there was a wicket fairly early, wasn't there? Zahir Zafi, even though he scored 10 or 3 deliveries, he went. And it was going to be interesting to see just how Deldar then batted when he went out there. But I think him and Mark Ahuja, and don't forget Mark Ahuja playing his very first match, he certainly made his contribution as well. And a very fine 24 from him of 21 deliveries. Good partnership there. But then, just to finish things off, the captain, we were wondering if we were going to see Zishan. Well, we did. He comes out and he does what he does best. He plays some really stunning shots. He gets to a quick fire at 17. And, well, he helps to win the match for the Royal Tigers. So the team that are looking to do a hat-trick of victories in the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Budapest is the Royal Tigers. In 2020, they were the champions. In 2021, and they booked their place in the final in 2022 as well.
Yeah, they have. So UCB, who won the first game of the day, they'll take on the Budapest Blinders in qualifier 2. That next match, like I said, the first ball is exactly 90 minutes away. And the toss will be coming pretty shortly. So join us for that. Still a lot of entertainment to come from Hungary on this finals day, day 6 of action. Let's go back to some of the highlights. Well, Safi wasn't in the mood to stick around. He was the opener that they decided to use, along with Marco Huja. This one did get over for a 6, and then you just thought it could be big trouble. Safi gets going. He ended up going in the first over, though, and Welligamagate, pretty good catch by him. You know, he's had some interesting moments down there. He spiked that one. The blinders were fired up at that stage, but they wouldn't have too much to be excited about for the rest of this innings, Rico.
No, not too much at all. Big Stan Huja. Marco Huja comes in, the brother of Stan Huja, who unfortunately the normal captain is injured for this one. He played a nice role. Well, he wanted a better highlight than the one that we would remember or were remembering before the start of his knock. He bats really well, but a really good partnership between him and Dildar here. I think they both batted really well, batted sensibly, played some really nice shots as well. There was power and there was timing and there was execution as well. This was close.
Yeah.
Just managed to get himself in. That one could have been interesting if he had gone there, but look, some of these shots, that one was an absolute beauty.
I mean, Ahuja's a really good batter technically. He's got such a good eye. He gets a bit lucky there, but even sometimes when he got himself in a bit of trouble with his footwork, he found his way out of it. But for me, the key thing was batting Delta at number 3, and they would have been tempted to probably put Zishan in after losing Safi. But I think they decided to kind of put Delta in the power play, and he worked so well. He just kept batting, and you know what I liked about this, he didn't hit across too many balls. He mostly went straight. That was a bit of a consolation wicket late on, as Ahuja fell for 24 of 21. Rahul Goyal getting the wicket with his spin, but then the follow-up delivery wasn't very good at all. But you have to say, even by the time Goyal came into the attack in the 7th, this game was already slipping away from the blinders. It was time for a few party tricks. Zishan put together a 17 not out of his own at the end with 2 big 6s and a 4. And yeah, this just kind of sums it up for the blinders. I suppose for Mohandas, the only thing I'd say is at least he dropped it in this game when the game was pretty much already gone. He won't be wanting to drop another one when the game's in the balance, potentially against UCB or if they make it through to the final later on today. And this is the one that finished it off. He blocked one, Zishan, in the 9th. I couldn't see him blocking too many more. He sent that one over Welligamagate to end it. And with 10 balls to spare, it is Royal Tigers that chase down this target. Simply not enough runs on the board from the blinders. We talked about the fact that it was a very high-scoring finals date last year. I think you need to be scoring big runs to bat a team like the Tigers out of the game, and the blinders just simply couldn't get the 3 digits on the board. Let's have a look at the scorecard. 4 batters used, all of them reaching double figures, although Safi didn't last too long. He was out in the first over for 10, for 6 and out. And then Marco Huja, he just played his role pretty well, I think, to make sure they didn't get into any sort of wicket trouble at the other end. I mean, Delta came and absolutely whacked him, 44 off 19 with 3 Maximos and 4 4s. Zishan at the end, an uncustomary position at number 4, but he's looked pretty comfortable there as well, 17 not out. He hit 3 of his balls to the boundary or over. As far as the bowling went, well, there were some okay performances, but nothing better than okay. In fact, none of them ultimately finished with an economy of less than 10. I mean, Abascani, the only over to not be in double digits. He bowled the 4th and went for 5. But, I mean, the blinders, it wasn't their best performance, but they have to quickly turn things around because they're going to have to hit a red-hot UCB lineup in about 90 minutes, and that will be their last chance to stay alive in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Just have a look at that match summary there. So I think you nailed it. Basically, against a team like the Royal Tigers, you're batting first. You've got to get that score to that sort of 120 sort of mark. And even then, well, if you look at that performance from the Royal Tigers, I mean, they knocked those runs off the 93 they needed quite emphatically with 8 balls to go. So they've shown you already what a strong team they are, what a talented side they are. Their captain for the day here, Zishan Kukihill, he's a man who's right up there. He's one of the top performers, and I think another top performance from him in the final, and really it's going to be very difficult to take that MVP award away from him.
Couldn't agree more, Rico. So we'll take a bit of a break. We'll be back in about an hour and 20 minutes. Make sure you set your watches or set your alarms. Do whatever you have to do. But you don't want to join us for that 3rd match of the day because it's an elimination match out essentially now in qualifier number 2. The Tigers will meet either the Blinders or UCB in the final of this year's ECS Hungary. Join us for more action when we return. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Back soon with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Hungary, and we're halfway through finals day. It has been pretty action-packed so far, as we would expect, and now we are into the business end of the day, really. We're into match number 23, and it's qualifier number 2, and it's UCB. They won the eliminator earlier this morning. They're taking on the Budapest Blinders, who were the loser of qualifier number 1. They won't want to be losers again, because whichever team loses this match, they're out of the tournament. The winner, they'll go on to meet Royal Tigers in the final later on today. So lots on this. I think both teams probably want to win this toss. Let's see what happens. Charles Croucher is with 2 captains.
Your call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a tail.
A little bat first.
So it is UCB, United Chillard Budapest. They've won the toss once again. Second toss they've won today, and it's a good toss to win. I think both teams wanted to bat. UCB will get the chance to bat first in this do or die matchup. And they were able to put 99 on the board. They were able to defend against the Cobras earlier on. The Budapest Blinders, well, they did bat first in their last match, but they didn't really put enough runs on the board. Similar kind of score in the 90s, but the Tigers blew them away in the chase. That was actually the first time the Tigers have chased successfully in this series. But look, I do think there is something to batting first in a final series, putting some pressure on the team that bats second. The Blinders, we know that they're really exciting. They bat all the way down, but the fact they're having to chase a target will certainly be on their mind. Now, these two teams did meet in this exact game last year, and on that occasion, the Blinders won their way through to the final against the Royal Tigers. Will it be the same this time? Well, we'll have to find out, and maybe this will be the game that the Golden Ball streak comes to an end. Certainly could be a close contest. Let's go over to Rico Full as we head into qualifier number 2 with the news from the toss that UCB have won the toss. They're going to bat first. Over to you. Let's get some more cricket on the road.
Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers. And I hope you enjoyed your break, whatever you got up to. Maybe you had a spot of luck. Well, lunch, I should say. Today is International Picnic Day, and I can tell you that around the ground here, we were all dished up a lovely lunch. So we had our picnic. It's the time to take yourself away from the pace of life. And the pace out here, there in the middle, has been pretty electric, it has to be said. We've seen 2 great matches here already. We saw that United Chillard Budapest, they beat the Cobras, which was probably a bit of a surprise in the eliminator. So they earned the right to be here. And the Budapest Blinders, well, they lost out to last year's champions, the Royal Tigers, in the first qualifier, which puts them in this position up against the United Chillard Budapest side. So 2 teams from Budapest. Well, they are playing off here to see which one of them will go into the final against Royal Tigers. Everything to play for. And welcome back, and hello to everybody on the chat as we have a look at the fantasy dashboard. So United Chillard Budapest. Chillard, by the way, means family. So United family of Budapest. Have 2 key men really it comes down to with the bat. Vinod Vivendran, he's been pretty solid so far. Can he continue in the good form that he's in? Somebody who has to come good again is Dara Peretti, and maybe somebody like either Jack Morale or the captain. I think the captain is another one that has to step up. And Neil Patanaik, and he's listed there as a bowler really, but I think we haven't seen him really do much bowling, but batting is where he has to do well. And maybe the man who was the sensation in the first match, more so behind the stumps than opening, though he is opening again, it's Kukikal. That can be the man of the moment. Remember him behind the stumps. He was involved in 2 superb dismissals against the Cobras, but the main one was that catch he took against the captain, Rasik. Once he got him out, really, they had that game in the bag. The Blinders, I think they know, as you heard from Vinny Sandu, didn't put enough runs on the board against the Royal Tigers. So setting the Tigers 93, Tigers knocked them off easily with well, plenty of time to go as well. So they'll be trying to restrict United Chillard Budapest, I think, to around about 100, and they'll believe that they can knock those off. With the ball, it's going to be Sandip Hondas to start, and it will be the man in form at the moment, Vinod Ravindran, who scored earlier today 62 of 30 deliveries to get these team to 99. That was enough to beat Cobra by 23 runs. Here we go. Qualifier 2, first ball, and it's not a bad one. Gets it right up there to Vinod, who rocked back and guided it out to sort of the backward point area. Gets himself off the mark. So yes, International Picnic Day. So we certainly had a lovely picnic, and once again, thank you very much to the Federation here, and in particular to the Vice President, Stan Ahuja, who organised a lovely picnic lunch for us. Thank you, guys. And, well, we certainly got our energy going into the last 2 games of this series. And I hope you had a spot of lunch as well. Let us know what you had. Did you have anybody have any aloo paranthas? Well, that'd be a good start to your weekend, wouldn't it? Aloo paranthas to start, and there's no looking back. So what was it? Maybe a bit of Indians, aloo samosas could be, or even some meat samosas. Honey bhajis maybe. This one's hit pretty well, and one man who doesn't want to be hanging around and has to keep going right from the start. And that's a nice shot from Gukiel. The left-hander, just a little bit too short. Plenty of movement there from the bowler, Mohandas. But up to the task is the batter. So a big roar from the family. Shalad, United Shalad Budapest. They get their first boundary, and Gukiel delivers. Goes for another. There's an appeal. Swing and a miss. And it's a good time also to say a very good afternoon to our match officials. That one, well, he's appealing here for, I'm not sure for LBW. Maybe he thought it was a touch on that, but the keeper doesn't take the catch anyway. Shubnavjot Singh. And James Lloyd out there. He'll take the single here. Gukiel gets the run. He certainly didn't look like he was going to hit anything in the first match that he opened in. He swung it through at 2 balls before he got a top edge that was caught quite easily. But this time around, he's up and running. Maybe that's all he needed. Ravindran back on strike. Down the leg side, this will be a wide. Well, it's taken something, that's why it's not a wide. Let's have a look at this again. Obviously just catching a little bit of pad or something on the way through. Certainly don't see it there myself, but obviously worth a little touch on the pad. We've seen some scintillating cricket on a very hot and sticky day in Budapest. And this one comes in a long way. He's hit pretty well. Well, he's nowhere. He's out here, I think. I think you'll probably find he's not quite made it back. He gets stuck halfway down the track. He wants it. He's decided. He's not looking at the batter. Then he's trying to get back here. And, well, I think he's going to be short here. He's got a long way to come as the bowler. Wait for it. Yeah, gone. That is out. So Gukiel will have to make his way back. There he is, the umpire. Puts the finger up so they get the breakthrough. Well, he was in a hurry. He wanted to get to the other end. Gukiel. Now he has to make his way back. A disappointment early on after hitting a boundary. But, yeah, the key here is something that Vinny Sandhu says a lot. And he's always saying that the batters have to be looking at each other. Look at Gukiel here. He's looking at the ball, has no idea what's happening in front of him. And by the time he realises the throw's already coming, the bowler has a lot to do here. And in the end, does enough to knock him over. So, well done to Mohandas. Breakthrough for the blinders. And right on cue once more. Somebody that any batter, when they see the man looking like a frog today coming into the ice cube, coming in, they know that it's danger because it normally gets a wicket. What are you doing to everybody here?
Well, nice way to talk about the national colours of the nation that's hosting us at the moment, Hungary. Proudly wearing the green and red. Anyway, here we go. It's Mehraj that will start a new over. And this is a Gundy ball down the leg side. I think Mars gets a finger on it. And he's probably going to save 2 runs for his team. That would have been 5 wides. Instead, it'll be 3 to start the second over. And, yeah, left-hander. We know we can kind of throw the bowling plans a little bit. This one was miles away from where it needed to be.
Oh, Mars Baji. Well, doesn't he do well here? Well, I was saying, what did you have for your lunch? Let us know. I said aloo paranthas, maybe something Indian. Maybe he had a bhaji. Well, bhaji, behind the stumps, he hasn't eaten too many bhajis because he makes a really good stop, but nothing stopping this one. It's not a good delivery. He's down the leg side, and well, that's not a good ball, is it, from Haris Mehraj? And one man you don't want to feed is Dara Peretti, because if you bowl him a couple of bad balls and get him flowing and get him back into the sort of form he's been showing, you're going to be in a bit of trouble because, well, both these batters have been absolutely awesome for the team. Vinoff Ravindran before the start of this match, 201 to him. And Ashworth, Dara Peretti, he's on 179. And, well, they're looking to really put them up more on it. When he tries to change his angle of the bowl up, but he still can't get it right. It's another wide.
Yeah, this is spelling trouble at the moment. Mirage just cannot get it right. Dara Peretti is a guy that's due for some runs, that's for sure. They'll be wanting to really put on a big score here. These are the two key batters, and they're at the crease pretty early for UCB. And once again, Mirage just cannot find the handle at the moment. And, you know, UCB, good toss to win, I think. I mean, runs on the board. I think changing their week. They snapped a losing streak of 4 matches, beating the Cobras, who they'd lost to twice, but they lost chasing to the Cobras twice. They were able to defend 99 this morning. Blinders, okay, didn't make enough runs. We still got bat first, you got to bat first. Well, they didn't. And now Mirage has to straighten up. Another one, Rico, and he's absolutely lost the plot here in the second over.
I'm liking this. I was just about to say after the last one, somebody just needs to go up to him and just sort of, you know, give him a nice calming chat. Just say, hey, buddy, how was your lunch? What did you do? Right, okay, let's focus back on this game. You know what you can do.
Hardest thing to do.
You know what you're good at. Just get the ball right up there. Come on.
Hardest thing to do is right now to kind of forget all that and start again. That's what he has to do mentally.
Yeah.
But it's very, very hard to put those wides out of your mind. Oh, this one probably would have been a wide as well, but instead it's worked away. So when it's not a wide, it's getting hit, and it's getting hit to the boundary. So Dara Peretti gets his second boundary off the over. He's had a few wides in between, and the gift's coming thick and fast at the moment for UCB.
Yeah, nice authentic shot. It's on the legs this time, a little bit closer to him, so he feels the need to play it just in case, and he plays it beautifully. Just that little touch, and you can see once more the cut this outfielders has. Just makes the ball go through it just a little bit quicker. So already, because of the issues that Maharaj is having with his line, fielders had to change. And they've got somebody back there now protecting on the fine leg boundary. Oh dear, oh no. And it's another wide. It's a horrible thing when you see a bowler getting the jips, and you can see Maharaj. He's just trying to say he doesn't really want anybody coming to him. You see here, he just puts his hand out saying, no, stay away from me, stay away. But look, he needs to go about, and that's nice. He's got a smile on his face. So whatever it is that's being said to him by Abbas Ghani is being done in the right way. He's not really trying to scold him. He's just trying to say, hey, buddy, come on.
I'm not a professional poker player, but I feel like behind that smile, it's hiding a fair bit of insecurity at the moment from Mirage, who bowls another wide down leg side. Oh, this is almost world record pace at the moment, isn't it? We just had 2 legal balls in this over. They've both gone to the boundary. And in between, I'm just counting. I've got 5 individual wides he's bowled. One of them went for a couple extra. I'm going to have to go for a recount, though.
I think it may be more than 5.
You think so?
Yeah, I thought it was 6, but anyway, let's see.
Oh. Happy. I'm so happy for him. This one's more on target, Rico.
Yeah, the only problem is here now, after getting his radar right to the left-hander, almost, he now has to get it back the other side to the right-hander.
Well, you're right. He's bowled. Well, I don't think that'll be a problem. So you just pretend he's bowled to a left-hander. Look, yeah, you're right. 6 individual wides. One of them went for an extra 2. So he's had 6 wide deliveries, 8 runs in wides this over. The time's a factor as well. Don't forget that.
Good shout, yeah. Hits this into the ground. Good pick up and throw. Well, I say good pick up. I'll take back the throw. It goes over Marzi. Marzi's he's not exactly that short, but he's not that tall either. He's not going to stop that. But fortunately, there is somebody who's backing up there. And that was tidied up there by Cullum Nandika.
Longest over we've ever had is 15 balls. I would have said at the beginning that he might have been in with that. But hopefully he can straighten up now to Dara Peretti.
Well bowled. Well done. And, gets this one right. And the Dara Peretti is not surprised by the ball outside his off stump.
Well, here's the thing with Mirage. This is the quandary you're in. He does seem to have straightened it up now. Do you give him a second over straight away, you know, in the 4th, or is he a write-off now at this stage and maybe bring back later when there's no more left-handers or possibly not at all if you've got other options? Tough one.
Edge, and it flies away to the boundary. 4 runs, and sometimes You need a little bit of luck. Hay veces que necesita poquito de suerte y eso es mucha suerte. Esas 4 carreras. And well, that boundary there takes the score to 29. With 1 wicket down, and that is the wicket of Cricket Hill. Just have a look at how the teams finished
Look
there.
at that, UCB, 33 wins out of their 8 games, and the only time they beat a team that wasn't called the Vikings was when they were able to knock over the Blinders in a pretty entertaining game on Tuesday. That was, I'll get you the exact match number of that, but it was in match number 6, and they chased down a target of 84. They did it with 2 balls to spare. That was thanks to Amit Paraha. They made pretty hard work of that, to be honest. As we start new over, Mohandas coming back in. So yeah, just watching that, we've had 11 minutes to bowl the first 2 overs. Essentially it was 3 overs because there were six extra deliveries in that last over.
So Mohandas is coming to bowl the second, so they're bowling him out straight away. They want him to get a good one in here for him. Takes his time. Moving the run, waits. Good bit of swing, nice in swing, but it's played nicely as well. He sort of knows by now, doesn't he, what the bowler's trying to do. We saw he did get a couple of beauties the other day. Just having a look at the top batters, I think.
Ravindran's gone past 200 runs now, Rico. And Dara Peretti, the 2 at the crease right now, have been very, very resourceful with the bat. And there's Daylight next, and Patanayak is their next highest run scorer. So you can see how important these 2 are.
Wide ball.
Yeah, and as far as the Blinders, I mean, they've got more of an even kind of batting unit, but it's been Baji and Welly Gumagate that have been their top 2 run scorers. Bowling-wise, though, Dara Peretti, again, featuring heavily. His left-arm spin will be important. Yali Alma's now the leading wicket taker for the Blinders.
It's nicely played. Just punched away and made a big difference, hasn't it, Dara Peretti? Starting with a couple of boundaries. He's sort of been fed. It's almost like the Blinders were guilty of sort of feeding him back into form. I mean, he's still got a long way to go to put a good score on the board. This is a full toss. It's hit away. Hasn't quite timed it out in the middle of the bat, but the chase is still on. And, well, I think we may need to have a look at this again. I'm not 100% sure. Can't see that far, and I've got the sun issues here. But I think it could end up being a really good stop. He doesn't give it up, does he? Look, it's almost away from him here. And keep an eye on that. I think he's done really well. What a great bit of cricket that is. Well done to Omar Zahid there. Doesn't give it up. Keeps on chasing. Keeps on going after it. He never thought he was going to get there, but he does. Certainly saves 2 runs for his team. Pretty full again this time. Nice delivery. Not trying to get any pace on the ball. Behind that, just taking the pace off now. Already waits. They are gifted, aren't they, the UCB side, to have those left-handers. Cricket hasn't really made any main contribution, but this man certainly has. And not too many teams have got a left-hander in there. And if these 2 can build on this partnership, maybe stay together for another 18 balls or so, and keep going at the rate that they're going, it's going to be very, very difficult to break this partnership up. Yep. I do like the right and left partnership, you know that.
Well, navigating pretty well out of the power play. 37 for 1 after 3 overs. But that second over, that's the one that hurt. When you look at Mohandas, he only went for 14 in his 2 overs. Maraj's over went magical, 23 off his over, including a hatful of wides. So they're not going to bring him back here in the 4th. Instead, they're going to go to Abbas Ghani. And he's the one that shut the gate on the Tigers. He was the only one that really kept them quiet for an over when he bowled the 4th over in the previous match. And, well, he's going to have big responsibility here, bowling to these 2 and trying to break this partnership. UCB, they've always looked capable, haven't they? But they kind of saved their best for last, potentially. At the moment in a really good position, but that's nothing a wicket or 2 could change.
Well, takes his time, and he comes. He wants to have a good start, doesn't he? Nicely played, gets it past the batter, and they will be fielded there by Gooch. Just taking the single. Yeah, the other thing is they don't have the option of Rahul with his spin either. Rahul Koyal is not in the side, so maybe that just makes this attack a little bit too predictable from the Blinders.
Yeah, true.
Good delivery. And has an appeal. It was a very good ball, but I don't think there's any bad on this at all. Nicely taken by Mars. And you can see that Mars Baji not really entertaining the appeal. He sort of just goes with it once he knows that the bowler is up and about. But I think he knows that there's no bad on that at all. Short, hammered, gone. And that is 6. And you can't be bowling short to a man who is in the sort of form of Ravindran. This is a lovely shot. Gets into position early. Waits for it. Rocks back and sends it. 6 runs.
Yeah, massive shot. Just a little bit short from Ghani. And it gets the treatment. Vinod, he's a big game player. And this is a game that doesn't get much bigger.
Oh, Gandhi ball out of here. Balle. Kinna sona. Shaka. Look
Yeah, it's waist high and called straight away as well. So it's a no ball +6 plus a free hit. Not a good delivery from Ghani. Needs to find the pitch and find it quick. That also brings up the 50 for UCB. Man, this is spelling trouble at the moment for the Blinders.
Oh, well, that was a blast. It wasn't a good ball. Free hit now. So, well, as if he needed to. He's got the license to go the full Monty here. Hits it hard, and it's up in the air. Gucci will get under it. Takes a catch. He knows it won't be out. And, well, gets the throw in straight away.
Yeah, smart. Keeps it simple. He's thinking about having to jump and bat it back in, but then he realises it's coming down. He doesn't have to do anything too fancy. Just make sure he gets that frame behind it. It wasn't going to get past him to the boundary or over.
Hasn't he taken some catches, Gucci? He's just another one of so many players.
For a big man, he's got such beautiful soft hands, doesn't he?
And, well, they have got a man out there now, thankfully. Otherwise, this could have been another boundary there on the leg side to Dapper already. Haven't bowled well to him. If you look at the number of balls that he's faced, a lot of them have been down the leg side.
Yeah.
I think he's only had one real, or genuinely just one delivery outside the off stump that he's had to play at Dapper already. Well, what a start. Good comeback, good delivery. This is more like it. This is where you need to be. He draws Ravindran into the shot, and he's sort of off balance here when he's trying to play this. Look, he's reaching for it.
Good shape though, isn't it, from the bowler? So, end of another over, 53 for 1 off 4, and welcoming you, no matter where you're watching from around the world, to the GB Oval right here in Budapest, Hungary. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Again, well, a little Christmas ornament here. I'm the elf. We've got the Christmas ornament here. It's Rico Fall, but we're expecting some close contests. You know, anyone can beat anyone, really, on finals day here in Hungary. 4 pretty evenly matched teams. Obviously, the Royal Tigers impressed us earlier with the way they took apart the Blinders, but the Blinders, they've got to come back quickly at the moment. They've got a real challenge, especially to break this partnership, I think.
Yeah, the partner is good. I mean, 50 plus on the board already. The other thing here is now, you know, when you're out there, I mean, we're feeling the heat here. When you're out there, when things are not going your way, you're definitely feeling the heat. And it is getting hot out there in the middle. The Blinders, they need some things to go their way. Can this man deliver? First delivery, and it's down the leg side, and there's nothing on this. So it's another wide. So Dara Peretti, the left-hander, causing all sorts of problems here for the bowlers. And now it's Ali Yilmaz who is finding it hard to get his radar right.
Yeah, for sure. No matter what's happened, I think the left-hander's just causing the right-hand bowlers to straight from that round the wicket angle.
It's better, good delivery, and respected by Dara Peretti. He's saying, okay, I'll give you that one. Well, I hope you all at home have enjoyed this series as much as we have been here. We've certainly seen some fantastic cricket. Width up in the air, and he gets it over the fielder. Now they're going to chase after it and can't stop it. 4 more runs. Well, he gets a little bit lucky. Omar Zahid was the man who had to try and stretch and get to this. He was given the width. He swung hard, and, well, it's probably over him quite significantly in the end. It's 4 more runs, and Dara Peretti Sometimes we say that he's a little bit too cautious, and as a result of that, he ends up getting himself out. Well, maybe he's had a word spoken to him about somebody, because at the moment he seems to be on fire and he seems to be playing his shots. Oh, well, this one wasn't a good shot.
He's just found a way to get himself out, Peretti, over the last few days, hasn't he? Yeah. Early on, he just looked a class above. And he probably is. I just think in this form of the game, it's hard to find that line between aggressive and too crazy. He's so important to their batting.
Yeah, there he goes the wrong way. I think he would have been better off going outside the off and playing it on the leg side. I'm talking about leg side. This is down the leg side, and it's going to be another wide. And they have got a man who's right down on fine leg now, because so many deliveries. And that's almost like a waste, you see. Not too many teams have deployed a fine leg on the boundary, but because so many runs have been leaked there to Dara Peretti, they're sort of being forced into it. This has the captain, Ali Fasarat. They take the single. This is clever batting. It doesn't all have to be boundaries. I think a mixture of the singles, taking the extras, making the most out of the extra balls that they've been getting as well. That's what's got them to this good start at the moment. 60 on the board.
These blinders do have a lot of options with the ball as well. Just whoever it is, they got to execute. At the moment, they've been a bit off. It was a toss. I think that both teams wanted to win and bat at the moment. ECB batting and batting well. 129 pace at the moment.
Well, the wicket to the right-hander. So just happy to stroke this out. In comes the throw. It's dealt with. Good backing up there as well.
I mean, having said that, they can get a wicket or two here. They can really get stuck in, I think, to this middle order, especially if they can get someone like Parahar before he does too much damage. So, I mean, yeah, don't call the game 5 overs in. I'm experienced enough not to do that.
This is a thunderous shot. That is 4 runs. That, my friend, is the shot of the day. And a man who's been struggling to find his form, well, Dara Peretti, he's played this beautiful shot outside through covers towards extra cover. That is top class, top draw. 4 runs. That's the end of the over. It is 65 for 1 at the halfway point.
Absolutely beautiful batting from Dara Peretti. That was poetry in motion, wasn't it? And he moves to 24 or 14. Well, so's Ravindran. The two players, I think, hold the key to their innings at the moment. They've built a pretty solid foundation. Just have a look at the 11 wides and a no ball, though. Wasteful. And that's also potentially going to cause problems with their over rate, especially when you think that there's no Goyal in the side. So they don't have that spin option. So just keeping an eye on the clock. They do have to bowl 4 overs in the next 17 minutes or so. Okay, so it's not a disaster, but they certainly won't want to be dawdling here. Let's see if Omar Zahid can turn this game around. He's a man that's come into the side this game for the blinders.
And he's doing a bit of the early shuffle before he comes on the bolt. Here he goes. And, well, it hasn't done him much good. It's another wide. It's yet another extra that goes onto that total. And Vinny, like you said, they shouldn't have any trouble, but if they keep bowling these wide deliveries and have to bowl them again, they may just do.
Yeah, well, Shrub on, saying good chance of penalty runs. Well, let's not call it just yet. Still 4 overs, but that's not helping. Another wide to start the 6th.
That's better. Just takes the pace off and concentrates on getting the ball in the right area. Has a little flick back to Mars Baji there. Unfortunately enough, Mars was alert and expecting it. Otherwise, that could have been embarrassing.
I'll say hello to Shrug as well. Always great to see you, Shrug. I think it would be bizarre if UCB, woeful all week, make the final. They're looking with a good chance now. I wouldn't say they've been woeful. I would have said they, I'm trying to think of a word that's not quite as bad as woeful, but they haven't played to their potential. That's probably what I'm trying to say. You think about how well Dara Peretti and stuff played early in the tournament. They're going to take on a 2 here, and they're going to have to hustle, but they'll get there. Early on, they looked the goods. And don't forget, they beat the blinders earlier in the week. It seems a long time ago, though. That was on Tuesday.
A nice shot there of James Lloyd. And, well, hello to Mum, James would want me to say. To his mum, that is. She's watching from England in Middlesbrough. Hello to James Lloyd's mum. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for enjoying the action and saying some very nice things about me and you, Vinny.
Yes. I want to say a quick hello as well Nice to have you joining us. And I know you must be very proud of James. He's a good boy.
He is a very good boy.
He is a good boy. And I got to say, he's one of my favourite people that I always get to see when we come here.
I know what you want to put out there.
I'm not going to put up the thing. At least not yet. Here's Overseed. He goes a full toss. And where's this gone? Probably just the one. Will be. I've got to say.
Oh, look, they're not looking. They're asleep here. They are asleep. Now, look, this throw. Now, Vinoth is watching this all the way through. Why he's decided not to take the throw? Well, because if he was looking, Marzi was off trying to track it down straight away.
From that angle, though, you probably can't tell how wide it is because he's looking straight down the line. But, yeah, Mars had to really hustle to stop that, getting past him. I'll say James drove us around last year. He's got to know him a fair bit. And it's great to see him out there in the middle.
Oh, well, this one, the shot was on, but I don't think he gets himself in the right position. I mean, look, just doesn't get too much foot move. Takes that foot, I think, the wrong way. I think he just goes across a little. He's helping it along the way. Vinny, out of interest, I know you've got all the gadgets. What's the temperature right now? Because
right now, I've got it at 27, but it feels 37. Here's the next one.
And this time he just gets a little paddle into this.
Maybe not 37, but there's no real wind to speak of, is there? And, you know, this ground is pretty exposed to the elements, I suppose. Plenty of sun around. Just ask Mark Ahuja if he's watching, because he came into the Royal Tiger side and he had his issues trying to find a ball in the sun earlier. Right now, 12 and over pace. They're 72 for 1 after 6. So he's over actually wasn't the worst. Started a bit shaky, but only 7 come off that over. Maybe that's the start of a bit of a resurgence for the Blinders, but really they need wickets and they need them quickly.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're in a good position here. I mean, they can afford for one of the... This is a point where the two batters have a little chat. And not that they're not doing well at the moment, but one of them has to say, right, okay, I commit, I go big, you stick around, and then you take over if I should go. They've got to have a bit of a plan here to try and get this score to that sort of 110, 120 mark. This one's up in the air, and it falls in between the two, and it's still travelling. It's still going. The batters have to keep on running. They keep running. Well, this could have turned out really nasty because the field, I mean, Marzi knows it's not easy stop, but the two fielders going for it, and then the slide comes in when he could have taken a man out here.
Yeah.
But this was a red card challenge. Have a look at this.
I actually think it's smart that he goes to ground. I mean, Marzi's a bit wrong-footed, similar to one that Kogi Hill got before. But I think he sees that the fielder's coming. So who's that? That's Zahid there. He actually goes to ground so that the other guy can go over the top of him. So I think he kind senses the potential collision and doesn't want to crash body on body, a bit like Abbas Ghani and Welly Gumagay did earlier in this series. That was nasty.
Hit hard, but doesn't get the timing onto it. It's a slower ball, slow full toss really. And this partnership's worth 68 here. And well, Ravindranath, 13 deliveries of 25, so he's going well. 31 of 20 for Darap already. But it's a flurry of boundaries here now that can really change the momentum of this. Wickets or quick runs. And it's going to be quick runs maybe. It's another Gandhi ball. It's short, it's nasty. And it's going in the way of Diana Oroz, who's down there poised to take this shot. There we go. Click, click, click. Smile, please. Well, the batter's smiling. The bowler is not. And I don't think the captain is either. Ali Faras out of the Budapest Blinders. It's another poor delivery from one of his key men. They're not helping themselves here.
Yeah, agree. It's fine margins, but yeah, it is too short, especially to a player like Ravindran. He's turning it on at the moment. He's 30. He's racing Darryl Peretti, who's 31. Ali Yilmaz trying to break things up.
Oh, and this is another one. This might go all the way. Balle. Manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, a bit too much length again. Not quite as short, but straight into the wheelhouse of Ravindran, who is climbing and now takes the lead in the race. The friendly race with Ash Jarapareddy. This score spiralling. I will tell you that the score from last year's fixture in qualifier 2 after this ball from Yilmaz.
Play down the ground and nice off drive.
So last year, these two met in this exact game. So we had the same results as this morning, actually. We had UCB beating Cobras first up in the 3 versus 4. We had the Tigers beating the Blinders. So these two met right here Last year in 2021, it was the Blinders that batted first, but made 141. UCB, batting second, only made 132. I say only, but it shows you, we're used to high-scoring finals right now, so the Blinders just have to hang in there. Last ball of Ali Yilmaz's spell.
It just does too much, doesn't it? And if this had stayed straight or just not swung in as much, it would have hit the stumps in the end. It goes through. But I suppose at the moment, both these batters, they're feeling, well, look, we can afford to do this. We've got the runs on the board. We've got batting to come in. We've got guys that can come in that can give the ball a big tonk. I mean, maybe someone like Jack Moran will be padded up there as well. And the captain also, Anil Patnaik, can hit the ball pretty big. It's all looking pretty rosy at the moment for the United Shalad Budapest. We have a look. Now, it's going to be a sad day for us in a way because after the finals, we're going to say goodbye to this beautiful place. But we do go to another beautiful place, Vienna.
We do. You're looking forward to going to Vienna tomorrow. But we've got a bit more time in Hungary tonight and tomorrow morning as well. 86 for 1 here after 7. Yeah, but after Austria, we go to Italy for 5 weeks. Then we have 4 weeks in Germany, a couple in Dresden in the east, couple in Krefeld, just outside Düsseldorf in the west. And yeah, we're gearing up for a long, hot summer. Now, here's Omar Zahid coming back, and once again, this one's got a bit of length on it. It's high in the air, and I think this one, that might have gone all the way as well. And they might want to check this, but no, I think it's been called Maximo. And once again, Ravindran, he gets something that's angled at him, and he just helps it on its way. This was super high. But again, had what it took to get over the boundary. 6 more, and this UCB batting partnership now is a runaway freight train.
Well, we made a slow start to this series, didn't we? We wanted to see the best of him. It didn't happen immediately, but he just got better and better as the series has gone on. And he's been putting some superb performances together. Just earlier today, remember, it was all about his batting 62 off 30. That got them to 99. Enough to win. And now he just, he gets a wide here. I think he gets a bit lucky with this one, Vinny.
Yeah, I feel like it's wide.
You think it's a wide?
Yeah, I think it grabs a bit of the line. You be the judge here. Yeah, I mean, remember, if any of that ball hits the blue and it passes the popping crease, it's going to be called. Yeah, they just got to try and hold this back if they can.
Swinging wildly. But I like that from Dara Peretti. He just goes up to him and said, hey, don't change what you're doing.
Yeah, they've had a bit of luck here as well, to be honest, these two bats. And Dara Peretti could have been bowled a couple of times when balls that went between his body and the stumps. But, yeah, up and away at the moment. They've still got someone like Amit Paraha to come in next, I think.
Again, you see, I think Dara Peretti has tried to calm him down a little bit. And Vinod, sensing that it's coming to the end of the innings, he wants to play a few big shots. But he hasn't done anything wrong the way he's been batting. I think he's just got to keep doing what he's doing. And you may find that he ends up missing a straight one here.
I feel that, I'll wait for this ball. He wants to go this shot because it's been the one that's been working for him. But one of the reasons it's been working for him is because that's where they've been bowling. When he's tried to go fetch it from outside off stump, hasn't been as effective. And the thing is with Ravindran last year, where he was most dangerous was actually in that straight to cover region, lofting over cover. But he seems to have kind of lost his touch with that shot. So now he's kind of probably overdoing that leg side attack, but he's getting away with it. He's moved to 44 now. Dara Peretti will hope to put a couple out of the park here at the end of the 8th over. So he's been pretty decent, though, for the most part.
Well, it's now Dara Peretti's turn to miss out at one. So this is actually ending up being a pretty decent over. The first ball went for 6 runs, but the way he's come back here has been pretty impressive. Let's see if he can finish well. And I still think, Vinny, keep this to under 120. Oh, well, this one, he allows it to go, and it will be called a wide. That's a sensible decision. He thinks about playing at it and then ducks under it. And, it was down the leg side, and it's been correctly called.
Yeah. Let me look at this one. Yeah, you're right. It's kind of over the body, but it's outside the head, and that's why it'll be called.
Yeah, 120, I think, as long as it doesn't go over 120, the blinders, I think, will still be very positive about this. It's being dragged out towards the onside. They will take one, and that will be the end of the over. So it's I don't think it's been as bad as what it was looking when that first ball was bowled. So there's still 12 deliveries to go. The score has moved on to 96. So look, I mean, you've got to be looking for a minimum of 20 here from the last two. Okay, but I reckon that you got to sort of back yourself and say, look, with wickets that you've got in hand and some of those big hitters, really, you've got to try and get to 30. You've got to try and get close to that 120.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And that won't be safe, especially if the blinders can do something similar. But that's what makes today so interesting. And now, Mirage, remember, he had all sorts of trouble bowling at these two back in the second. Now he comes back in the second last, 9th overtime. Seatbelts on, everyone. All going to happen in the 9th here, I think.
And goes towards Gucci. They don't look like they want to try and take 2. Now the other thing is he needs to get this over, done and dusted pretty quickly. How are we on time? You got any sort of idea?
Yeah, I think.
How's it looking?
They got about 4 minutes to bowl these 5 balls, so I think they should be okay. They've done well to bring it back. Mirage was a bit of an offender early, but yeah, I think they will get away with it here. Well, I don't want to speak too soon, though.
They don't want to be doing this. They haven't got the time to be wasting time and moving the field around too much. Here's that delivery. It's a powerful shot. It's been well stopped, though. Gucci was covering it anyway, so this is a bit of a mini fight back here since that over from Zahid. Only 10 came off it, including 1 big 6. And the way the things have been going, that was a good over. Now we've just had 2 singles of the first 4 balls here.
Brought it back well, haven't they? 13 over pace. Now they've gone back to 11.7.
This is hit pretty well. There's a fielder out there. Oh, no,
yeah.
oh, no. And that's what they couldn't afford to do. They have brought it back well, but this one is hit pretty hard towards Ahmad Zahid. And though he did good work when he was bowling, this one, he's not able to stop. You see the way he's got his knee pointing towards the ball. He's got to be side on there. Got to have something bigger, something stronger, backing up his hands. He didn't. It goes through. 4 runs, brings up the 100. 102 for 1. Short, hammered. And this is to take some stopping. Gucci does really well. Great stop. The batters think about 2. Decide against it. Well, what a fantastic bit of work there from Stefan Gooch.
Yeah.
But he's been absolutely outstanding in the outfield.
Well.
Takes the catches, makes a great stop.
Yeah, make sure that he doesn't touch the rope at any point. So that's why this is definitely a clean stop. See here, even here, he just elevates the feet, so in case they are over the line, he's not going to be touching. But anyway, no one's going to be stopping this. This is elevated over cover. It's going to bring up the 100 partnership, Rico. And what a shot this is. Ravindran goes to his 50. And what an innings it has been. He's batted so well today. 25 balls. He brings up his half century with 5 big maximals, including that one and 2 boundaries.
Well, Ravindran, you're not worthy. They're saying you're not worthy because he's been absolutely breathtaking. He's been on song. He gets another half century. He's got over 100 runs here today. And congratulations to both batters. That's the first 100 partnership of the series. He goes again. It's gone. Ball! Ginna Sona, Ginna Bada Shaka, 6 more.
Bang, crash, wallop, all happening in the 9th. Mirage, his nightmare continues here in qualifier number 2. His first over went for 23 earlier. That one goes for 19. So he ends up going for 42 off his 2. And so just when they were pegging things back, we hadn't had a boundary, I think, for 7 balls until the boundary earlier in that over. It finishes 4-1-6-6. Ravindran's out of the box. Dara Peretti will face up for over number 10. And look, I guess the positive for the blinders is they've made their time, but well, at a pretty big cost. 115 for 1. Still, this game's alive. Budapest blinders already know they're going to have to bat very, very well. They've decided to bring on Callum Nandika for the last over.
Nandika, well, can he do something fantastic here to try and keep the runs down? Well, this one is a swing and a miss, and it's the, well, very unusual dot ball, but it's a massive, massive dot ball. Well, there's not been too many of these. He's trying to hit this one so hard. And Marzi gets the glove off straight away. Have a look at this. He's pretty quick to get that glove off. And this one has been launched into. It's going. Shaka.
Yeah, so just the length. Dara Peretti's tried this a few times. Hasn't hit it too often. This time he does. So it's even clicking for him. And, yeah,
120 plus 121, and Dara Peretti will maybe a few more big hits, and he's going to get, well, one more big hit, and he'll get to his 50. Sensational stuff, this. UCB are on fire, especially these two batters. Goes for it. Is up in the air. Where's this one going to end up? It's going to end up over the line. And it's 6 more. Well batted indeed. Both बताइयां एस्ट्रिड दरा परेडी नु अजीज पहला भी किया सी ना ये बैटर बहुत अच्छा बैटर थोड़ा फॉर्म इना अच्छा नहीं सीगा पर जदों काउंट कर रहा ना जदों मैच चाहिए ओदो फॉर्म आ गया. Yes, it does. When it matters, the big boys come together and they produce something marvellous. Both batters have made 50 and they're still going. This one's down the ground. It gets stopped. One-handed pickup from Welly Gummagate and gets the throw in. Sensational stuff. That partnership now goes past the 120 mark.
Yeah, twin 50s for these twin superstars of UCB. What a toss to win. And all the times they were chasing, they could have just batted first. All those tosses and a couple to come. And they're looking to lift it over 130. Ravindran's been in great form, and now this is going to be more runs. I don't know how many. I don't think it's going to quite get to the boundary, but he'll hustle back for a couple. So does that get them to the 130? And, well, they made 132 last year against the Blinders in this very game, and it wasn't enough on that occasion because the Blinders had scored 141. But shoes on the other foot because runs on the board. This is going to be an epic chase for the Blinders if they're going to chase this down. It'd have to be the biggest chase of the week so far. Last ball. Oh, not yet. Gives me a chance to breathe, though. I mean, just as it seemed they were getting things back under control around the 6-7 over mark, it just has exploded, hasn't it? We had 10 off the 8th, 19 off the 9th. And so far, we've had 15th off the last, plus this from Nandika.
Short, hit hard, fielder is there, but only sees it fly over his head. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a kookaburra. It's 6 more. Shaba, shaba, boom. Shaka Lagya. And they're going to finish on 136. And the Blinders, well, they had no answer to the batting of Vinod Ravindran, who once again has been in sensational form. And it's another 60 from him. He's on 65 of 28 deliveries. Athrish Darapareddy, he comes good when he had to. He had to be ready for this. He was ready. The score is on the board in this qualifier. And Vinny, 136 for 1. That is going to take some doing.
Yeah, it's a lot of runs, isn't it? And I was just checking back at this exact fixture last year, looking at the scorecard. Ravindran, he went first ball in that one. That was coming off a 60 in the morning. But, yeah, he has been able to put 2 innings together. UCB, this is where their run to the trophy stopped last year. But at the moment, they're in a really good position to go through to the final against the Royal Tigers. But I'm not going to count my chickens yet because, I mean, the Blinders are an excitement machine with the bat as well. Well, this turned out to be a blessing in disguise, isn't it? Coker was just short after he overcommitted at the non-strikers end, but that just brought Darren Peretti to the crease. Yeah, Mirage just lost the handle, and kind of all that momentum was lost in that over. There were a bunch of wides in it, ended up going magical, and from there, I have to say, UCB never really looked back.
No, they certainly didn't, but look, you know, yeah, I think you said it at the time, Vinny, there was a little bit of luck involved as well. This was great work. I mean, the Blinders, they threw everything at it, didn't they? But their bowlers, they just let them down a little bit, didn't they? They let the team down. They just bowled a bad line. That was a no ball full toss. That was dispatched away. There were too many extras. We'll have a look at that when the scorecard comes up. And this one, well, this was a no ball catch. But it's just one of those. It was hot in the middle, maybe hot, sticky and spicy, because sometimes you just come up against 2 batters that really turn on the style. And when they do, well, if you're not going to take them, if you're not going to bowl well at them, they're going to tear you apart, and that's exactly what they did here.
Yeah, and it's what they threatened to do all week, really, but they haven't been able to do it together. And now that they have, well, stronger together, United Chalard, the family, they are in, like I said, a very good position, but they've still got to execute their skills, and they still have to deal with some big hitters for the Blinders. I mean, there are a few of these balls just kind of angled in at the slot. Darren Peretti, a lot of the time, didn't play this shot really well. That was a bit of a gift out there where it should have been stopped. Instead, it went to the boundary, and then plenty of balls were flying out of the ground in the last couple of overs as these two really cut loose. Mirage, he had to deal with some more pain at the bowling crease. 19 came off his over in the 9th, and then they weren't finished in the 10th. It went magical in the end. 21 to finish off elevating the total to 136 for one, and that was the one that finished it. Another one pounded out of the ground. The Blinders almost going to have to put together the perfect chase if they're going to stay in this tournament, Rico.
Yeah, look, but one thing I will say, if there's any team that can, the Blinders, they're one of them, but they're going to need the perfect start. And the other thing is, it all depends just how well disciplined the UCB bowlers are. If they bowl a really good line, which we've seen them do, not worry about getting the pace on the ball, just getting the right line and then bowling full. We didn't see too many full deliveries. It was too short. It was too wayward. Look at those extras, 15 extras, 14 wides, and one no ball in there as well. It was a little bit ill-disciplined from the Blinders, and they know that. They'll be the first to put their hands up. But look, this is all about the way they rebuild. They've got to come together and say, right, we weren't at our best in the field, but we can be better, and we've got to be at our best with the bat. Well done to Vinod Ravindran. Congratulations to him. He was on song today, wasn't he? He was on fire. 65 of 28 to go with the score that he made earlier today with 62 of 30. But he was supported by a man that we knew had the ability. Hasn't been at his best the last few knocks that he's had done up already, but he was this time 51 of 30, supported him brilliantly. And if we have a look at the bowling figures there, the only wicket that fell was a run out. There was no bowler that was able to get a wicket, and some of those figures were hurtful. Harris Mirage went for 42, and well, that one over really did hurt them when he just couldn't get the ball in the right areas.
Yeah, couldn't hit a barn door in that second over. That was no good. He's a good player, but I mean, it's a tough task, let's just say. Bowling the two batters that turned out to be in full flight. I'm going to say Mohandas, he was all right early on. And Umar Zahid, I think, is the other one to mention. I thought he did a pretty good job, but everybody else in double digits and sometimes quite badly. So we're going to take a few minutes off. When we return, it'll be the Budapest Blinders playing for their tournament lives. It's 137 or bust for them, so join us when we return for the second half of this exciting day, the second half of this exciting qualifier number 2. The other side of this break, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Back shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Idvuirar, welcome back to the middle here at the GB Oval. What a match we have in store for you here, or conclusion of a match. It's qualifying number 2. Winner goes into the final. It's as simple as that with the Royal Tigers weight. And United Chalad Budapest. Chalad means family. Well, they reunited as a family. Came out there together, stronger together. And they put 136 on the board, 1 wicket down. The Blinders needing 137. They have to be stronger together as well. It's a big ask, but we do know that here in Hungary, especially on finals day, amazing things happen. Vinny Sanders told you about what's happened here last time round. And in similar situations, the Blinders were dominant enough to win. And can they do the same? It was the same contest before. Ooh, well, they need a good start, and well, this is a perfect start for them. It's going to be a no ball, and well, one batter's overcommitted himself. Well, it's pressuring times, and Ghulam Abbas, I think this one has just slipped out of his hand. Well, what an opportunity. Bonus run on the board straight away, and the next ball is a free hit, the license to go the full Monty for Abbas Ghani. Pressure on the bowler, Abbas. Still going to be a wide. Oh, well, there's something in the air today. It's another bowler who's struggling. Well, the battle of the two Abbases here. Abbas Ghani, the batter, hasn't faced a legal delivery yet. Ghulam Abbas hasn't bowled one yet. And no ball and a wide. Well, just got to concentrate here in just bowling good line and length, really. UCB. And that's better. He gets one through. It's a dot ball. Every time there's a dot ball, UCB supporters are going to be cheering. Every time there's a boundary, there's going to be a roar from the Blinders. Thank you for joining us wherever you are around the world. We told you it was going to be an absolute humdinger of a finals day. And that's what we've had so far. Which way will this go? Who will be playing the Royal Tigers in the final? It's another wide, and this time maybe they could have taken another one here. Need to be backing up and calling that, doesn't he? The non-striker Ahmad Aziz. So 3 extras. I'm giving some back here now, I suppose. Ghulam Abbas finding himself under a bit of pressure. It's another one, and Abbas, he's not liking this call. Let's have a look. There's a lot of swing here. And let's see where this ends up. And yeah, that for me has to be called. Sorry, Abbas, I'm with the umpire. I think Shubnavjot Singh is spot on. And well, he's got to get it close. You can see the plan not to put it up there, not to allow him to play that shot. And there's a shot, and fingertips. It goes over, and it's going to be 4 runs. Wow, well, well. What a moment this is. How important was this? And Sridhar Kup not able to take it. It's fingertips. How you can see he's just maybe half a metre or so in from the 30-yard circle. I don't think that made a difference. I think that ball was on the up. And, well, he's being replaced by a man who normally is in that position, I have to say. Well, Vinath Ravindran maybe just wanted a bit of a rest. First boundary on the board. And, oh, well, how unfortunate is this? Well, first the batter gets a little bit of luck as the ball just goes over the fingers of Sridhar Kurup. And then the next one, he manages somehow to chop onto his stumps. Have a look at this. It's swinging away. He gets a bit of bat onto it. I think he smashes this onto his foot. And then the ball rolls onto the stumps. And, oh dear. And sometimes when things are not going your way, these are the sort of things that happen. So Abbas Ghani does play a boundary, gets 1-4. And then has the depart of his 4th delivery. It's a breakthrough on the bowler, Ghulam Abbas. And that sends out there. Who's this? I think it's Nandika. I think Vinny Sandhu. He'll tell you himself when he comes back into the commentary box in a moment that he'll like this decision to go with Nandika. Yeah, he thinks that Nandika's hit the biggest six that we've seen. I think he's right as well. The ball almost ended up in the swimming pool. So there's still 3 balls coming the over because of the wides. 8 for 1. Nicely played, guarded away. In comes the throw to the bowler's end. And could have afforded to leave it. There was backing up. Get another single. Can they keep their cool here? United Chalad Budapest. Or will history repeat itself? And the Blinders make a cracking run chase and book their place in the final once more, which will be a repeat of last year's final. Abbas. Short. Beats the bat. Dot ball. Gold dust. Yeah, gets this one to go the other way. That's well bowled. We've seen him getting the ball coming in, and then this one hits the deck and goes, sort of cuts away. Can he finish well? And he can. There's another dot, so he does finish well. It's 9 for 1 at the end of the first. One thing I will say, if you think that's below par, that United Chalad Budapest was 6 for 1. Well, and a man who will talk about this is joining me now, Vinny Sandhu. Tell us, 273.
We just keep climbing. This is 20 more matches now than our previous most barren streak without a golden ball. I felt today's a good chance because we know each of these teams are pretty evenly matched. And look, last year, similar kind of scores. It was 141, 132 in this game. But, yeah, seeming a long way off at the moment. But anything can happen and things can change around really quickly. We know that batters, once they get in, they're pretty hard to remove. Here's Mark Desfontaine to start the second over. He's going to start with a wide. I've got to tell you, I really like the fielding position Anil Patanaik is using himself, actually. He's just next to the wicket keeper. And you can see him there just in the top of your screen. You never kind of watch too much cricket to stop learning stuff. And that's a position I think has been really useful today.
It's worked, hasn't it? Oh, that's a good delivery. Oh, he's gone. And the umpire has a pretty quick look at it and then decides, no, it's good enough. It's going to hit. And Nandika is on his way back. The first legal delivery from MDF. Have a look at this. Well, where's his pitch? Okay, nothing wrong with that. He's gone back. It's hitting, well...
Pretty good shout. It hits him like kind of between both pads at once.
I think it does hit the left pad, the left pad first onto the neck. It's a close one.
Yeah, I think it's a good shout. I don't think it's going over, and to be honest, I just don't see it missing. We can wind that back a little bit. Maybe look at the whole thing again from here and see here. It does come back a bit, but to me, I think that's more likely to hit than not. I think it's crashing into leg stump. And guess what? James agrees. Certainly one you don't want to be missing at this stage. And so Nandika has to go. 2 wickets now have been lost by the Blinders. 10 for 2. And what a moment for the youngster, Mark Desfontaine.
Yeah, well done to the 16-year-old. Great bit of bowling. Look, on those, there's one thing I'm going to say. I say it a lot of times. The umpire's in the best position, standing wicket to wicket. We can and ah and think, well, maybe this, that, and the other. He's the only man that knows for sure. He thinks this is out, and he puts the finger up.
I think I agree with him.
This has been launched, and it's going a long way up and goes all the way. There's a fielding fail. He wants to destroy his sunglasses in the process of this.
Some of the Vikings are back. Well, let's just say this is the kind of fielding. The reason that maybe they're not in the top 4 today, not to be too unkind. This one just flicks the end of the fingers. Anyway, Maximo time. So a wicket then a 6. Welly Gamagate is into the action and, well, straight away comes up with a Maximo.
Yeah, Welly Gamagate. And no, he's got him. Oh, look at this. He can't believe it, Welly Gamagate. And Mark Desfontaine, he can't contain his delight. This is sensational. What a clever field set, though, it has to be said. I tell you why, because Welagamage has played this shot a few times. He goes for the old uppercut to try and get the finishing blow, but he doesn't. Then he throws his bat in the air in disgust, but he does manage to catch it back. Well, the uppercut not going his way. He's the one who's been knocked down. He has to make his way back. Oh, wow. United Chalad Budapest here. They are on fire.
They're the story of the day, aren't they? I mean, Morel in the right place at the right time. Welagamage, look, the shot's probably on there. He just needs to get more on it, doesn't he? Whenever you're hitting the ball in the air, and you do risk that kind of a dismissal. He doesn't get enough wood on it, doesn't get it over Morel. Otherwise, it would have been 4. Instead, it's 6 and out for Usanka. And he leaves his team in a bit of a hole, to say the least. 16 for 3. Mars Baiji, well, he has been brilliant with the bat this week. I still think he's got another gear to go, but tell you what, the proverbial mountain to climb is an Everest at the moment. The Blinders, 16 for 3 wickets halfway through the second over.
Yeah, using your words, Vinny, though, the batters haven't used up too many balls. They've gone in, they've got out, so plenty of time, but a lot to do. Well, Mark Desfontaine, what a moment for the youngster. 2 wickets in such an important match. Maybe it's the most important match he's ever played in. In he comes. Good delivery. Taking the single. Oh, well, what's happened here?
A little mini Tortuga.
Well, Sreed, I don't know what's happened here.
Sreed Kurup, yeah.
I don't know what's happened here.
Look, he should bounce one way and it bounces the other. So I don't really blame him there. Doesn't really cost him a run. They were going to get one anyway. Look, Blinders, nothing to lose. They've got to keep swinging. Don't let this run rate get out of hand. You don't want it getting above 15 because it's probably going to keep climbing.
Up in the air, shouts to catch it. It's got to chase it now. Somebody's got to get there. And, well, then comes the throw.
Oh.
And,
no.
Well, what happens here? Well,
Whoa.
the umpire, is he going to go for a line review? He is.
Desfontaine drops it onto the stumps, and Mars is taking forever to get going originally. Now, just have a look at this.
He slows down. Why?
Watch this. He drops it onto the stumps, and then this is closer than you think. Have a look. Look at this. It'll come pretty quickly now. He's still struggling here, and here it comes. I think Marzi might just be in and running in. I think he's just home, but, well, you tell me. I think, yeah, for me, that's good enough.
Yeah, just, Vinny, just. He's lucky.
Tough moment.
He decided, I mean, good job. He did get his skates on towards the end there, but he was just ambering along there.
Yeah, well, I glanced up to see him. He wasn't moving too fast at all.
Marzi does this, doesn't he? He always gives a couple of chances.
You snooze, you lose when running between the wickets. But I've got to say, what an over this is from Desfontaine. 2 for 10. And he's going to have one more ball to bowl to Aziz, who hasn't had too much of the strike yet. How exciting is this cricket? Finals day in Hungary. You know, anything's possible. And the youngster, great story. Mark Desfontaine. I know his dad, Bruce, is here watching him at the ground. It's one of his biggest supporters. I think he's got a few more supporters the way he's playing this week. MDF, last ball of the over.
Yeah, that's well bowled. That's clever. He sees the movement away from Aziz and he decides, well, okay, well, I'm just going to get this in here. I'm going to put it totally out of your reach. That's a good over. Well, I tell you, this cricket is exciting, but there's a lot of more exciting cricket that's coming up as well, including this, the European Cricket Championship.
Yeah, and look, Mark Desfontaine is a man that we did see actually representing Hungary in this tournament last year. It's the first ever international T10 cricket, and we brought it to you last year. It's back, of course, due to popular demand. It'll be over 5 weeks this time and involves 21 nations, so 6 more nations taking part this time, including the newcomers, Ireland, Scotland, France, Malta, Switzerland, and Denmark. And 20 of the countries will have to fight it out over 4 group weeks. The top team each week goes through to week 5, championship week, where they'll join the previous champions, England. And some of them English names, they are doing good things in English domestic cricket now at the higher level. Harrison Ward doing some good things. I see Alex Russell as well, getting amongst it. Anyway, back to the game here. Ghulam Abbas going to bowl the third.
And this has been whipped away. This will go all the way. It's not a good delivery. And Mars Baji, well, it shows once again what his strength is. He doesn't really hit this hard. It's timing. Look at the work on the wrist. What a lovely shot that is.
Good footwork from Mars, who gets across and opens up that leg side. And it's a bit of a risk because if he misses it, he's probably curtains for him. but he manufactures that boundary. That's the kind of ball that a lot of batters have kind of been even going leg stumpish to and getting themselves in a bit of a jam. But he's not really troubled for pace that time from Abbas, and he just helps on its way for 4.
Abbas has just got to get his line right. He's been bowling leg stick. He's got to get the ball back outside the off. Got to get Marzi playing the cut shot. Marzi will play those shots without any trouble at all. Let's see if he gets it right this time. Well, it's on the stumps, but it's a better delivery.
To give you an idea, they need 14 and over from the get-go, essentially. So they want to be 42 after 3 or near abouts. To get 14 and over, you typically need 2 boundaries and over. A couple of 6s or 6 and a 4, something like that. You'll normally get a handful, maybe through singles and a couple of wides. But you need those 2 boundaries and over, I think, to stay on pace. Baji's got one of them. Where's the other one going to come from?
Hit this fairly well, but it will, get stopped. It does. And Vinod Ravidran, you can see that they're moving him around to where they think the opportunities are going to come. They know he's got probably, I'm not going to say the safest hands in Hungary because we've seen some great catching, but he can have a big part to play there.
I'd probably say so. Very, very good fielder.
Bad delivery, but gets away with it.
This is the luck factor a little bit because this could go anywhere. It's glanced away and glanced away pretty well, but it does find the man. I don't know how power-packed his leg is there. I felt this came straight off the bat, but has been given a leg by it. Check this one out on the replay. Yeah, maybe it was off the back leg. There you go.
It's the back foot.
Yeah. I mean, it's a hittable ball.
Not a lot of protection there.
This is out on it.
Well, this is up in the air. It's another Gundy ball. It's another one that goes all the way. And, Abbas, he's not learning his lesson. I think he's pretty a little bit fortunate. There are so many runs to play with here. It's another bad ball. You've got to be bowling. And this is sometimes where I think bowlers are letting themselves down. You've got to look at who you're bowling at. Mars Margie, you bowl him that length on the legs. He will whip you away for 6 all day long.
Yeah.
You've got to get it outside the off.
Asking for trouble into that wheelhouse. A bit like they bowled at Ravindran before.
Yeah.
Remember the blinders kind of kept angling it in on length at his body and we're paying the price. Last ball of the power play coming up.
It says pretty well. Work to be done here from Vinod. He can't stop it. It's 4 more. Well, Vinny, you're saying how many they need and over. Well, they've surpassed that in that one.
Yeah, it ends up going for 19 and it pretty much gets them back on track. It's the end of the 3rd over. The score is 38 for 3. So only probably 3 or 4 short of the required rate. But, I mean, that's what they needed. And look, they're not going to die wondering here. They're going to continue to keep swinging away. But now the fielding side will have the protection of up to 5 outfielders. You can see the first 2 overs, 9 and 10, a little bit less than what they needed, but compensated somewhat in that 3rd over. And Abbas, couldn't quite get it right, could he?
No, he couldn't. It's not been his best bit of bowling. Abbas didn't bowl originally when we started this series, but when he came to the side, he certainly looked one of the better bowlers, but not today. He's bowled his 2 overs with 26. He's with that last over was going magical. He's helped to get the blinders back into this match.
I'm a bit surprised they haven't gone Dara Peretti here after the 3rd over. You got the protection of 5 outfielders. Instead, look, they've gone for a very good bowler. Amit Parahar, he was their leading bowler last year in the series, but I just think the injection of spin at the moment just to change the pace of the game. You feel like if you grab 2 wickets here, especially against batters that are trying to take you down, and then it'll be pretty hard to lose from there for UCB. Parahar, though, very, very good player. He was a thorn in the blinders' sides on Tuesday with the bat in hand. And now with the ball, he's bowling the 4th.
And it's a good start. It's a fuller delivery. It's straight. It's not down the leg side. That's what they need. That's what the captain is wanting from his bowlers here. Anil Patnaik is probably just trying to urge his bowlers just to get the line, sort of the ball going outside the off stump. And that's a little bit too wide. It's another extra, but that's another thing that could end up hurting them, We were talking about the blinders having to be careful, bowling too many extras in their time. Well, that's the 7th extra here, and the wides are starting to mount up. Amit Parahar, and he comes once more. Up in the air, and this one is racing away to the boundary as well, and it is 4 more. And just keeping their hopes up here. Every time that ball goes to the boundary, a couple of times in the over, you know they're right up there. So I'm quite surprised they didn't go back to Mark Desfontaine as well.
Yeah,
you know.
that's true as well. He bowled very well, didn't he? Had heaps of options. Desfontaine's another one that they kind of like using at the end, though. I know that. They've got lots of options, don't they? We didn't even see Farrell bowling last time. We don't have the Express Raja Gohar in the team this time. Here's the next delivery to Aziz.
They don't get the singles, so dot ball, bit of gold dust there. That's what's required. Yeah, I mean, it was 19 for 3. Remember, at the end of the second, when Desfontaine he only went for 10, picked up 2 wickets as well in that over. I sometimes think that, especially with a young bowler as well, while he's going, while he's flowing, just let him finish. Don't bring him back later when maybe he's got pressure on him. Keep him going while he's confident. Yeah, exactly. That's a good delivery. Pace off. It's full. And now this is where you got to be smart. It's how you bowl to Mars Baji.
Yeah.
This is where I think a lot of teams haven't picked up on the fact. I don't think that he so far hasn't shown that one of his best shots is the cut shot to get the ball outside the off stump to him.
Yeah, true. Things are very tense at the moment. For me, just keep an eye on that. 15 and over is around where they want to keep it. Make sure it's not rising too much. That's pretty much where they are at the moment. Then you have to put together essentially 6 good overs. You can't have too many bad ones in there. There's Coker Hill, who's taken over the wicket-keeping duties today, and pretty spectacularly as well, if you ask me. They've got a lot of bowling options, so they don't necessarily need his left armers as much. They're using him behind the sticks. Here's Paraha.
Oh, that's a really good delivery. I'm not sure what the appeal is here for. It's a good ball, but it misses everything.
Seems like it. Just plays across that one slightly. Pretty good delivery. Watch this.
You see?
Plays down the wrong line.
Yeah, but that's the point here, isn't it? Get the ball outside the off. You know, Marzi, he doesn't like to cut. He likes still to play in there on that onside or through and above long on. So get the ball outside the off stump to him. Good delivery that from Buddy Hart.
Last ball, the 4th coming up.
And gets past the inner fielder. But that's all it'll be. So Marzi will go back and strike. Good over.
Yeah, 44 for 3, so they're going at 11s. But they need 14s throughout this inning, so a little bit behind where they need to be at this stage. 44 after 4. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me in the commentary Ice Cube. For the last afternoon in Hungary is Rico Fort. Now, I'm going to do a quick lurker call out. If you are watching and you don't normally get to participate in the live chat, I'm asking you, do us a favour, jump on the YouTube live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, right now. Let us know where you're watching from, and I want to acknowledge you because I only do this once a day, and I'm asking all the lurkers to come out in the chat and let us know that you're watching so we can say thanks. I want to also say to you, though, it's been your first week in Hungary, first time here. How have you enjoyed it?
It's been fantastic. How can I not enjoy it? The weather has been absolutely sensational. The cricket has been great, and it continues to do so here on finals day. And, well, this country, the capital city, Budapest, is absolutely fabulous.
It's an
it
intriguing
really is.
place, isn't it?
Yeah.
What about the big Zumba class last? Did you hear about this? I was asleep.
I was quite
Had a nap.
disappointed, I have to say.
Did you see it?
Well,
Did you
yeah,
go? Oh, you
I'll
didn't
tell
go.
you the story.
All right, here's Darren Peretti first, and he's going to disappear. And I think this is going to go out of the ground. Maximo! Well, we wondered what would happen when Darren Peretti came into the attack, and now we know. Takes a chance, slog sweeps, goes and fetches and gets 6. Marzi. Well, a Marzimo, which the blinders will use. 6 more to the total.
Keeping the dreams alive, Marzi. Yeah, look, I thought it was a concert or something going on, so I got all excited when I went over there. Only find loads of people cycling and doing like a sort of a bike-a-thon or something.
Oh, that was a bit of it. There's all sorts of. It was like a fitness square, apparently.
Goes big, and this is down the ground, and that's going to be 4 more. So 6 and 4, and Marzi, he's after some more. Well, could this be the over that really changes things around? Dara Peretti, he has been one of the top bowlers in this series, and he's got 10 wickets to his name. But at the moment, well, Marzi is just making him look a bit like mincemeat.
It's a safer shot. But yeah, can it last through the over? That's the question.
And this is going to be more. Yes, it is. He gets enough on this. Balle, and Marzi Oh, what a cracking shot this is. It's almost just like a flick off the bat, and it goes all the way over. 6 more.
And he probably knows he's going to get a bit more length from Dara Peretti after pitching up twice and getting banged down the ground. So Marzi doesn't come down the wicket. He stays put, and he kind of sneaks back, if anything.
16 of the over.
Wow, this could be the big one. But I think Dara Peretti, he's got a few tricks up his sleeve.
Well, that'll do. I think that's fine. Marzi's done what he needs to with this one. And somebody who hasn't really got going here is the man at the other end, Aziz. We know he can hit the ball pretty big as well. But at the moment, he's probably thinking, okay, Marzi, if you're the man on fire, I'll just keep feeding you the strike.
Oh, he's going to bang. That's what he likes to do. But he doesn't quite get this, and that'll just be one. So it's not so much the feeding of the strike in a traditional sense. It's a fantastic contest at the moment. 18 off this over with the ball to go. Now, how does Mars approach this?
Same again. Big shot.
Think so?
Yeah, big shot. Don't change what's working.
Couldn't decide. End of the over. And so 62 for 3. Pretty good over, though, for the Blinders. Staying in this contest, 18 came off it. And they've got 62 in the first half. They will need 75 in the second half at exactly 15 and over if they're going to do this. And Mars, well, you talked about maybe opening with him. Well, he was there pretty early anyway, and he's in really good touch at the moment. What I liked about him that over, he seemed one step ahead of the bowler. I'll often say, well, either the bowler's in charge or the batter's in charge. And if you're batting and you're not in charge, it means the bowler's in charge of you. And it seemed that Mars kind of picked what was coming next, especially that third one where he kind of knew, well, Dara Peretti isn't going to toss another one up. So he kind of got back and he swept it over deep backward square leg for 6. Okay, I'm looking for lurkers, and I've got a few of them here. Quite a few lurkers on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Now, I don't even know where to start, but why don't I start with Self-Earnings, who's watching, and also Raja Sandhu, who's watching from Rainy City. I think that's Vancouver. Tell me if I'm right. We've got Yuvraj Singh watching from Rico Land. Well, I've heard of people watching from Vinny Land. He's watching from Rico Land. And also, I want to say hello to Chris Schinkel, who's lurking in the Netherlands, and Greg, who's watching from Indiana, USA.
Sri Harakurup coming into the attack. Gets the first one through the defences.
There's your feeding the strike for you. Also, I've got Faisal, who's lurking from Bangladesh. Hello to you. To Chris Smith as well. Hello to you. Geez, great to see some Saturday lurkers in the chat. And to Ninja and everyone else. Keep up the good work in the chat. All right, Sridhar Kurup to continue.
And, well, this time he will get Marzi back on strike. Taking him 2 balls to do so. Gets the one of the over. And well, they're looking. This is really good. And that's nicely done.
Do you think that UCB mind that overthrow? It's an extra run they give up. Do you think they pay 1 run to keep Mars away from the strike while he's so hot?
Well, if this next one goes for the 6, a big 6 that Aziz is looking to play, yeah, they will mind. Let's have a look. Sridhar Kurup. Oh, gets this through.
I mean, just cold, hard numbers. Aziz is going at 0.75 runs a ball or something like that, or probably a little bit above that because the overthrow. Mars is going at like 2.75 runs a ball. So the theory of that is every time you're 2 runs better off having Aziz on strike. I know that can change. Yeah. So would you pay 1 run to have him on? Yeah, I suppose so, until he shows you that he's turning things around, which he'll be trying to do here, I think.
Well, this one's a fuller delivery, gets played out. So far this over's going well. And I've noticed a couple of times that the 12th man has come on and used some of the free spray on.
I think it was the one that the leg by earlier on that clunked down to fine leg.
Yeah.
Here, I think, unpopular opinion, but this game's slipping away with Aziz just hasn't got it, hasn't got the mojo. They've got other batters.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're considering pulling the pin, a bit like Stefan Gooch did earlier in the tournament, because I'm thinking of someone like how long's a piece of string? You could use anyone. Ali Farasat, the captain, Ali Yilmaz.
Yilmaz is one that's worth going out there.
Yeah.
But the thing is, at the moment, they're not. All right, they're from the 14 we were looking at, they've fallen down a little bit, but that was a wide ball, that's one. But Marzi, the way he's hitting 2 big maximos an innings and over.
Yeah, but imagine what he could be doing with some support at the other end. And it's nothing against Aziz.
Yeah, you're right.
He's trying his best. He is a really attacking player. There's no lack of intent for him. But, a bit like Stefan Gooch earlier in the week, it's just not happening for him in this innings. And the snooze you lose in this form of the game, because after this, there's only 24 more balls left. in this game, and already we're creeping up to that 3-a-ball stage.
Vinny,
Yeah.
how many shots has Marzi played out in the offside to the boundary?
Technically, I guess that one down the ground? That was straight.
No,
though.
that was straight. None is the answer. There's 2 men on the boundary in the offside.
Well.
There we go.
Goodbye. Well, where you can put this guy? You might have put him back in the bushes. That is huge, Rico. Maximo time. And this one a little bit short. Do that at your own peril. Right into the slot. And Sridhar Akurup, well, that ball went about as long as his last name is. That was huge from Mars.
Yeah, look, that was such an important ball, really. That had to be sent to the boundary. It was because, well, otherwise, I think Sridhar Akurup was only going just for 4 of that over. That makes it 10. It's still a win, really, if you like, for United Chalad Budapest. The thing here is they know that if they can get one bowler that gets a good over in, maybe takes a wicket or 2, and the over only goes for around 6 runs, well, then all of a sudden they're almost there because the rate keeps on going up, even though the Marzimos are coming.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right. They're not coming from the other batters.
Yeah, well, this is where the rubber hits the road for me because they bring Matt Taraparetti in the 7th, and they want this wicket. And it's going to start with a wide. Keeping. Kogi Hill's really impressed me back there with the gloves, you know. Hey, I also want to just say a quick hello to Said Babullah, who's in the chat. Chris Smith saying he's not lurking. He's been busy working, not long home from work. Well, Chris, you're always welcome in the chat. You know that. To Mike Rendell as well. As we see, this one won't be a wide.
This is where Taraparetti has to be bowling. I tell you this now, if he bowls the next 5 deliveries, because that's what's left to come in this over in that area, then he will pick up a wicket or 2 to either one of these 2 batters. This is a line that hasn't been bowled, and it has surprised me. Taraparetti again. In the air, and Marzi will want it. He does get to the other end, but he's got to keep the line there. That's where he needs to be.
Oh,
and
well,
no,
this
Marzi's
is exactly
saying
what I'm
no.
talking
Yeah.
about. You know, it's science that at the moment, if you could give away an extra on every ball to keep Mars away from the strike, you probably would. So, well, this is the contest, I think. This next couple of balls could decide the fate of this game.
Already go short, and you don't want to be going short, but this is up in the air. Is an opportunity, and it's been taken. And could that be the match here? And you can see there's a big sigh of relief. They needed to find a way to get Marzi out. And he was on 42, looking to bring up another maximum for him and maybe another half century. And this one doesn't come out of the middle. And Mars Barji, well, look, he's got to be, you can't take anything away from him. It's been a superb effort single-handedly up until this point. He's kept the blinders in it. But with his wicket going out, somebody else has to come out there and take over from him straight away. The shot was definitely on, but a really good catch here. And, well, I tell you what, if I was that fielder there getting ready to take this catch and Vinoth was coming in on me, it would be enough to put me off, thinking, hey, do you not think I'm confident enough? Well, look, he gets the fist bumps there, Marzi. Good catch.
I think it's actually clever from Ravindran because he's lurking, a bit like some of our viewers. And if there's a bit of a rebound, he's in a great position to take it. See? So he kind of makes himself a kind of rebound option. And he took one earlier in the week like that. But I think he knew that Sridhar Akurup, he was in the position to take it, and he knew Ravindran wasn't really going to get too much in his way. Taraparetti gets the big wicket. I just knew that was a crossroads in this game. And now Sridhar Akurup has created that wicket, and Taraparetti will take it. And the new batter out there, Ali Farasat, the captain. He's going to have to try and do something superhuman, I think, to keep his team in this contest. Once again, runs on the board from UCB. The decision to bat first twice today, paying dividends. Farasat's going to just get this to the leg side, but only one. At the moment, they don't mind that. We're past that point of no return now. Past that 3-a-ball mark. And Aziz, well, if ever he wanted one out of the middle of the bat, it's now. It's really now whenever. He might as well run down and try and smack this one into the pool. That's exactly what they need at this stage.
Yeah, Taraparetti. In the air, and he's got enough of this, I think. He does. And that's the shot that needed. They need to keep believing. They need to keep finding these boundaries. A little bit too short. Taraparetti drags this one down, and there's enough to get this over. That man there, Sridhar Akurup, can't do anything about it. It's 6 more. End of the over. Every time the ball sails over the boundary for a 6, There's still that opportunity, but you can just start to see the run rate starting to creep up. It's just about 19 now here, maybe just over. Well, what a day we've had here, Vinny.
It's been absolutely
great, amazing.
And you know what? We're all Tigers. I think they'll be enjoying watching these two teams duke it out in the hot sunshine while they're having a quite cool drink in the shade right now, because these two teams are spending a lot of energy trying to qualify for that final. And, well, now they need 56 off 18. A lot to do. Sridhar Kurup's going to come back to bowl the next over.
Opportunity taken. Shaba. And Sridhar Kurup gets a wicket. And no mistakes there from a man who had his problems early on, doesn't he, with the ball. But he put that all behind him. Ghulam Abbas takes the catch. And not so much the wicket here, Vinny. It's the dot ball.
Yeah.
So, well, it's another one that bites the dust.
Got a feel for Ali Farisat as well. Just the captain struggled to get into this series at all. He's often coming in difficult situations. Every time he's fired a shot in anger, seems to get it to a fielder. We've seen a lot of batters get away with this kind of shot, but the field was well placed. He just slices that to deep point. UCB now, for me, they got 1 foot in the final. A team that fell at this very hurdle last year. It does look like this time they'll get to the decider.
Well, we do know, it does look like, but we do know, as you keep telling everybody, that the Blinders have got so many big hitters. I was a bit surprised that Ali Farasat came out there before the likes of Ali Yilmaz, but it doesn't matter. Again, like you would say, it hasn't wasted too many deliveries. But what about Aziz? He now needs to get going as well. I know he's obviously got some sort of injury. This one goes straight through. That's a really good delivery. This is the line that I'm talking about. I know you probably heard me harp on about this a lot. This is what I'm saying. As a bowler, you don't try and bowl too fast. You get the ball out there, outside the off stump, and that eliminates all of those cross-bat shots that we've seen being played in this innings from both teams. Goes for it again. This has been pretty well hit, but the fielder does really well. That's a great pickup. Knows that the catch isn't on, then gets his balance, gets his eyes focused on the ball. It's a one-hand pluck and gets it back straight away. Good fielding.
Yeah, it really is. But what a day of cricket, really.
Goes for it. Ball. Well, that is going towards Martins. And Martins has got a big smile on his face at the moment. But look, I bet you his knees were shaking as this one is coming his way. Well, did you hear that? I'll tell you what, there was a big crunch. But Martin says, I'm okay, don't worry about it. What a shot. Well, Aziz hits a big one. How many more of those has he got in the tank?
That was big. It's taken him a while to get going, but what do they need here? I mean, could they do something? I know there's a game in Landskrona that was a bit like this.
Yeah, I'll tell you. A couple of more. Back Maximo's here. It's shorter. Oh, that one gets through. Clever bowling from Sridhar Kurup. Does well. He thinks, well, I'm not going to pitch this one up. Gets the dot ball in. That was so important. If this goes to the boundary as well, and they get themselves into a 90 or into 100 or something at the end of this over, it's all possible. But that one almost kills it off.
You really need one here.
It's going to be a wide. Just have a look at that on your screen.
Yeah.
Where the difference there after that one is not a lot. You're talking about a difference of 6 runs. It just goes to show how important that last over was.
Yeah, but the thing is they had 2 set batters, didn't they, the whole time?
It is well hit. He will take the strike. And no mistakes there from Dara Peretti. Dara Peretti, there he is. Big player. I mean, all right, he's with his bowling. He did go through a few today, 27, but he did get the prize wicket, didn't he? The one that mattered. End of the over. So where are we at here? Let's have a quick scan. And unless something crazy happens, unless a bowler totally panics, then it could go all wrong. We'll talk about panic. It is International Panic Day.
What?
And one thing that we know is that United Chalad Budapest, they did not panic. Yeah, it's International Panic Day. It's a day you can panic. Basically, the day is a mock holiday aimed at spreading awareness for mental health issues.
Well, that's quite a serious issue, but quite an interesting take on it.
Yeah.
So you're allowed to panic. If you're going to panic well. They need a huge over here. And it's going to start with the ball sliced out, and it's
Oh,
going to
4
totally
runs.
Tortuga this fielder. And I think that's gone for 4. It has.
4 runs. Well, never say never. Never say die. Well, I mean, even if they did the 6 sixes.
Well, I mean, check those mole holes. I think a mole's just head-butted that away from the fielder because they shouldn't spin that way at all.
Well,
almost need a boundary every ball now, though.
Okay.
You need a magical night.
That would help.
Hard to see them getting off Parahunt, who only went for 7 the first time around.
Okay. There's this. Still there. And where's this one going? It's going to go to the fielder. Doesn't get past him.
Basically need 2 magicals. Hard to see it happening. And nothing more frustrating than the position Aziz is in, where he's a classic hit and miss in this innings. And he's tried to be attacking all the way through, but it's not like, apart from Baiji, no one's really stuck around for a long time with him either.
Yilmaz.
Yeah, Yilmaz needs to go big now. Ali White, can he change the narrative?
Hits it pretty well. And that's really top quality fielding there from Ravindra.
Yeah, they've got the teal wall down the ground with Dara Peretti and Ravindran, so they're not going to let anything through straight. They are solid as granite down there. All right, still nothing to lose, Blinders. Needing a miracle. Even you get 3 6s off these 3 balls, you still need 23 off the last. But, I mean, 1 ball at a time.
Edge. Oh, well, I heard a sound there. I thought this is an edge. No appeal at all. What was that noise?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of moving parts to this shot. Does seem like he missed it by a fair way. Half an appeal.
Well, there was definitely a noise here, but nobody's appealed.
There's like a half appeal. Yeah, keeper
Dot
wasn't
ball,
interested.
I suppose dot ball will do, isn't it? That's a good one. 2 dots, and well, that sort of almost kills it off, doesn't it? And
Looking back at this, I think Aziz will look at a few of these balls that have been just inside the tram line on the offside, and he hasn't been in a very good position to hit them at all. Whether he needs to take his guard a little bit further across. I mean, we've got the benefit of seeing it live. He's out there in the middle. That's, yeah, last ball of the over.
this one is out of here. Shaba, Shaba, Ginna, Sona, Shaka, Lagia. Manos arriba, Vitro. Well, that's the 6 which keeps this game sort of alive because I suppose it is possible.
It's got a faint pulse, but a very, very faint pulse. But you're about to call in the family and you're prepared to break some bad news because they're going to need an absolute miracle here. They need basically 5 6s and a 4 for a golden ball, or 6 6s.
Yeah.
So you need to have the highest over of the week. And now Mark Desfontaine, he's going to come in to bowl the last. Remember, he bowled such a good over back in the second, taking 2 wickets, including the big one of Azankaweli Gamagay.
Yeah, the key here, I suppose, for somebody like Mark Desfontaine, the youngster, be interesting to see how he deals with this. Just not to make any errors with his line or his foot. And he starts well, and as long as the fielder doesn't muck this up, he doesn't.
Yeah, I think the writing's on the wall now. Well, UCB, what a story. They looked awful over Thursday and Friday. They had this chasing strategy. It wasn't working. Ravindran kept finding a way to get out early. Dara Peretti, same thing. Found a way to get out all the time. And now they switched their strategy. They're batting first. And, geez, they're looking good. They're in form. On finals, they've won both their games. Blinders are going to lose both and go out in straight sets. Except if we have some sort of unprecedented change in the narrative here. Aziz to face up on 36.
Desfontaine, don't forget the part he played in this early on when he bowled that second over. In the air, should be taken. Oh, he's too slow moving here. He's maybe a little bit asleep, maybe already thinking about the final. And as a result of that, he just switches off a little bit, does Abbas here, and really, Fontaine should have had a 3rd wicket.
A bit flat-footed, but you can excuse that at this stage. That's Ghulam Abbas there, who's at cover. I think he can keep swinging all the way to the end here, the Blinders.
Firmly struck, trying to get it through the gap here. Nicely fielded, good work. That man out there has been outstanding as well. Remember the catch he took? It was so important, Madhu. It was the catch there of Marzi. And if there was no room for error, make a mistake there. If that was dropped and went for a 6, and if Marzi was still out there, could have been a completely different ball game. This is a lovely shot down the ground, but a fielder getting underneath it, and Dara Peretti doesn't make any mistakes. If there's any man that's always ready for it, it's Dara Peretti. Takes another catch, big smile on his face, and well, what an excellent return to form he's had. Well, his form with catching the ball and doing the bowling has never been in doubt. Is the batting that he's found difficult the last 2 times, and because he's not been in form, that's why they went through that phase of 4 defeats on a spin. But now it's 2 out of 2. They're looking to do it the hard way. Well, I wouldn't take it away from them, Vinny. Can they make it 3 wins out of 3 on finals day and be crowned the champions?
It'd be a fairy tale story, wouldn't it, for UCB? They'll go in big underdogs in the final, but they've got the confidence. And how about the confidence of this young man, Mark Des Fontaine, MDF? Best figures of the week for him now, 3 for 13. What a big game to do it. Stefan Gooch, he's an ECN personality, but he's going out in a hopeless situation. Just 2 balls left in the series.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned fairy tale story, what it would be. I think this is already a fairy tale story for this young man, Mark Desfontaine. This gets played out, just a single. Can you imagine, 16 years old, and this is the stories which European Cricket Network need. 16 years old, he'll be talking to all of his Hungarian friends and colleagues about the game. They'll be saying, what game are you talking about? He'll be saying, here you go, have a look at it on my phone. Highlights that are going to be, well, players' dreams. We always say that what ECN does, it makes players' dreams come true. And his dreams have come true. He's playing at top level here in Hungary. He's been absolutely brilliant. And there it is. It's done. And he's going to get a big pat on the back. And he'll be showing his friends and his family. You see this? This is me. I took 3 for 14 there. Well, he's got a big, bright future as that young man. And in years to come, well, he'll be showing his own kids his performance. And maybe one day he'll be showing his grandchildren as well what he's done here today. But I'm sure he's going to go into bigger and better things as well, because he's a promising young player. And maybe the team there, United Család, which means family, the United family of Budapest, they've won against the Budapest Blinders. It's been almost like you said, Vinny, a sort of a fairy tale story already. They never looked like they were going to have any hope here today. You thought, well, maybe. Some of you thought they were only there just making up the numbers to make the 4. Well, they weren't. They had other ideas. They've been in top form. They have booked their place in the final, and they'll be taking on the champions of 2020 and 2021, the Royal Tigers.
Yeah, and so congratulations to UCB, but commiseration to the Blinders. And, they have kind of been really central to changing the face of domestic cricket here in Hungary. I know they had high hopes they could go one better than last year, but this time they won't be able to make the final. But you can't take anything away from the performance of United Család Budapest in this one. And we talk a lot about the importance of partnerships. I mean, that partnership, I think it was 130 runs unbroken in the first innings. That's essentially what bats Budapest Blinders out of the game. And despite their efforts, they weren't able to get too many more than the 100. The final score in qualifier number 2, it's UCB 136, Budapest Blinders 107. And now we can tell you that we have that matchup. This is Royal Tigers versus UCB. I mean, who would have thunk that at the start of the day? Who'd have thunk it, as they say in the classics? And look, this is what I said at the start of the day. Absolutely any one of these 4 teams could raise the trophy. Royal Tigers, they'll be hoping for the 3-peat. UCB will be hoping for the Cinderella story. Join us for the start of that match, starting in about an hour and 20 minutes from now. And we'll have the toss news for you very, very shortly. Stay tuned to the live chat and also our website, europeancricket.com. Let's roll through the highlights. And 137 to win. It was a mountain of runs. And, well, although they got a couple away early, they just lost too many wickets, didn't they? Knew that Abbas always gives it both barrels. He chopped on early on. It was a sign of what was to come, as really, apart from Baiji, none of the Blinders could really get too much going in this chase.
Yeah, I mean, the battle of the Abbas went to the bowler, and then there was this one, the LBW, and the umpire had a good look at it, and the finger went up. So it was not a good start. It was a disastrous start. And, that brought Welligame in. And Welligame, well, he played a thunderous shot to the boundary. Then this one, rather than try and hit it hard, he just went for timing for the uppercut. But he put it into the hands of Murrow. And Murrow, well, he gave him the jab and said, you got to go. And, at that point, they were in trouble. Aziz was still there, but he was wounded. And he couldn't really get going, and Marzi was lucky to survive that one. But once Marzi got going, well, there was always a hope. And one thing that he kept doing while he was out there, he kept on finding the boundary at regular basis. And most of them, he kept finding it was going for 6. His timing was epic. He just got the feeling, though, that if they could get him, and then they would get themselves in this match once score again. But look at some of these shots. I mean, he's hitting the ball so well.
It's a bit of a one-man band. I mean, I know Aziz batted further into the innings, but he just wasn't able to find his best touch. Marzi seemed one step ahead of Dara Peretti in this battle, and that one just got over Frankie Farrell's head, as that over went for 18. It's a pretty strong start. So Dara Peretti credited him, though, as well, because there were 16 off the first half of his first over, but then he wouldn't go to the boundary again until his very last delivery. That was the catch. That kind of ended the madness, didn't it? And Sridhar Kurup, he was able to hold on to it. That was a good moment for him. He had Ravindran lurking around, didn't he? In fact, that was Madhu that took the catch.
Madhu, yeah.
Must have missed that at the time, but I can tell you, Sridhar Kurup was pretty important when he came in with the ball, and he's just steady. It doesn't try and bowl too quick, but he gets in good areas. Location, location, location. As I was saying yesterday, this one was absolutely crunched down the ground. That one always took out Martins, but luckily he survived. Unfortunately, the chase wouldn't survive too much longer for the Blinders. That one Tortuga away from the fielder, and even though they got the occasional one away towards the end, it was just going to be a bridge too far. They needed essentially 34 off the last over. It was never going to happen. And look, Blinders, they play an exciting brand of cricket, but ultimately UCB, I think they just were better on the day in this game, and they've now won both of their must-win matches on finals day. Well, one more win, Rico, and we'll have a champion from 4th place. Not often it happens, but we know it can happen here in ECS cricket.
Yeah, it's the hardest way to do it, because it means you've got to play 3 and win 3. As we have a look at that scorecard, only dominated by 2 players. I'm done. Aziz, look, Aziz did get going. Isn't it a pity he wasn't able to get going while he was actually out there with Mars Barji? I mean, he scored 37 of 27. Mars Barji, 42 of 16. What a good tournament he's had. It took him a while to get going. Then he went and he said, right, I've got to change my hair colour. Give me something that's lucky. Well, he got something that was lucky, and then after that, he couldn't stop scoring runs. Yeah. 231 runs he scored in this series. He was a pleasure to watch. And I know Marzi, when we're out on tour, he's always talking about his batting, and he always wants to go out there in the middle and hit a few balls. But now you know why. Yeah. Because he's a damn decent player.
Well, he loves this cricket. 5 big Maximos and 2 4s in his innings. He only faced 16 balls, but with him there, you felt they were a chance. Got to say, Mark Desfontaine, didn't always bowl during the group stages, but when he did, he always impressed me. And he took 3 for 15 here, including a really good over in the second, taking 2 key wickets and removing 2 key hitters from the equation. Apart from that, you see the other wickets went to Ghulam Abbas as well as Dara Peretti and Sridhar Kurup. But ultimately, I think MDF, he was the best of the bowlers. But for me, I think the player of the match, I'm guessing it's going to probably go to Ravindran just for his innings in the first half of this game. But a very, very exciting qualifier number 2. Lots of runs. We thought the scores would climb, and so it would seem, as 243 runs came off that game at a run rate of more than 12 and over. We're going to take a break. Now, when we come back, it'll be in about an hour and 10 minutes. We're going into the final, and it will be Royal Tigers versus United Chalard. Stay tuned for the toss cues, like I said. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full, back with the final from Hungary when we return back here on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
24 matches, 5 teams started this journey in Hungary. The Royal Tigers, well, they normally hold on to this trophy. They won it twice. They are ECS back-to-back champions.
Hello and welcome back. This is the moment that you have all been waiting for. This is the big one. It is the final. The Royal Tigers are taking on United Ishilat Budapest, who look like they're going to do it the hard way. Or are they? Well, can they make it 3 out of 3? Or can it be the Royal Tigers that make it 3 out of 3? But first, let's go over to the all-important coin toss.
Hello and welcome back to the middle of the GB Oval for the final time this week, and it is time for match 24, the final. And Royal Tigers, they have won this trophy twice out of 2 attempts, but on this third occasion they're going to have to get past United Chalad Budapest in the final. Well, UCB, a bit of a fairy tale day for them so far. They finished 4th with only 3 wins in the group stage. They swept aside the Cobras and then last year's finalists, the Budapest Blinders, in qualifier 2 to reach here. The Tigers, well, they are up and they are flying, and I think they probably will fancy themselves as favourites to go back to back to back. Let's go to the middle. I can see that Charles Croucher is with the 2 captains for the all-important coin toss for this match 24, the final.
Okay, Anil, your call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a head.
Yeah, we will bat first.
So it is United Chalad Budapest. Their captain, Anil Tadanayak, has been really lucky with the tosses today. He's won 3 out of 3. So for the 3rd time today, he's going to bat first. I do think that is a smart move. I know they've had a bit of a strategic shift about what they do when they win this, but they did defend 99 earlier today against the Cobras. Then a big 130-run undefeated partnership between Vinoth Ravindran and Ashrith Darapareddy was the key to them sweeping aside the Blinders in the previous match. So they'll be wanting to put 100 plus on the board and then defending it. They have a lot of bowling options. I've got to say that Mark Desfontaine, he was excellent in that last defence against the Blinders, picking up 3 wickets, and he's a really impressive young player. But the Tigers, well, they'll want to win this trophy for a 3rd time, and they've got a lot of talent in their lineup. They've got a lot of depth. I think that's probably one of the key differences between these 2 teams. Of course, Zishan Kukakel is leading them in the absence of injured captain Harsh Mandian. He batted at 4 last time. Let's see what they decide to do with him. They have Zahir Safi back in the lineup. We saw him opening up, and Marka Huja certainly impressed in their earlier match today. But Khyber Delta, he was the real impressive one for me. He came out a bit earlier than normal and was hitting balls all around the ground. Looked really composed. As far as the ball goes, Abhitesh Prashar has been a bit of a unit for them so far in this series. Caught well in the last game as well. And of course, all eyes are always on the protractor, Abhishek Kedapal, as well. So I think it's the final that we deserve. UCB, can they do it? Can they go all the way from 4th to beat the reigning champions and collect this trophy, or will the Tigers lock it up again? I know that Rico Fu has really enjoyed his first week in Hungary. Let's go over to the Ice Cube, where I'm sure it's a little bit cooler than out here, but I tell you what, there's going to be some spicy action out here in the middle. There's going to be some sexy cricket, Rico. Tell you something, and let's get ready for this one. The news from the toss out here in the middle is UCB, the one that toss, and once again, for the 3rd time today, they're going to have a bat.
Well, thank you very much, Vinny Sander. Well, you know, I like the sun-seeing sand and the sexy cricket, and I agree with you. I think there is going to be, as we get ready to start here, the umpire jury, and umpire Steve Anthony, they're out there. We're ready to start. The bowler, the man who's been in good form, Hitash Prashar, has got the ball in his hand. He's ready to go. Oh, what a fine series he has had as well. 11 wickets to his name. He's just a wicket behind his captain, who's on 12. That's Zishan Cookie Hill. But also, what a series the opener here has had as well. Vinoth Ravindran. Well, can he stay in the unbelievable form that he's in as well? 266 runs to his name. And today already, on 2 occasions, he's made 50s. Can it be? Well, it's all about the threes today. I'll explain a bit later. But first, let's see the first ball. It's a swing and a miss, and it's been called a wide, so first runs on the board without a ball. A legal delivery being bowled. Yeah, all about the threes. Well, the man who's on strike has been in such form, Vinoth Ravindran, 62 of 30, and then 65 of 28. Well, can it be a hat-trick of half centuries for him? Can it be a hat-trick of championships for the Tigers? They're in the field here at the moment, 2020 and 2021 champions. This time it's played out nicely. They'll take the single. Or can it be a hat-trick of wins for United Chalad Budapest? They've won 2 matches out of 2 here today. On both occasions, batting first. Something that we said that we think they should be doing yesterday when they once more suffered 2 more defeats in the day, making it 4 defeats on the spin. But they've changed things around here. They've gone out batting first with the belief that putting runs on the board can get them victories. They've done it. 2 out of 2. Can they make a hat-trick of wins for them today? If they can, they will be crowned the champions here. And that would be a bit of an upset. Everything to play for. Need to try and get, I reckon, again to about 100, 110 on the board. Well, this one is out of here. This is absolutely huge. That is massive. Es massive. Que grande. Height. Eso es 6 carreras. Well, that is a Bizaway supersonic strike. What a hit this is. Oh, my word. Well, here's a Rahula Cookie Hill. All of a sudden today, he became the wicketkeeper. He also became an opening batter. That is big. That is one of the biggest hits that we've had. Well, that's a part of the ground we haven't seen before. And we see it on finals day. There's not been too many that have gone that far. What a start. Cookie Hill. Prashant normally comes back strong when he's been hit for a boundary. And it's up in the air. And will he do it again? Surely not. And he does. Every time he gets mashed for a boundary, he comes back and takes the wicket. And he's done it here again. And Cookie Hill has to depart. And I think some of the players there saying, come on, buddy, stay focused. Well, that takes him on 12 wickets. And going for the shot, going to do it again. It goes up in the air, a long way up. The fielder comes in and he says, don't worry, I'm not going to let you down. And the catch is taken. And nicely done. It's one of those that's always, there's going to be a few nerves about you, isn't it, Khobar Dildar? You're in the final. And you don't want to make a mess up of this one. And he doesn't take the catch, 8 for 1. And Prashar, like he does and like he's been doing all the way through this series, comes up with a wicket in the first over. And wow, hasn't he been sensational? Whew. Well, they lose a wicket early. They did this in the last match as well. Hit a boundary, then went. And then they couldn't break the partnership. One left-hander replaces another, Dara Paretti. And gets a bit squared up here. Just defends this away. I think it's very important that Dara Paretti stays in the sort of form and mindset is probably the right word that he was in that last match when he put that 130-run partnership together with Vinoth Ravindran, the other batter at the other end. He scored 51 of 30 and Vinoth 65 of 28. They would love to have some of that again against the Tigers. Prashant. Well, this is pretty wide. It's been well hit, and this will go all the way to the boundary. That is a beautiful shot. probably would have been called a wide, I'm guessing. Just having a look at this. Yeah, I think that would have caught the wide line. But the batter, Shrith Darapuretti, he's in sort of good form here at the moment. He batted himself into that form. And he takes the second boundary. And it's, well, dangerous times. A boundary has been hit. And you know what that does? That sparks pressure into coming back with a good one. We saw him do it twice today. He did it against this same opponents earlier in the day. But not this time. It's straight to the fielder. No runs there. Yeah, this is how the day started with these two. And it was the Royal Tigers that got a 32 run victory over these opponents yesterday. They also beat USB by 61 runs yesterday as well. So they're looking to do the same here again. And, that is the end of the first over. 12 for 1 at the end of the first. And it was, again, the Cookie Hill who was sent out to just try and get the acceleration in if he could. He did. He played one of the biggest sixes that we've seen, but that was his only scoring shot when he went. And but that has now brought out Darapuretti to join Ravindran. And the man who's come in to join me now to stay with me for this most exciting final is Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back.
Wow, what a start. I mean, Cookie Hill is there for a good time, not a long time. He smacked that one. Absolutely smacked that. I couldn't believe my eyes how far that travelled, but then he, well, maybe predictably, didn't last a lot longer. But this is the key partnership, isn't it, Rico? And a big warm welcome to all of our viewers, of course, on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent and also watching through our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Let's go with the second over. And Abdul Manan is going to start with an absolute Jerry Jinker. This is bounced off the pitch, and it's going to be 4 byes. Well, spare a thought for Sufi Khan in your prayers tonight, because he didn't have a shot at this. And completely missing the surface. It's a gift of 5 and a free hit coming up to start the second over.
Oh, well, what a terrible delivery that is. He's a man, he's had a few problems, hasn't he, with the ball. And well, this one is a shocker.
Oof. Wow. Okay, what's next? Now, the keeper can go back on a free hit. He's the only fielder that can kind of move position, if you like. But it is a free hit. Ravindran is after him, and he completely misses. So, I suppose it's a good comeback. It's, man, only 1 goes to his figures, but 5 go to the total. Yeah, I mean, what a story for UCB. It'll be the classic rags to riches, won't it? Because they only won 3 of their 8 games in the group stage. Only won 1 of their 6 matches against the teams who shared the finals day experience. Yeah, but Rico, I see another wide there, but UCB, you know, I think the quicker these two got together, the better. I think if they're going to win this game, they need something similar from these two. Again, things going up a notch against the Royal Tigers. And he's knocked over, and Ravindran's got to go in the final. He'll only make 1. Manan, well, he looked like he couldn't hit the side of a barn door at the start of the over. But I tell you what, it's 3rd time lucky as he cracks the middle stump. And Ravindran, oh, he just fell off the shot. Not a good piece of batting, really, from the experienced opener. And he's got to go as the second wicket, 18 for 2.
Well, Manan, look, this is Vinny. Can I just say, what a huge throw of the dice. This is the only time we've seen Manan bowl today. It was against the Blinders. He bowled the 4th over. It went for 18. It was a most expensive over. We did not see him again. And the captain, well, he stuck with him, Hazish, and it says, no, I want you to bowl the second. And the way the first ball went, we thought, oh, no, it's going to happen again. But now Manan has bowled the, well, it's probably got to be the bowl of his lifetime. Here it is again. He takes the huge wicket of Vinay Ravindran, and that's the one they wanted. They've got the danger man. It's not going to be 350s in a row. He has to go. That is a huge wicket. Vinay Ravindran, he goes for just 1 of 4 deliveries.
Yeah, so your luck can change in an instant, and it does for Manan, who's punching the air. And so 2 down already. And this brings Amit Paraha. I think this is the right move as well. I think against the Royal Tigers, you want to kind of gamble with your batting order, and I think Paraha is a good guy to bring in at number 4. I think that he can also give it a crack, as we saw against the Blinders the other day. That was the 1 match out of the 6 they won against their kind of fellow finalists. But yeah, Manan, what a turnaround for him. So
Wow.
19 for 2, halfway through the second over. Run rate's fine. It'll be a matter of if they can sustain it. You've got to feel they need to get that 120 plus to at least probably have a decent shot against the Royal Tigers.
Yeah, they're just taking their time to get the field right here to Daraparetti. He knows now he's got to try and put behind him, put out of his head that he's lost a man that he was out there for and scored 130 runs together
Exactly.
with that partnership, with 130 to give them the victory to get them here. But this time round, it's Vinoth, the one who falls early.
I mean, a lot of people know it's not always easy in life to start again with a new partner. But that's exactly what Daraparetti has to do here. As Paraha, more than capable. But they've got to be brave here, UCB. They've got to be brave, I think. Paraha's a good player. He's more than capable. Sneaks down leg side for a wide. Got to say to Juri Takac, well done to him. He's umpiring his first final in the European Cricket Series. Native Hungarian umpire. Got a lot of time for Juri. Congratulations to him, of course.
Yeah,
to
congrats.
Steve Anthony as well out there. But, you know, also to Shub Navjot Anand and to James Lloyd, who umpired the bronze final. But the thing is, you know, they had the final last year. So you know, I think it's nice that the umpiring team, there's 4 of them that have done the last couple of years, that these two do get the chance to do the final. And they've earned it. Honestly, they've umpired so well this week.
All the match officials, let's just say again, they've been absolutely outstanding and been well led by the third umpire and tournament referee, Charles Croucher. This one's just played out on the onside, and they'll take the single. So a bit of rebuilding to be done here.
Let's have a look at some of the top performers. No surprises for UCB. Ravindran and Daraparetti run up there. Daylight next to Patanaik. Paraha, a bit surprised he's not there. But yeah, hasn't had too many opportunities. Zishan Kukiko with 290, his leading run scorer. Oh, he was in the round robin stage at least. I think he's probably leading run scorer in the tournament. Deldar had a really good earlier game today at 138. Zafi's in the lineup today, 137. Daraparetti is featuring with the ball as well. And Mark Desfontaine also chipping in with 8 wickets. And Frankie Farrell can't get a bowl at the moment. He's got 7. Zishan with 12 wickets and Prashar not far behind with 11.
He's on 12 now, buddy. 12 apiece after
Yeah, of
taking
course.
that one. So you can see top performers out there. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Zishan is the top run scorer. 290 runs to his name.
All right, here we go. Third overtime. And Prashar coming back. Oh, it's close. Having a good think about it. And he's gone. Height was the only question there for Paraha, who is certainly caught in front. And, well, Manan, he put a good over together last time, but he stepped aside. And it is Prashar. Again, the only question here is the height. Hits him just above the knee roll, but he isn't really forward. This will be an interesting side on for me.
So look, it is on the way up. But
It's an umpire's call for me.
Yeah.
I mean, it might have been, well, honestly, I couldn't tell you based on that. I mean, the umpire gets one look at it and he decides it is crashing into the top of the stumps. I mean, the line, there was no problems at all. Just caught on the crease. And so UCB, they lose a 3rd wicket. Paraha, he's devastated, but he's going to have to go. He becomes the 3rd wicket. Now it's 22 for 3.
yeah, and just like that, I was just correcting you, saying no, he's on 12. Well, no, he's not. He's on 13 wickets. He's the leading wicket taker here now, just behind,
Hitting
just in
just
front of his
above the
captain.
knee roll, and it's hard because it happens so quickly. It was climbing a bit, but I honestly think that's a fair decision from the umpire. Had a really good look at it. And remember, just a bit of the ball has to crash into the stumps, and so I certainly don't think you could conclusively say that was going over. Umpire felt it was hitting, and honestly, I think it's hard to build too much of a case against it. So this is another guy who has had some good moments with the bat, Ajish Sridharakurup. He's been a really important contributor to UCB as they've kind of worked their way into this series. But he's in a lot earlier than I think he planned to be. Still in the power play, and he's having to face a fired-up Abhitesh Prashar. Digs it in. And it's kind of natural to have maybe a slightly defensive mindset at this stage. Then you come in having 3 wickets down, but I still think UCB, the only way they're going to win this game, they're going to have to get 120 plus on the board. I just don't see The Royal Tigers falling over in a chase. You saw what they did to Budapest Blinders. So I think I'd still be rolling the dice. Sridhar Kurup is a good attacking player, as is Ashdara Baretti.
Yeah, I think you got to be positive. You're right. I mean, wickets have gone down 3 of them, but you still have to bat positively. Maybe take a leaf out of what we see the Blinders do so well. Even though wickets go down, you've got to keep playing your shots.
Good pace. Yeah, thoughts in the LBW. I don't think there was any question for me the impact was in line with the stumps. I think it certainly hit him in line with the stumps. The only question for me was height, and even with the replays, I mean, you couldn't really tell one way or the other. And I think you just got to go with the umpire's decision there. I mean, I think as an umpire, it's very easy just to say benefit of the doubt of absolutely everything, but also you got to be brave and back what you see. And I could totally see how that umpire thinks that's going to crash into the top of the stumps. Sridhar Kurup needs to get with the program and quick. Nice looking shot. Beats the fielder close in. Just the one, so he'll be off the mark.
Yeah, nicely played. And, he was on the back foot a little bit, wasn't he, with the first few deliveries from Prashant. Positive mindset is what's required, and that man there you're seeing, Baretti, he now sort of holds the key to what Vinny's talking about, trying to get that score to around about that 110, 120. If he can score an individual best here, maybe score 70, 80 runs here, he's capable of doing it, we know that.
Yeah.
And gets some support from the others. I'm a bit surprised that maybe the captain himself didn't want to come in earlier. Anil Patnaik, I know that he's a good batter. He just hasn't been at his best. Maybe he could have backed himself to go out there. But I don't think it's a bad call to go for Sridhar Kurup, because he's, like you said, he's put in some good all-round performances. So maybe the captain will be in next.
Yeah, see some key statistical info there. This is punched off the back foot, but they won't get a run here. It's handled in the covers. Here's just looking at this. Remember the Tigers, we talked about the fact they didn't actually have a successful chase in the series. Well, that was until qualifier 1, and they did chase 93 against the Budapest Blinders. Key man for them. You can see Zishan Kukagel with 290 runs, 12 wickets. For UCB, though, you see Ravindran already back in the shed, their leading run scorer. Their average score batting first is 112. You feel like they're going to need at least that to challenge the Royal Tigers, who are trying to go back to back to back. Last ball of the power play. Tara Peretti blocks, and that will be the end of 3. Score is 23 for 3. I think the biggest number there for me is the 3 wickets that the Tigers were able to pick up in the power play, and they've done that. Had a really good time. They haven't even used someone like Zishan yet with the ball.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's fair to say that quite often, as we've seen a lot of cricket being played. You can see there that third over is an absolute cracking one from Prashant again, and they're going in the wrong direction, aren't they? But yeah, I mean, when you see 3 wickets taken in the power play, it's not that often, Vinny, is it, that you see a team recover and go on to score a big score?
Yeah, well, you don't, but I think what we've learned is that even if you do lose early wickets, you don't want to put the shots away. I think you need to still attack and hope that someone comes off for you. You've got Ashdara Paredes still there, and he's been brilliant in the series with the bat. He's a real kind of artist with the bat, to be honest. Sridhar Kurup is another guy who, the more I've seen of him, the more I like his approach. They can't be intimidated by this situation. They need to continue to attack. That run rate's come down from something like 12 or 13 down to 7.7 right now, as we see Manan continuing. Now into the 4th over. Perfect delivery from him first up. And they make it a wide here. So now they've got the ability to have up to 5 outfielders. Gives them another kind of tool, I suppose, Royal Tigers, to protect against the boundaries. Sridhar Kurup, I think he's got to attack here. That's his natural game. Tries, misses.
Yeah, he's been beaten out there a number of times, isn't he? Just about a foot outside the off stick. The ball's up there. He either leaves it or does this. Look, but no footwork.
It's a good line, though, isn't it? Just give me 6 of those. That's what Zishan would be saying to his bowler there. Abdul Manan. This one's a bit straight at an inside edge and hits the stumps, but doesn't knock the bails off. Well, watch this. You can't believe it. It's a little inside edge onto the pad. You'll only see this kind of stuff in the European Cricket Network. And that base is pretty heavy. Look at this. Off the back of the bat, off the pad, and crashes actually pretty hard into the stumps. But it's like the Rock of Gibraltar, Rico. They weren't going anywhere.
There was a wobble, wasn't there? Wobble, 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 but the bail stays on. The bowler, Manan, cannot believe it. The batter, well, He's on borrowed time now.
Yeah, he misses out the next ball. Yeah, I mean, I thought originally it was kind of pad and back onto the stumps. He kind of hit the pad and then came back up onto the
Hit the
onto
back of the bat.
and he looks back and he's helpless, isn't he? Completely helpless. And then acts all cool when he realizes he's still there.
That was a bit of un, dos, tres, but he manages to stay in.
Yeesh. Oh, this time, there's a big appeal. The umpire is going to say he's gone. And so, little edge according to the ump, and that's a 4th wicket now. Sridhar Kurup had a bit of luck earlier in the over, but he can't manufacture anything in the final. He nicks behind 1 off 8, and once again, it's Abdul Manan who's doing the work. Little bit of movement. See the batter's head shot around. He looked up, and he didn't get the decision that he wanted. And Manan does, so they're fired up at the moment. The Royal Tigers wrecking this innings early on. It's now 23 for 4.
Well, Manan, what a comeback this is from him. He was destroyed by the blinders, wasn't he? He was belted out of the attack. And it is such a brave move from the captain, Zichan. When you think all the options he has available to him, what was it that would make him think, you know what, I'm going to give Manan the ball here in the 2nd over? He bowled the 4th over, as I keep saying, against the blinders, and he got taken apart. And yet here he is. He's looking like he's unplayable. He's taken his 2nd wicket. The ball to go in his spell, and he's taken 2 wickets for 6 runs.
Yeah, and especially after the first ball, they missed the pitch.
Yeah, of course.
He's
remember
come
that.
good, hasn't he? Abdul Manan. And so, that's kind of the the pressure of the final. I mean, pressure isn't intangible, but it does exist. It exists in your mind. Here's the captain, Anil Patnaik. He's going to have to face 1 ball, or at least 1, because that'll be a wide. And the next one will be the last ball, the 4th, you'd imagine. But yeah, I mean, you guys in the chat, I'm sure some of you would have played some finals cricket. It's just it's a different kind of kettle of fish. There's a lot of pressure. Some people, it kind of elevates them to another level. And for Manan, seems that way. 2 for 7 plus this. He'll stay on 2 for 7. And so fantastic over. No, nothing really going for UCB in those 4 overs. In fact, the last 2 overs, they've only scored 1 off each over. They were 22 off 2. They scored 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico Falk. We're getting blasted by the sun. We waited for a while for summer. I think summer's here. And right now, it's pretty hot there in the middle, especially if you're a UCB batter.
Yeah, I mean, it's hot in the kitchen at the moment if you're a UCB, because they're finding it hard going. And the Tigers are turning on the heat. They're a strong side. They are full of talented players. And talking of talented players, we've got one who's coming on now. Yeah. Abhishek Katsapal didn't start the series through work, but we saw him yesterday. Maybe looked a little bit rusty, but every time he steps on the field of play, he does something special and he gets better and better.
He's a good player, and it's not going to get any easier. UCB, they need to be brave here. Have burned 2 overs there, 1 for 1 off each of the last 2 overs. Manan was a maiden except for a wide last over. And now Dara Peretti. I know it's a bit counterintuitive, but I think you've got to throw caution to the wind. I think you've got to attack Ketapal. They've got 2 back on the leg side, deep square leg, deep long on. Ketapal likes to come around the wicket left-handers. He runs between the umpire and the stumps. I think probably getting across and trying to whack that over mid-wicket or carving away over point. There is 2 areas. He just works this. And it'll be 1. And so, yeah, UCB, Cinderella story. I mean, last year they were able to get over the Cobras. That was a bit of an upset, I suppose, but I mean, not that much because they're pretty evenly matched teams. They lost to the Blinders in the qualifier to last year. But this year they got over the Blinders with a very good performance, batting first. And they have reached 1 rung up the ladder from last year, UCB. But right now they're being put to the ultimate test by the Royal Tigers, the dominant force in Hungarian cricket.
Capitan on strike. Can he come good when it matters for his team? It's nice. He stopped. No run there. Hey, Vinny, I've got to say, I know there's a lot of moles under the ground here. We've seen them popping up all over on the field of play. I think there's one popping up under me. Look at this.
Is that right?
Yeah, look at this.
Yeah,
the difference between standing here and here, it's about, I don't know, what's going on behind the... Do they bite?
Whipped away. I hope not. Well, this is going to be 4. Wow, this is really well timed. Patnaik just kind of uses the pace of the protractor this time. Is Patnaik getting his angles right? That seemed like a fairly innocuous push, but it races to the boundary. The counter-attack starts from the captain as he gets off the mark with 4.
Yeah, and He's a talented player. I know you've seen him before make some valuable contribution with the bat, and we haven't quite seen it here. Sometimes he's gone out there, scored 1 or 2 shots, and then got out. This is the time for him to give some good, steady support to Dara Pereira. If you can do that, well, maybe they can get themselves to... Look, even if they got themselves to a 90, it's a score in the final. Well, asking the question, he does go across. He likes to... He favours that shot, doesn't he, on the onside?
Yeah.
You've got to be careful, though. He doesn't get caught right in front. That one just going on to miss the leg stick.
I think so. It wasn't far away, but I think it's missing by a stump. Yeah, the protractor Ninja, as you were asking in the chat, how did he get his name? Is it because of his angular run-up? That's exactly what it was. After I saw him for 1 ball, they call him the protractor because he's all angles. And once again, he's angling in. I mean, I think that anyone that's different is always difficult to face. And that's why you look at guys like Muralitharan, like Malinga, for example, to use a couple of Sri Lankan examples. Rashid Khan even, it's pretty different the way he goes about it. I just think it's very hard to practice against these kind of guys. And so 29 for 4 after 5 overs. Over scores, 12, 10, 1, 1, 5. And nobody has more than 6 at the moment for UCB through the first half of this innings. We've got some batting to come. Jack Morrell, I mean, he's the kind of guy that likes to throw the bat at the ball. He's listed to come next. But right now, need a rescue job. What's their best case scenario here? I mean, even 2 a ball from here be 60. So he gets them up to 89. Doesn't look like much, but again, you just want something competitive to bowl at in a final. And the Tigers, they've all got 2 arms, 2 legs, like everybody else. And they'll be feeling the pressure potentially. So let's not call this game too early. Gautam is the new bowler. Dara Peretti punches it, but straight at the fielder. So no run. And Dara Peretti, 6 off 9. He's the one. I know he's already done a mountain of work for his team in this tournament, but he needs to find another gear now because time's running out for UCB to put a competitive score on the board.
Yeah, Gautam, 9 wickets in the series, and he's also a man that's challenging our tournament referee, Charles Croucher, for the best haircut.
I'm always excited to see some players with less hair than me. And I know that the protractor's probably right there. So's Gautam, so's Charles Croucher, the sheriff. I tell you what, on a day like today, pretty shiny heads out there. The sun's out. Yeah, a bit of Kojak about it, according to the chat.
That's definitely, I mean, you said that the outfield's had a fresh cut. That's a fresh cut as well, isn't it? That definitely is.
It's all right. I mean, doesn't require too much maintenance. Gautam's had a good series. It's a little bit short, pulled away, but mid-wicket's in a good spot there. It's Marco Hooch cleaning up. Looking in the chat. I think Yuvraj was talking about Shavil Kaushik's bowling action. And yeah, another one that's different. I mean, I honestly think as a batter, where bowlers can have something that's a bit weird about them, but they can still locate the ball where they want. It's such a good talent to have. Down leg side, this will be called a wide. Because you can have all the throwdowns you like, you can have all the net bowling you like, but for example, when people are trying to face Murali, I mean, how do you practice against that? You can't. You just have to kind of wait for the game and kind of think on the fly. Some could do it better than others. Same thing with someone like a Malinga. It's very hard to practice against it. Even with bowling machines these days, they've got some bowling machines that'll model actions and stuff like that, but it's just strange. I think being different's a big positive for bowlers in particular. To batters to a degree as well. This is on a good length as well, but this one's a straight pull down. So Patanayak is trying his best to get things moving, but it's pretty slow going at the moment for UCB.
Yeah, it's all, I mean, it's strange to say that it's all very tiki-taka when you think the way it started. Is Rahula Kukil hit the biggest 6 that we've seen. It was absolutely humongous. But
it was almost on the train into Budapest, wasn't it? It was a huge hit. Dara Peretti would like to do something similar. He does pulls pretty hard. That's really good fielding by Kai Badelda. He's patrolling the long on boundary. And he made that look really easy. That was crunched by Dara Peretti, but he only gets a single.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 2 other boundaries in the innings, and one was to Dara Peretti, and the other one was that nice little shot on the onside from the captain.
Yuvraj got a question about you. You said, you are Rico. Are you a fast bowler or a spin bowler? I believe you're a bit of a pace bowler in your day.
Yeah. Pace, yeah. All about the pace.
Got more questions to come. But first, let's have a look at the last ball from Gautam. It's only gone for 4. So Patanaik tries to line him up, and he does pretty well. I think this is going to be for Cuatro Carreras. 4 runs for Patanaik. He takes a bit of a chance, you see. Takes it from outside off, but it's that kind of time, isn't it? You don't want to die wondering. And this one comes down just inside the field of play. So it's the end of the 6th over, actually. 37 for 4 after 6. People are asking, what bowler were you most similar to? But I know that you're a bit of a fired-up fast bowler. You're also a good captain. That's what I heard. Doesn't surprise me because you've got a pretty big brain. I know it's hard for you to keep it in your head. But, you know, as a bowler, how do you think you would go in this form of the game?
Look, I mean, I must say I've always said right from the onset that I think it's this format, or any short format for me, it's always favours personally, I think the batters. I think it's very difficult for a bowler to when you've only got, say in T10, you've got 12 balls, that all you've got to bowl, and that you've got to start like on the money straight away. Batters, very few times do you see teams being bowled out, so they're going after you straight away. I think it's a hard life being a bowler in T10. That's why I want to see figures and bowlers go under 20 runs off the 2 overs. I think that is good.
Yeah,
you
good
know.
point.
But I'm my bowling style, I think I've said this before, I was a wicket-to-wicket bowler, so I'm relying very much on beating the batters and deceiving them with pace and with variations. But you get a batter that gets in and they start hitting the ball like some of these guys do. I'm pretty sure that quite a few of them would have taken me to town.
Especially
as well.
depends on the surface. I mean, this pitch is a lot more batter friendly, I think, for example, than the one we saw in Prague the week before, where there's a bit more variable bounce and there was a bit more seam movement. So I think a lot of these guys are bowling now, they're just such less margin for error. And here's the thing for UCB, it's not going to get a lot easier. You've got Malik Zada to bowl a couple here. You still got Zishan Kukikel, who was the leading wicket taker in the round robin stage, to bowl 2 overs. So they're going to be swinging away, but right now the writing's on the wall. UCB just need to try and get something going at the moment there at run a ball pace. And that's not going to cut it really against a team like the Royal Tigers.
Yeah, it's a very difficult, I mean, put it to, say, the 45, the 50 over game, that when you're playing, you know as a bowler that you're going to get time to get your line right, because no batter's going to come out here and start smashing to the boundary straight away.
Well, this is what exactly is done here. Smashed, but straight at the fielder.
Yeah, so just to underline that, a batsman comes in, you know the old saying, get yourself in. I mean, we were talking to Gucci about this earlier, one of the blindest players, and he was saying, you know, and you know about this, the length of the games that you played in Australia, they were long games.
Oh, yeah.
And quite often you'd take 10 overs or maybe 15 just to get yourself in. You might be on, I don't know, 18 of 10 overs.
And you trained that way to not take too many risks
So as a
early.
bowler for you, that was brilliant because you just knew no batter's going to take you on until later. So it was great. You just bowl and bowl and bowl. Nobody take you on.
Cameron should have so many batters to take risks early, but you do have to back your ability to hit. That's what Dara Peretti is trying to do here, but they're not giving him too much to feast on. He moves to double figures, 10 off 13.
I mean, I sometimes feel for a bowler who's just comes get the bowling to get a wicket, and you feel really good for him. New batter comes in, the very next ball, smash, is hit for a big 6, and the bowler's probably thinking, hang on a minute, that's not the way this game is played. Completely different game, different tactics involved, and I think the fielding, we're seeing how important the fielding is. Here in Hungary, actually, as I was saying yesterday, I think the fielding has been absolutely exceptional.
Yeah, it's had to
here
be.
we go. That's another example of it. The ground fielding and the outfield fielding in Hungary has been the best of anywhere that we've been, full stop.
I mean, obviously it's the kind of field that maybe it's a bit more forgiving than some other fields as well, but you still can only do what you can do. And that was a nice little adjustment from the protractor out at deep forward square leg. Well, you, Raj, saying your bowling speed 150 plus. I said maybe your talking speed's 150 plus, words a minute. Here's the last ball of the over. Dara Peretti's had about enough, and he launches this one maximal. Well, it's time to go, and so he pushes the afterburners, and he just takes this, fetches it from outside off stump, has to make it disappear, and he does. As UCB try and swing their way to a competitive score. It's 47 for 4 after 7 overs. Dara Peretti, well, is he the man that can maybe manufacture a magical over or two towards the end of this innings? Looking ahead to Monday, and we're in Austria, and of course, we're looking forward to another one-week series there. Day 1 of 6, same starting time there, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India, 12:30 p.m. in Bangladesh, 2:30 on the west of Australia, and 4:30 on the east of Australia, 6:30 in New Zealand. And I'll give you more of those, but first I'll tell you, I've got the big Indian versus Pakistan derby to start that one. Indian Vienna versus Pakistan CC. That's always spicy. I'm looking forward to seeing those teams going. Now he plays across this, and umpire is, wow, what's going on here? He's having a look at something.
Well,
This will be interesting because I wonder what he's actually checking here. Unless I've missed something, unless maybe Gautam's got in the way, I think this is probably angling down, to be honest, even though it hits him in line.
He's going down leg side.
So
I'm not sure what he wanted to see.
Jury has decided he wants to have a look. I don't think that they're going to give this out because I think if you've got that much doubt, then it's probably not out on the field. I've got to say, got a big fan of Jury. Gautam's already getting on with it. He's getting ready for the next ball. But I tell you what, if you live long enough, you'll see everything. And he said, you know what? I had one look at it, but he wants them to have another look, and I think probably just angling down. Let's get on with the game. Maybe he's just calling for a new TV.
Oh, dear.
Here we go. Next one is swung and missed at. So a lighter moment, but I think the right decision's made ultimately, Rico.
Yeah, I think so. That was going down leg side. I'm not quite sure what. There must have been something that the umpire jury just wanted to have a little discussion about with the third umpire.
Yeah,
so
fair enough.
Gives the signal, takes the ball and says, hang on a minute, chaps, just want to check something. Well, whatever it is, has been clarified.
Oh, I've got some good news. I have
You
a question
have?
in the chat as well. Yep, some good news, or just some clarifying news. But first, I wait for this ball, because anything can happen on this ball. This is going to be one run. So, where was it in there? Now, Shrubom was saying he's missing Vienna Afghan, but here is the good thing. Vienna Afghan are still playing in that series. They're just not playing the first day, Shrubon, and they are no longer known as Vienna Afghan. They're known as Donaustadt. So that's a district in Austria there. So that's what their name is. They kind of there's a bit of a trend there. Wait for this ball, which isn't a great one. It's pretty high. And I don't know if it's quite high enough to be above the waist.
Well,
I think that Dara Peretti thinks it might be.
I thought it was going to be called straight away. The two umpires are still having a look at each other.
We're not going to see much from that. Just the way he played it. I mean, is it waist high or above?
Does he come out to it a long way?
Not
Doesn't look
really.
like he does. Yeah.
Yeah, he bottom edges it. So my feeling is it probably was high, but he doesn't get the call.
Oh, hang on. It has been called here now.
I think that's a good decision. I mean, I know the side on camera was blocked, but for me, it was kind of bottom edged lower.
Yeah.
And so I think it was a no ball. And so now it will be a free hit. And it'll be a wide, so another free hit coming up. Yeah, so, I mean, there's a kind of a trend. A lot of clubs in Europe,
Yeah.
I mean, some of them have names which reflect the heritage of a lot of players in the team. And that is understandable. I mean, 100%, you know, that's how a lot of clubs start. But I think as clubs develop, they have a more diverse range of ethnicities within their club. And so, for example, Vienna Afghan, who are a really exciting club, and they were brilliant last year in Austria, but they're now known as Donaustadt. As this is a Gundy ball, it's the free hit, and it's almost taken out Diana. Well, watch out there. She looks like someone that's left her camel behind with a little headdress there, but yeah, smart batting. Gets across Badanayak. He's trying to do his best to keep his team in the contest, and he gets 4 off this free hit.
Yeah, nice shot, and that brings them past the 50 mark. It's all about where they can get to here, Vinny. I still do believe, I know we're talking about the Royal Tigers, and we know all about their strengths and capabilities, but I still do believe that if they can push on here and get to the high end of the 80s or maybe touch on the 90s, it still runs in a final. And we've seen that the United Chelala Budapest team, when they come together, they can pick up, if they can pick up those early wickets, it's game on here, but they've got to stay focused, got to get that score first.
They need a kick, don't they? Well, this one is straight up in the air. Gautam's going to clean it up, and he's going to be gone. And I think Badanayak was already walking. He got that right off the end of the bat. I mean, it might have been a wide, maybe not. But Gautam, once again, he locates it, you know, deep outside that off stump, just moving away. And Badanayak, the weight kind of going away from where that ball was. So it's a fighting knock from the captain, but he falls for 16. The score now is 55 for 5.
Yeah, it's probably the, I'm taking a guess here, I think it's the most score that Badanayak has scored in this series, and it was important that he got some contribution on the board. He would have liked more, but he's stuck around there. He's played 1 or 2 nice shots, hasn't he? And he's given a bit of sport to Dara Peretti, at least they've got some sort of partnership together there. Those wickets are falling quickly. They came together, of course, with the score on 23. So it's a slight recovery. And like I say, it's given them hope to try and get that score to sort of into the 80s and maybe close to the 90s. So,
well, one leaves, one appears, and it's Jack Morrell who's going to come out. 13 balls remaining, and Jack can give it a whack. Tell you that much. We've seen him opening the batting at times, use a kind of a pinch hitting option. So I think it's a pretty good time for him to see if he can come and move this game along. He's got one ball to deal with from Gautam. He wants to smash it, but he misses. So it's the end of 8 overs, 55 for 5. He's just confirming to Shrubon that Vienna Afghan, now known as Donnerstadt, for that Austrian series. I mean, we've still got a couple of teams there in Austria. Indian Vienna obviously will be playing. Pakistan CC will be playing as well. There's also Bangladesh, Austria there. Austrian Cricket Tigers will be playing.
So who's the reigning champions?
So,
who's the defending champions?
Yeah, so Vienna Afghan, they were brilliant last year. And yeah, I think that's why he's a big fan of them. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them again. But I mean, I want to see if they've got new uniforms as well. They were also Golden Ball heroes last year, Rico. So yeah, looking forward to being back in Austria at the Seebahn ground.
And
it
you
was
know
very
what?
windy last year.
I had a sneaky look at the temperatures.
Yeah?
You know what we're expecting there?
Yeah, go on.
Austria,
How hot?
30 plus.
Oh, really?
The first few days, it's going to be 30 plus. Well, that's what my gadget told me. So you can have a chat. I know you're pretty quick and whipping up onto your old Google and finding what things up. But yeah, 30 plus. And if it is, I mean, 30 degrees in a place like Austria, that's going to be stifling.
Long way from the beach. Yeah, so last year it was Vienna Afghan, now known as Donnerstadt. They won the final 122 to 91 against Indian Vienna. And yeah, a lot of national team players will be on show there. Now, last year we didn't see ACT there, and they were the ultimate champion club of Austria last year, and we saw them in the ECL.
Yep.
So yeah, ACT will be in that series, which starts on Monday. All right, 9th overtime. Hit the go button, and he doesn't want to run here, Dara Peretti. I think he's saying enough's enough. I'm going to take responsibility. You know, he hasn't had a lot of the strikes since he's been there, because when he came in, like, how many balls in? Like 3 or 4 balls in? 3 balls in, he came to the crease. So in 45 deliveries, he's only faced a third of them, 15.
Yeah.
So he's just frustrated with the lack of strike, and now he's kind of hitched his wagon to this plan of not.
Yeah, but I don't like this, Vinny. There's still plenty of time. There's still wickets in hand. Take the single, get the strike back. I think you gotta give a bit of respect and due to Jack Moran. I think he's you haven't got a number 11 or number 10 in there.
Yeah, true. Now he goes, and well, he's making you red face, and I'm red face because I'm in the sun. Maximo! Third time lucky for Dara Peretti. And this is quite a remarkable shot. I mean, it goes over cover. It's a full toss. Rare error in length from the protractor.
Yeah.
And he disappears for 6.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, you could say that, but I'm not going the colour of your shirt. I'll tell you why. It was a Gundy ball, and there's no reason why Jack couldn't have hit a full toss.
Yeah, true. And it could have gone 1-1-6 anyway,
yeah.
right? It was the third ball of the over.
Absolutely, that's the thing.
Needs to get on a run here. And a good comeback from the protractor, but it's carved out. Once again, no runs. Because they don't want to go there.
I don't think this is intelligent, to be honest. That's my view. I don't know what people think on the chat. I think you've got to take whatever run you can get because let's say, for example, that the Tigers do have a collapse and it ends up being sort of, they end up winning by just a handful of runs on the last over. Well, look back at this and I think it wasn't good. Well, he does take the single here now and probably is saying to Jack Morrell, well, okay, look, here you go. You can have one ball.
You can have one. Be a hero. I mean, we've seen some low-scoring finals, though, as well, that we wouldn't have predicted. For example, Group D in the ECL, where we saw MSC Frankfurt almost defending 66. Just looking at the time here, I think we could have time issues. I mean, we're 43 minutes in. They've lost 5 wickets. It could be a 5-runner. I mean, I don't know yet.
Well, you can't give it now, can you?
No, but maybe they're thinking about it. I wonder what they're talking about.
I don't know. But I
don't know how long the LBW referral would have added on to it. Hey, I also said in the chat, I might mention after this ball. Wait for the protractor.
Come on, Jack.
Hasn't taken a wicket, but he's only gone for 12.
Prove me right.
Jack gets a fair bit of bat on this, but He won't get a run because I think Dara Peretti wants to strike. So end of the over. Turned down a few, but they do get a Maximo.
4 runs.
And the score is 62 for 5 after 9 overs. And yeah, I was going to say to Juri Takac, he is a native Hungarian umpire. I did a great interview with him just a little bit earlier, which I'm sure will be on our social media. He's got a great story about how he got involved in cricket. And obviously being native-born Hungarian, it was kind of foreign to him for a long time. But he's got himself into cricket and really taken to umpiring as a way to get involved. Obviously coming really maybe a bit later in life, and he has umpired the last 2 series. He thoroughly has earned his spot in the final. He's had a very good week.
I think all the officials done well. Yeah, I love Jury as well because he's helped me out with my pronunciation. Hang on a minute here, look. You know what that means? 5 patting means 5 penalty runs to the batting side.
Yeah.
So there you go, Jury.
They're starting this over, plus 44 minutes past. And so even with the allowances, they'll get 5 more to the total. So they move up to 72 plus this. Can Dara Peretti put together some sort of magical last? I think you got to just... Now I think you just got to go for every run. I mean, Morel can also whack it. I don't think you want to be turning down runs at this late stage. Maybe you can run 2s to the outfield and hope to steal the strike back, but I don't think I'd be wanting too many zeros. This is Malik Zada, who's coming on to bowl the last. Here we go. Oh, he smashes this, and this is going to travel. It's going, it's gone. Maximo! And there's another one, which we lost in the cube. And I'll throw this one back. Here we go.
Watch the cables.
There we go. And
Maximo, I'm impressed you're learning. You didn't knock anything over.
I don't know if you've got a replay of me throwing the ball back.
Did this clonk you? Did it clonk you?
No, I actually lost that one in the roof. And I thought it wasn't going to carry. I was wrong. It ended up at my feet. Anyway, here we go. Dara Peretti keeps the strike. He wants more. And now he won't get this. This will be a wide. I think you can't bounce the ball to Dara Peretti at this stage. I think you got to be in the block hole.
Yeah, and listen, Zishan was the top wicket taker before the start of this. He's now second because he's been overtaken by pressure, but doesn't bowl.
Where's he been? Maybe he's a bit sore. I mean, they've had a lot of options.
Yeah. Do you want an ice cream? Just my mole friend is offering me an ice cream. Will you go to the shop?
Is he a mole friend?
He just popped up and said, you want an ice cream? I said, yeah.
All right, 4 to come. Dara Peretti gets this nowhere. So they've kind of hitched their wagon to this tactic of Dara Peretti facing more and just hoping to get more strike. That might result in more 6s. I mean, they're not too far off the 80. That seemed a pipe dream a couple of overs ago. One more 6 to get him there. All right. Like Zada trying to close things out. This is out. This keeps a bit low. Probably lose this shape here, Dara Peretti. He's a good player. I mean, he can go offside with that as well. I think it's only natural even for good players at the end to maybe favour that leg side.
Yeah, it's good keeping there also from Savi Khan. Done a good job, hasn't he? Having to step in for Harsh Mandian. And it's done very well. Been very impressed with him.
Here's the thing with those penalty runs. I mean, they are incredibly consistent with it. I mean, the off-field officials are meticulous with their timekeeping. And they haven't really used a spinner here, have they, Rico? Oh, this one probably would have been a wide. Instead, it's blasted for 4. And that will take some finding too. So Dara Peretti, again, he must feel like he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. He'll probably have to do it with the ball as well. Again, they're going to have to bowl and field out of their skin to have any hope here. But UCB, at least now, they're approaching those grady 80s. And just the 1 ball to go. They're on 78.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying, and we said all along, if they can get themselves into that 80s, I mean, I was saying 80 closer to the 90s, but look, 80s will do. It's still a score around 80s, grady 80s. You've heard me and Mr. Maximo talk about these sort of scores before. Pick up some early wickets, anything can happen. It is a final. Runs on the board.
Exactly. And that's why the penalty runs, I mean, it's not so subjective. I mean, they were over time. There's been no real significant kind of delays. And that's why they copped the 5 runs. Last ball, and he wants to go big, and he does. Maximo! Dara Peretti will end up on 40 of 26 balls, and he lifts that one out of the ground. It's his 4th 6, and he ends up more than double any other player in this innings. And UCB, after a real shaky innings, and I think that one's going to be a no ball as well.
Yeah.
So
they've called that one early.
Yeah,
there you go.
it was
That's
high.
a good call from Steve Anthony. I was having a look for him and found him because, of course, he's in the right place to the left-hander. And, yeah, his hand was up. So these are valuable runs. And Maximo here, they get to 90.
Yeah.
Well, this would be sensational.
Well, here we go. And redo that last ball. 85 plus this. And he's going to swing this away. They might as well come for 2 here. I think Dara Peretti's running out of beans. So they won't even try for a second, but they do get 1 extra run off that extra delivery. So they're going to end up 86, in fact. 86 for 5 off their 10 overs, setting the Royal Tigers 87. I mean, it's not so dissimilar to the total that the Tigers were set in the very first match of this tournament. They couldn't get there on that occasion. I mean, they do have a very powerful batting lineup, but UCB at least batting themselves into some sort of position to put themselves in line for the trophy. But they can thank that guy, Ashworth Dara Peretti. I know it was a slightly kind of risky tactic for him to hog the strike at the end, but he did get a couple away. And UCB, well, they've got a big mountain to climb, but at least they have some sort of chance in the second half of this big final.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, finish on 86, and I said right at the beginning when they were really struggling at the halfway point, 29 for 4, I was saying if they can get to this set of score, anything is possible. I'm going to still reflect and leave you reflecting on the 4 runs that they should have taken. But this was the catch that was taken, and it was a pretty easy one there for Dalzat. And then we knew that this next partnership was key. These 2 batters had to go big. Well, this was the way that Manan started. We thought, uh-oh, it's going to be another one of those. But then he came back and he did this.
He was incredible, actually. I mean, you take that 5 extras and then the 5 penalty runs. Well, there's 10 that they kind of handed to UCB, who had to work so hard for their runs in this innings. But Ravindran going early, well, that was a game-defining moment, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that was massive. And that then put all the pressure on Dara Peretti. And how would he handle it? Well, he handled it pretty well. He stayed there. You made a very good observation, actually, that he didn't get a lot of the strike, you know, but he still managed to get 40 runs on the ball. This was quite amazing. The ball goes back onto the stumps, and the stumps don't get broken, but Sridhar Krupp really couldn't go on
Look
to
at the hands on
capitalise.
heads, 3 of them. Bit of Simon said, if that was an Olympic sport, the Royal Tigers could be representing Hungary. But then Little Nick, and he wouldn't last a lot longer. Sridhar Krupp gets the result. And well taken behind the stumps by Sufi Khan, who's done a good job back there for the Tigers since he's injected himself into the series. And then Anil Patanaik, I thought he was pretty important as well, just trying to move things along. He certainly gave it both barrels. And then Dara Peretti, I mean, he had a lot of responsibility, didn't he? And although, you know, he, like I say, didn't have a lot of the strike, I think while Patanaik was there, he used the strike fairly well. He ultimately hit one straight up in the air to Gautam, who would catch and bowl him for 16. And Morel came in. And look, Dara Peretti, I know it's a tactic that, you know, had its drawbacks, but at least he did get a few away, and he has essentially lifted them to that total of 80 plus.
It's absolutely, I mean, that last over, it did go magical, didn't it? I think 22 comes off it, and it was, well, just some big firm hitting, and Malik Zada will be disappointed. One man, though, who will be looked back at that, especially if things don't go the way here for the Royal Tigers, has got to be the captain Zishan, because he backed himself not to bowl here. Look, still, I think, let's be honest, and I was saying this to Basil when I had him in the commentary box, if you're still saying to the captain Zishan, right, you're going to be chasing 87 to win the final and make it 3 out of 3, I think he'll take it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, they'll be happy with that, all things considered. I mean, the last over goes for 19. You add on the penalty runs, which were added on at the start of the 10th. That's kind of a pseudo-magical over, I suppose, in the end. Dara Peretti, well, he was a bit magical in this final. Once he got more strike, that was, he ended up with 41 not out of 27 balls with 4 big sixes and 2 fours. He hit 4 of the 5 sixes in the innings. The 5th one was a massive one from Coker Hill early on, but they were the only runs he'd contribute to the total. Patanaik, well, he fought hard for 16 at a run of ball. Morel, well, he actually just pretty much sat and watched while Dara Peretti took the responsibility in the last couple of overs. 19 extras, including those 5 penalty runs. Look, when it comes down to it, I've seen plenty of low-scoring thrillers in finals. And Royal Tigers, they have the pedigree, they have the batting lineup to do this, but they still need to score these runs. They need to stand up. And I think we have a very exciting second half of this ahead. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the final installment of this ECS Hungary. Hope you can join us for that. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Join us for the chase. Royal Tigers wanting to go back to back to back. And hopefully you're back soon for more FanCode European Cricket Series Hungary.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the final. And it's going to be a low chase. United Chalad Budapest put 86 on the board, and they were really struggling, but they were able to up the scoring rate slightly. Remember, they had a terrible start, losing 3 wickets in the power play. It was 29 for 4 at the halfway point, but thanks to, well, some penalty runs because of a slow over rate from the Royal Tigers, and also a good last over, which went for 18 runs off Alexander. They've managed to get to a score which we have seen defended. It's going to be one in the grade 80s, but it all depends how the Tigers go about this. Now, there's no messing around for them. They're going for Zishan, their captain, to open up. So they're not going for Kaiba Delta, who actually did really well when he was given the opportunity, and also Mark Ahuja. So I think they've got a good balance here of quite a sort of renowned, stable, orthodox batter and somebody who's just absolutely ruthless. Let's see how it goes. Here's the first delivery from Abbas. It's gone big up in the air. It gets it over the power play, and it will go all the way. Manos! Arriba, arriba, arriba! Eso es seis carreras! Big hits, and Vinny, this is the way this is going to go, and they're not going to hold back. They're going to play the shots.
Well, Zishan, potential MVP candidate. Probably a couple on the other team as well, and Dara Peretti and Ravindran, but yeah, just gets the distance, and Abbas goes the journey first ball. Here he is with the comeback ball. And this time he's going to pull across it, and I think this won't be cut off either. So 6 and 4 Hungary for more. And Zishan, who we saw replaced at the top of the order in the previous match, well, he resumes his position, and he's just setting a reminder to everyone that, well, look at me, I'm the big fish. And he was the leading run scorer throughout the round-robin stage of this tournament.
Yeah, he certainly was. And with those 2 shots, 10 runs of just 2 balls, he now goes to 300 runs, Vinny, in the series.
Wow, what a performance. Here's Abbas, 3rd time lucky. Or not, maybe
this
not.
is big.
Oh, that's going to be big. And that's almost hit the big grass pile, Rico. Maximo, 6-4-6. This isn't a tennis match. It's Zishan. And, well, they're going to be scrambling to find that one.
This is a big hit, isn't it? Shaba, shaba, ginna, sona, shaka, lagia, boom, shaka, lagia. And, well, good job that didn't go into the grass, man, because they'd be digging to find that ball, and who knows what is hiding in there.
Wow. Ranja with a big call. He said it's posted before the Royal Tigers will win, and he's sticking to his guns, and I can see why. After this start, Abbas needs to reverse course and quickly. They put a deep mid-wicket back, but he might have to go about another 100 metres further back. They've got a 3rd man as well. UCB on the defensive. And Abbas, he's bowled pretty well in this series. Needs to move Zishan, and quick. Cracks this, and that's well fielded, really well fielded.
Only one man can do that.
And Ravindran,
Of course.
has been brilliant. Hey, so, I mean, it's in the chat, a lot of people debating. UCB, though, like I say, they're a plucky team. They'll keep fighting. This is a really good shot as well. It needs to be cut off, and it is. Desfontaine, maybe he'll get the 2nd over. So just a couple of dots. And yeah, they kind of got to 86, which is a score that we thought they might struggle to get near. At one point, they were struggling to maybe even get to 70, but they had 19 off the last over plus 5 penalty runs for slow over rate. That got them there. Zishan's had enough, so he smacks this one out of the ground. Crowd catch and taken. Suleiman Mohammed, well, that's his patch as well. So Maximo, it's not 6 and out because you can't be caught by the spectators, but Zishan takes his first over magical and sends a loud signal to the opposition that he's back.
Yeah, good shot. Beautiful strike. Clean as a whistle. Nice to see that man out there. Well, we saw Suleiman Mohammed take a brilliant catch when he was actually playing a one-hander beauty. And one of many great catches that we've seen here. But, well, Winnie,
I mean,
I don't think it's going to happen.
It doesn't seem like it, which means maybe we're going to go another barren week without golden balls. So 24 matches here without a golden ball. We'll head to Austria. Maybe that's where we'll get a golden ball. Remember Vienna Afghan, now known as Donnerstadt. They gave us a golden ball last year. I remember because it was on my 40th birthday. But the first over goes magical. Abbas goes for 22. And they're going for Sridhar Kurup in the 2nd over. And I think this is about maybe a slightly slower bowling option. He still bowls seam up. I thought maybe Desfontaine would get this one, but I think there's this desire to take a bit of pace off the ball. So Mark Ahuja faces up for the first time. And do you think they've put Zishan back at the top instead of Zahir Safi? They've decided to open with Marco Huja with these kind of targets that are, I suppose, manageable. They don't necessarily require over-aggression. So he's a very experienced, very good technical player at the top of the order, but can put away the bad ball pretty powerfully as well. Safi maybe will come in at 3. I might go for Delta again, though. He batted so well earlier. This one's a wide, just.
Yeah, I mean, they could. They got. That's the thing, though, Vinny. They got so many options, and you're absolutely right. We know that. We saw in the earlier game that they did go for. I think it was Safi who scored a quick fire 10 of a couple of deliveries. Well, how about that? Well, you said that Sulaiman Mohammed is in the house. Well, maybe the Express is somewhere as well.
How'd you go, Harley? Be around somewhere. You might have heard the train tooting in the background. It's the Tigers tooting early here. Sridhar Kurup needs to try and do something. What can he do? Ahuja just makes it look easy. Leans on this. Happy to take the one. I mean, the Tigers, you feel like they could almost draw their top 6 out of a hat and it'd still be really strong. I mean, we know that they're a powerful club here in Hungary. Something like 50 or 60 players, that they have registered to their organisation. 3 teams across levels of Hungarian cricket. And this one just be swinging a bit too much for a wide.
Yeah, Marco Huja, I think he played it. It was a good introduction for him. I think he played a good role, opening up 24-21 he made. And when you got big hitters that can smash the ball to all parts of the ground, I think he just balances that out a little bit. And I think he's a sensible player as well. He probably got the knack of keeping some of the big hitters cool. Well, Zishan is trying everything to get any close to these. The wicketkeeper is trying to outfox the umpire, but you don't fox that the big Hungarian umpire jury. He knows what's going on here.
They messed with jury. I'm really happy to see him out there, as I am. Steve Anthony, of course, a.k.a. Hulk Hogan, but also big thanks to James and Shub, who did the final last year. This time they did the previous game. Zishan blasts this through the covers, and this is another boundary. Well, I had to wait a little bit in this second over, but he hits that one to the dugout and just sends another message. And the acting captain is on song. He's raced to 26 off just 7 balls. Cuatro, quedadas más.
Yeah, he's just dealing in boundaries, isn't he? You can see he knows how much depth there is in their batting. He's not holding back. He's even trying to get to balls that are almost off the pitch.
He just wants to hit everything, and why not? This time,
ouch! Oh, that's got him in the ghoulies.
Well, that's one way to
This is going to hurt. Oh, he's going to have to check his furniture here. Let's just hope he's wearing a box, because that one is going to hurt. Oh, he's all right. He's going to...
Now you can do your baby voice.
Oh, no. This has hit me in the ghoulies. It hurts.
That's how I look. It's always funny.
I don't want to give it a rub.
How's he sharp?
Ouch.
Yeah, well, keep it civil. Well, he's hitting it so well.
Ooh.
This time, he goes from hitting hard to being hit hard in an uncomfortable area.
Well,
I think that's just going to make him angrier. Watch him swing away at this one. Yeah, and so he goes straight, and this one is going, it's gone. Maximo! Well, Zishan, well, he was hit in a spot. That's, I think, half the population will understand.
Yeah.
The next one disappears for 6.
he's saying, you hit my balls, I'll hit yours. And he's hit his even further. Well, that's out of here. And Zishan, well, that banner's going down again. And there you go, it's falling apart. Zishan is in the house.
Well, he's running hot, so don't search for the ice pack just yet. He's got a bit more unfinished business out there. And at the moment, he is flying. He has 32 of the 36 runs on the board. And he wants more, but this one is more high than it is long. It's a tough one. Oh, it's a really good effort out there, but it isn't taken. And I think that's Ashraf Darapareddy, who really ran at 1,000,000 miles an hour in. He couldn't quite get to it before it bounces. So a fortunate moment for Zishan. He survives. It's the end of the second over, 37 without loss.
Yeah, fabulous effort there from Darapareddy. He's another fielder that's been absolutely outstanding. I call him a fielder player because he's been outstanding in the field. He's been outstanding with the ball. We're talking about Zishan and the runs he scored. With Darapareddy, he scored 271 runs in this series. Also picked up 11 wickets. He's also another name in the hat there for MVP, as is, of course, his batting partner, Vinod Ravindran, who's scored 267 runs. But at the moment, the way things are going, I think it's all about Zishan.
2 big guns going head-to-head here as well now in the last over of the power play. Ashraf Darapareddy is going to come in, and they're having to be forced into this because of the way that the Tigers have treated the team, in particular, Zishan Kukagel. He wants this, and he's going to get it. And you can just tell by his body language that he got enough. Maximo! Well, Zishan looks in the hurry and he wants to celebrate quickly. He's down. Good confident footwork. Lifts it over the leg side. Says, "Carreras más."
Yeah, lovely shot. Just a lovely footwork. That's the way he keeps his head immaculately still. And the umpire's giving the signal there, just the confirmation that that's 6 runs. And, well, it's that is Steve Anthony. And hasn't he been good? Remember Steve Anthony? He's given us a couple of highlights as well.
Didn't even bruise from that one yesterday. He's made of stone. Anyway, Kukikal, 39 off just 11 balls. And now he steps across. He's going to get more runs here. And guess what? Sace Mas rolls the dice, comes up double 6, and it's raining Maximos at the GB Oval. Zishan Kukigel going absolutely crazy. Well, he might be acting captain, but there's nothing acting about his batting because he is smashing them everywhere. He moves to 45.
Oh, yeah, he is. Hands up, baby, hands up. Give me more sixes, give me more sixes, and that's exactly what Zishan is doing here. Well, he is bringing the party home, isn't he? And they will party hard here. Fireworks all round the ground. Zishan, well, he's making this look easy.
Wild Tiger's on the loose. Good luck bowling to him now. He wants more and smashes this, and guess what? It's just 4. And this is heading for the commentary cube. And, well, that brings up the 50 as well for the total. But 49 of those are off the bat of Zishan Kukikal. And this is just a good cricket shot. No other way to say it.
A lovely shot. This time he elects to go all down the ground. It's the way. You see a lot of batters come down the track like this, and then when they swing, they give it everything, but the head goes. How still he keeps his head. And, well, this one is absolutely huge. Balle, balle. Ginna sona. Ginna badda shaka. Well, I think the non-striker, well, he's walking off. He wants to retire. He's thinking, well, look, there's no point me being here. I'm just getting tired standing around. I think he wants to be out of there.
No, I think he's actually seriously thinking about it.
I think he is, you know. He's thinking, hang on a minute. If I'm going to stay out here, you either bring me a chair, otherwise I'm coming off and sitting down.
Yeah,
I'd rather sit down and watch this exhibition.
Marco Huja's had an important role to play, though. Whoever replaces him, they're not going to do much because they're just going to watch Zishan blasting 6 after 6 after 6. This has gone magical.
He's gone his 50 already,
50,
buddy.
55 or 14. It does bring up his half century. He's not done yet, tell you that much. He wants more. This time he drags it. And we can finally breathe.
Well, he now realises he's got his 50, so he puts his bat up in the air. Well, you can tell he doesn't count. Either that, he's not very good at maths.
I mean, you have to be very good at mental arithmetic to keep up with Zishan because that's one of the quicker 50s you'll ever see in any cricket match.
Here we go, Mark.
14 balls to reach 55.
I'm pretty sure he was walking off, you know.
He says, well, you know what? I'll give you one of your own, and this one is going to hit the rope. I think it's going to be Maximo time. Well, a mini Maximo for Marco Huja. He'll knock that one out of the park. And I wonder if he might want to come off with that. I mean, that'd be pretty unselfish if he was to do that. This one clonks into the rope on the full. 6 to finish the over.
I think he is.
29 off the over, and the score is 66 after 3 overs.
Well, hang on a minute. What's going on here?
I think he just wants to drink.
Well, why does he want to drink? He's only faced 3 balls.
Anyways, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with you in the commentary cube. I'm along with Rico Fu. Been great. Hey, give me a little high five here. It's been great to have you in Hungary for the first time, and we are blasted by sunshine right now. Great to have you back. I know you had a couple of weeks off, and a lot of people are excited to have you back, especially you, Raj. He's a big fan of you.
You, Raj. You, Raj.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Look, we have got the best audience in the world. I mean, the best viewers really you are. We absolutely love you.
Stay tuned, because I don't know how long this has got to go, but we have the trophy ceremony to come. We'll also have a bit of a chat to one of the Tigers. Also, he wants to have a chat to you. Then the big trophy ceremony, UCB. Of course, they're going to get a medal. Don't think it'll be the gold one, the way things are going at the moment. So we all thought Mark Huja might be coming off really unselfishly, wanting to retire to give someone else a bat. But actually, he was just thirsty.
That means he actually wanted a drink of water after facing just 2 balls.
I think he actually wanted popcorn. Anyway, here's the next one. As Zishan will want to smash another one, and he will. Well, form an orderly queue in the cheap seats, because this is another one's out of here. Maximo! Zishan Kukikal is setting this ground on fire at the moment. Well, summer is coming, but it's Zishan that's bringing the heat as he takes them up to 72, and 62 are off his bat.
Oh, Vinny, you know, you just got to admire this man and the hitting ability and the class that he has. He really is something special.
Current run rate, 21.6. And, you know, it's only going up as well, Rico, because that's another one that's lifted out of the ground. Maximo! Zishan, this is one of the best innings that you'll ever see on any cricket ground in any country. That was a slower ball, but he picks it and he sends it out of here. That's 6 more.
Absolutely incredible, Vinny. This is absolutely incredible. This is a man who is on song. I mean, you cannot bowl anywhere to. Where do you bowl to this man? I mean, everything that's been sent out, he's just smashing it all over the place. What a performance this is. Well, the world is watching, and the world is watching the star. And this man, we know all about him. They know all about him in Hungary. We knew all about him when we saw it at the ECL. Well, even this one is making his way. And, well, is this off the bat? I think it is, you know. Yeah, 4 more. You just can't stop him. He's gone bananas. He really has.
Now
he's taking the bowlers to the sword.
Now he's just completely got all the luck as well. Not that he needs it. So he'll move up to 68 out of 78. The current run rate is 22.3. They're on 223 pace. But, well, coming up after this, stick around. Trophy ceremony coming up, including the tournament MVP. Don't know exactly who that is right now, but the way things are going, I think someone's made a very good run for it. Well, Guri, let's get out of the way of this. Now, surely this is going to be stopped. It will be. I mean, the thing he's done well here is he's had so much of the strike as well, hasn't he? And so he'll move to 73. Mark Ahuja. Well, after all of this, I mean, he can bring up the winning runs with a boundary. What a chase this is.
This is just awesome. He's gone past the 350 runs in the series as well, of course. No ball has to be, surely. I think it has been called as well. Yeah, the umpire is on this straight away. And Steve Anthony puts the hand out. And the worst case scenario here is Stan Ahuja gets the no ball, takes a single. And who's going to be on strike for the free hit?
Couple to win now. Reminder, stick around for some end of day highlights and an interview with some of the Tigers players. But coming Monday, we have more ECS cricket coming to you from Austria, starting with India versus Pakistan. Always a good one. And Vienna CC versus ACT in the afternoon. The Austrian Cricket Tigers are the team that represented Austria at the ECL. We'll see some stars, I'm sure, during that series. So join us after our day off, where we'll be travelling.
Hang on a minute. What's happened here?
I think that
there was the no ball called, wasn't it? But
I think it was. Maybe
they retracted it.
Maybe no. Well, it depends. They're having a little chat. I think they have decided it's not.
Well,
surprises me, but maybe it means we'll get into another over.
It was definitely called by umpire Steve Anthony. Well, anyway, okay, it's not given, so that is the end of the over. So it means that looks like we are going to go into the 5th over. The score is, I think, is that 85 or 86? So we'll get the confirmation there in a minute. But look, let's talk a little bit first, very quickly, because we may not have much time against United Chalad Budapest, United Family Budapest. Give them credit. A team that looked down and out. They didn't look like they had anything to give. They came back in finals day and weren't there outstanding those first 2 matches.
Yeah, and it's a big effort to play 3 games back-to-back in the heat and to kind of go a step up every time in intensity. So now, well, spare a thought for Marc Desfontaine, who's going to come on and he's going to have to bowl to these guys, and they're only needing 3 for victory. So, you know, certainly UCB, they can take a lot of heart from this performance as a whole on finals day, even though it hasn't happened for them in the final. 3 to win. Make that 2, because that one will be a wide.
Yeah, call straight away. Yeah, look, it's always hard. Don't forget they put in some good performance into themselves. And we talk about Vinos Ravindran, 267 runs. And, of course, he was well supported by Dara Peretti, who doesn't score just 271, also picks up 11 wickets as well. And then there was that 130-run partnership, which is absolutely epic against the Blinders.
True. 2 to win. I'm just going to tie the scores here. Now, you're right, they've had plenty of highlights, Rico. They can be really proud of themselves. They look down and out, to be honest, after the round-robin stage. They had to find something, and they have found 2 wins on finals day, but it's not going to be enough. I was going to say in the chat, in whatever has said, Zishan woke up and chose violence. Also, Sidget saying to remember not jump up, of course. But right now, any score wins it for the Royal Tigers. And this one will do it. It's going to be sent out of here. And the Royal Tigers, once again, are champions of the European Cricket Series Hungary. 3 times champions. And the Tigers have proud. And they have dominated this final, holding UCB to 86 and then taking less than half the balls to do it. And how about that for an innings from Zishan Kukikal? He's going to finish on 79 not out of just 92 runs, and what a performance that is individually. I mean, surely we're going to see him collect the MVP award. Stick around to find out. But Rico, what can you say about the Royal Tigers? Every time they're challenged, they are stepping up to the plate, and once again, they've delivered here in Budapest.
Yeah, well, the Royal Tigers have done what you saw Prague CC do in the Czech Republic. They've done it 3 out of 3. No hay dos sin tres. Así, el campeón es aquí in Hungary, in Budapest, is the Royal Tigers. Congratulations to them. Oh, what a lovely scene that is. And one thing I'm going to have to say here while we see those celebrations, I think all the players have been absolutely fantastic. I love the way they've all mingled with each other out of teams. They support each other well, they know each other well, and they are definitely a community here in Hungary. And cricket is always going to be the winner when you've got that. So well done to all the players, well done to all the teams, well done to the match officials, and thank you very much to the Federation here as well. And Marton Janos, the President, Vice President, Stan Ahuja, they've been absolutely brilliant. The development manager here, Fanny as well, absolutely fantastic. And I know thanks to the sponsorship, of course, for Hungarian cricket from Andrew Jackson, he's been brilliant. And then of course the players, well, the players will want me to say thanks to Safian Mohammed and also Duncan Shoebridge, because they've been just absolutely fantastic in developing the players and the team here. The national team, don't forget, the national team here were unranked, and just in an 8-month period they beat the likes of Romania, Bulgaria and Austria. It just goes to show just how the sport is growing here in Hungary. We've seen the juniors that were out here earlier as well with that Cricket's Cool program with that the European Cricket Network has set up with the federations. Women's cricket is on the up here as well. This is the sort of scenes, this is the sort of stories that we're starting to see in Europe, and that's all thanks to the partnerships between the federations of cricket in Europe and European Cricket Network. But at the moment, look, that's a lovely sign there to see. The Royal Tigers, they are the champions, but they're also giving their applause to everyone else around. Well, the bubbly is out there. Don't want to be cracking open those bottles. But it's been a superb series here in Hungary, in Budapest, at the GB Oval. What a facility this is as well. And what a number of matches we had, 24 in total, undisrupted, because we had glorious sunshine all the way through. But congratulations to the Royal Tigers. They have done it again, and what a performance it's been from them. And from the acting captain today, they had their difficulties, didn't they? I think some of the teams, Vinny, with the likes of Stan Ahuja out of the team, with the likes also then to that injury to Harsh Mandian as well, probably thought, well, okay, if we're going to be able to take them, this is the time, because maybe this is them at their weakest. But somebody always steps up. I mean, we're talking about Zishan there, but don't forget, even players like Kaibal Delta, you know, he got the opportunity, went out there, performed. They're just an all-round powerful team, and well, they didn't want to give up their crown this time around, and they haven't. They are the champions once more.
Yeah, and they absolutely deserve it. I mean, it takes a lot to keep being challenged. Obviously, you know, it's a natural kind of evolution that the Royal Tigers are such a strong club. They will essentially sprout other clubs just because the amount of players they've got. I mean, that's been kind of the trend over the last few years. But the thing is that they just keep finding the ability to win, and they're a very proud club. We know about that. And, well, once again, they've delivered in a big game. And look, UCB, I think they just ran out of gas a little bit, to be honest. But also, Royal Tigers, they'd been kind of prowling and stalking their prey. I think they'd had kind of the early afternoon, just relax and sit in the shade and watch the Blinders and UCB go at it in a pretty entertaining qualifier too. But UCB, I mean, in the end, ultimately, they just had an early attack. They weren't able to get enough runs on the board. You wonder what would have been enough runs the way that Zishan was going. That innings, the current run rate, or the end of the run rate, I suppose, for that innings was 21.23.
Wow.
So they were on target for 212 had they kept going at that rate throughout the 10 overs. So look, stay tuned, because the Royal Tigers, they'll be receiving the trophy. We'll also get to find out who the MVP is. And, of course, UCB will receive their silver medals. But right now, let's have a look at some of the highlights. We'll just wait. And don't worry, we'll get a shot of that. But first, let's go to the highlights. And, well, it's, what can you say about this innings from Zishan? It was absolute carnage.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely. This is a one-man show, isn't it? It really is, because that man there, I think it just was awesome. The hitting power of him, I think the longer this series went on, he just got better and better. Some of the shots was brilliant, and well, there's a reminder of some of the catching that we saw. And that was Sulaiman Mohammed. Remember him, he took a one-handed one, but this time not playing well. This one could have caused trouble. It was right in between the legs, and well, that hit the conkers, but he was okay because the next ball he smashed over for a big 6, and he just resumed where he left off. You hurt me, I'll hurt you back, he says. This was the opportunity. Jared Peretti steamed in, but it couldn't get there. Well, everything really, you have to say, perhaps was going the way of the Tigers, but look, some of the hitting that we've seen here, well, I'm trying to think back to when I've seen anything like this, and I can't. I mean, even maybe the European Cricket Championship, when we saw the likes of a man that we know very well, Wardy, who was out there smashing the ball all over the place for the England 11. Maybe that would compare. There's not been too many innings like this in European cricket. And Zishan Kukahil just showing his class to the world. He's something sensational. He's a really nice guy as well, but it's not just all about his batting. It's about the bowling as well. I mean, he decided he's a team player as well. He could have come on to bowl. He knew that he's only just been pipped by 1 wicket by Abhitash Prasad, one of his team players who's taken 13 wickets. He's on 12. He could have wanted to have a bowl himself, but he didn't. He shared it around, and he's taken some spicy catches as well. But look, you could watch this innings over and over again. If you like the quality of batting, if you like batting power, you can watch it time and time again. And there's the celebrations. Well, there you go. That's what it means to them. They're going to be partying tonight. It's going to be a party in Budapest. Well, they do say that Budapest is a party city. Well, I'm pretty sure they are. And there's the trophy up there as well, the medals. And just to remind you, remember, there is the presentation ceremony that will be coming up live for you all to enjoy. And, well, there's a couple of things that we don't know yet. Who is going to be the MVP? Well, I think most of you are probably already guessing, but well, it could be a surprising package as well. Remember, there have been some really good performances from other players as well. Look, I have to say that Maz Bahaji as well, 237 runs he scored. He could be up there as well as Vunath Ravindran. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to continue the excellent form that he was in today. Remember, just to remind you what he did here today, he scored 62 in that match against Cobra that they won to give them the chance to take on the Blinders. They beat the Blinders in that match. He was brilliant again. So it just goes to show that anything can happen, and he scored 65 of 28. But when they needed him to perform, it's a big ask though, isn't it? I mean, it's big to play 3 games on the spin and win them, and it's big to have a man to produce the runs over and over again. But Jared Peretti, I mean, he's another one that you got to mention. He scores 271 runs, and he picks up 11 wickets. And we have a look at that scorecard. I mean, it's all about one man.
Yeah, it's ridiculous actually to score that quickly, and he's not far off 4 a ball in an innings that they end up scoring at 21 plus and over, even though it only went 4 1/3 overs in the end. 79 of 21 Kukahil. Well, he's my man of the match. Didn't need to bowl, did he? Certainly had the final word. Mark Ahuja, he had the best seat in the house. Even at one stage, thought he was going for a soft drink and a popcorn as he was watching from the other end as they got there with 34 balls to spare. And, well, UCB, they couldn't really do too much about it, could they, really, in the face of that assault? They have had a very, very, very good tournament, I think, all things considered. But, I mean, that really was a bit of a hiding in the final, no doubt about it. And, look, just a reminder that coming Monday, we've got more cricket coming your way. And I know that a lot of people will be looking forward to the Austrian series. And you can see this is what we'll have. Match 1, Indian Vienna versus Pakistan CC. There's always a bit of rivalry there. I'm looking forward to seeing quite a few of the Austrian national team playing in that ECS, which will be a 6-day series. Same format as the one here in Hungary, 5 teams. So you see the 4 teams there, plus Donaustadt, formerly known as Vienna Afghan, last year's champions. They will be defending their trophy, but we won't see them until Tuesday. Join us after our day off tomorrow, where we'll be on the move. But make sure that you come back to us from 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30, I should say, Central Europe time, and noon in India for more FanCode European Cricket Series in Austria. And, well, Rico, we do have the trophy ceremony coming up, so stay tuned for that. But, I mean, what can you say about that performance of the Royal Tigers?
Class.
You just could not really be more authoritative of that, and look, they thoroughly deserve the fact that they get 3 in a row. And look, I know we're kind of mixing it up a bit today, aren't we? And that's what the sun will do to you. But we had beautiful weather. We've had some beautiful cricket. It's a beautiful game. And I think cricket in Hungary is alive and well.
Big time.
And I've loved some of the talent I've seen on display with some kind of names that we know, but also a few emerging ones as well, making a name for themselves in this week's series.
Yeah, look, absolutely. We've seen some youngsters taking part as well. I mean, look, MDF, he's somebody to watch out for. He's got such a bright future, hasn't he? And Mark Desfontaine. And I know that there's one or two other players there as well. We saw a couple of youngsters in one or two of the other teams. We saw a team making their debut as well, the Vikings, and they had a player, Gory, that I really like the look of as well. Their cricket is on the up. And when you see performances like that, and when you have tournaments like this, and you get so much of the community involved, more and more people want to play. And I know I was talking to one or two of the people from the Federation, including Stan Ahuja, and there's a big program here to get cricket into the schools as well, get more youngsters involved. They are planning to get a women's team and the women's cricket going up again. I know Madadal will probably be quite instrumental in that as well. So there's so many good things happening in cricket in Hungary at the moment. And, I personally, on a personal note, I've had a thoroughly enjoyable time here. The cricket's been wonderful. Budapest is a lovely place. Lots of architecture, lots of nice things. I love the Palanca. That is absolutely beautiful. It gets me fiery. But look, the cricket has been outstanding. It's been top-notch.
We've had a great time. I just spotted this guy, and if you want to stay tuned to ECS, you'll see him on Monday playing for Vienna CC, Mark Simpson-Parker, the Austrian international. But, you've had a good week as well as part of our ECN crew, haven't you? Had a good time? And he's too tall to fit in the camera, so I'm going to kick him out. But what I will say is what we might do, Rico, we're going to go to some of the highlights of the day. Yeah. Afterwards, we'll come back. We'll have a quick chat with one of the Tigers. I was eyeing off Kai Bedelda. I thought, I know he didn't quite get it too much of a go in the final, but he was instrumental in setting up the win over the Blinders earlier on. Thought maybe he's the one I'll grab for a chat with you.
Well, why not?
Then we'll have the trophy ceremony. So stay tuned for that trophy ceremony. It's coming in just a few minutes. But right now, we're going to leave you with some of the highlights of the day, and we'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Well, hello, folks. I hope you enjoyed those highlights. And, well, I'm very delighted to be joined by Kaiba. Kaiba, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Rico.
Royal Tigers, you are the champions once more. How does that feel?
Wow. It's the third consecutive trophy that as a Royal Tigers team performance, we're winning this. It's an amazing feeling. Thank you very much for the European Cricket Network. The level they have brought to the Hungarian cricket is absolutely amazing.
Thank you very much. I know there's a lot of people like Danny Weston and Roger Finer who will be pleased to hear that, and a lot of other people as well. Look, very quick question to you. I mean, like you said, champions 2020, champions 2021, but cricket in Hungary is getting stronger all the time. We've seen new teams coming into play like the Vikings. You know that the likes of the Blinders, also Cobra, and here that you're seeing your opponents in the final used to be getting stronger as well. So the competition's getting harder as well. But did you still believe that you still had the ability and the talent to be the champions again and do the hat-trick?
Absolutely, yes. We had a lot of quality players coming this year. We had a very good recruitment throughout the season. We had a lot of new guys coming in. And the practice sessions that we had with the new guys, we could pick some really good players out of them, and you could see that throughout the week.
Yeah.
We had some really good bowling attack with the new boys, especially Sai, Abdul Manan, Abdul Rahman, a very good batsman coming in. So this ECN tournament has brought a lot of teams in. You will see these teams growing every single year, and you will see, hopefully you will see a lot more teams in the upcoming years.
Yeah, I believe that. I know, talking to a number of the people here that are part of the federation as well, they're talking about what's happening in schools now, getting the juniors involved. It was great that during that interval that we saw a lot of the young kids hitting the ball around and playing a bit of cricket as well. I know that there's big plans as well for women's cricket. And isn't it great? I mean, just take the focus away from Hungary for the moment. Isn't it great to see just how much cricket in Europe in general is growing?
Absolutely. A few years ago, it was about 8 years ago when I got my first call to come and do a commentary in Hungarian on the Eurosport. And I was really amazed that cricket will be broadcasted in Hungary, and people will be listening to that in Hungarian. And what the ECN brings to these countries, to these small nations, where we barely have few teams in the league, that is such an amazing feeling, and you will see a lot of teams coming up next year.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think that the development, the growth of European cricket is immense, and I think the European Cricket Network, along with partnerships with all the other federations, are just helping it getting bigger and bigger. Right, back to this final. Of course, I know you want to join your teammates in a moment, but look, what about today? It was never going to be easy. I think yesterday it was all about finishing in the top two. You finished top with joint with the Blinders. The Blinders had a great day yesterday. They're a strong team. And then in that match today, you knew you beat the Blinders, you're automatically in the final. You made a few changes. Now, you came up in the order. Was that a surprise to come up in the order? And you batted really well, by the way, can I just say. 44 runs. You took some advice from somebody. I'm not saying who, but you said to me yourself, I'm not going to sing my own praises, but you took things on board. But your performance and your knock, I think, was absolute class. Good knock. Congratulations to you. But what was going through your mind when you were out there?
Well, first of all, thank you very much. When I went home yesterday, I was watching all the highlights.
Yeah.
And I was thinking that something is going wrong with my batting. And then I had your words. I listened to it very carefully. And when you said that while I'm in the crease, I shouldn't be doing those shuffles.
Yeah.
I should stand still and wait for the ball. And that was in my mind when I was coming to the ground today.
Yeah.
That when I go to bat, and I'll get a chance, I'll make a chance for myself. First of all, when the first wicket was gone, I was not the batsman coming one down.
Yeah.
And I told my captain that, believe me, I will go out today, I will stand in the crease and play this game.
Yeah.
So I've listened to your suggestions and the good advice that you gave me yesterday. So that was the key, actually.
And it worked. Fantastic. Look, quickly, because I know we're getting ready, but we shouldn't depart without talking about Zishan. He was the captain today because of the injury to Hart. He was absolutely fantastic. Sum up Zishan Cookie Hill for us and for the world.
Well, he's an extraordinary player in this level that we're playing. He's just amazing, you know. I cannot really talk about his performances. I think anybody who is watching ECN, who's watching all these highlights, Zishan is there on the screen for you guys. So he's such an amazing player.
He's absolutely remarkable. With that innings there, you have to say, it's in terms of hitting, it's sort of the purest sort of hitting that we've ever seen. And he's not a batter that just concentrates on hitting one area. He hits all over the place. He's absolutely marvellous. He was the captain here. He's led you to victory. I think that we're getting ready here now for the presentation ceremony. So I think it's a good chance for us. First of all, to say thank you very much to you. Congratulations again. I know that we saw you opening the old bubbly there. I know you're going to be celebrating well into the early hours. So it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Big up to all.
Well, there you go. So without further ado, I think we're waiting. Ready. Coming up now, the trophy ceremony. Let's go over to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu.
Thank you very much, Rico. Welcome everybody to the trophy ceremony of this FanCode European Series, Hungary. So great to be here once again at the beautiful GB Oval in Totligat, just north of the nation's capital, Budapest. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I am, of course, the commentator you know, but also I'm the head of media for the European Cricket Network, and it's a real pleasure to be back here. Geez, we've had a wonderful series here. Honestly, the weather has been brilliant. The cricket has been brilliant. It's been exciting. As Rico would say, it has been spicy, and we've really enjoyed this series. You guys are real entertainers. I think out of all the series we had last year, especially the top 4 teams, it was so competitive and such a good finals day that a lot of our viewers couldn't wait until we were back here again. So I think that's a testament to all of you guys about how you're going about your cricket. First, I want to give a big round of applause to all the teams that played in this series. Of course, we'll be handing out medals to the top 2 teams in this series, in this ceremony, but I also want to acknowledge the Debrecen Vikings, who finished in 5th place, and that was a real learning curve for them. I really enjoyed watching Debrecen Vikings for the first time. Not an easy task at all against 4 top teams. I just imagine that, your first time playing televised cricket, and there were no easy games. But I think they gave us plenty of highlights. So I want to say to Rakibul Rifat and his men, really enjoyed your involvement. Hopefully you learnt a lot you can take back to that competition. And I'm sure, you know, the only way you get better, and you guys would know this, especially some of you guys that have played in the international arena, you get better by playing better teams. And I think you could see definitely they were improving, and, you know, strong cricket all around is what we're after. More and more teams and more competitive teams. I think that's healthy for the national structure here in Hungary. And so, yeah, congratulations to the Vikings for their first ECS. Also, I want to say a big thank you to the Cobras, who finished in 4th place. I mean, again, unlucky guys. They're a very popular team, and why not? It was really exciting to see their development, to see Sheikh Razik taking over the mantle of captain, and obviously Satya. As a wicketkeeper myself, I think he's a fantastic wicketkeeper. And to Jogi, nice to see you again. To Ash Mathur, brilliant bowling. I mean, I could go on and on and on. Yeah, to the Cobras. I mean, unlucky. That's the nature of T10 cricket. I know that anything can happen on finals day. On another day, maybe you guys could have gone all the way. Look, in 3rd place, I've got to say a big shout out to the Budapest Blinders as well for bringing it. And look, I'm super aware of the rivalries that exist in the top division of Hungarian cricket, and I think that is healthy to a degree. I think one thing that I know going to so many countries is, and I said this last year, it's a healthy thing when teams are created out of other teams, because that's the only way you get more competition in a structure like this, and you want quality competition. You guys certainly brought it. I know you're still a really young team compared to some of the other teams. Loved the way you went about it. You're fearless. Sometimes it's going to come off, sometimes it's not. But of course, the fact you've already got some national team players in there, and probably a few still to come, I want to say big congratulations, and congratulations on 3rd place. So the Budapest Blinders. And look, before we head on to the medals and the trophies to hand out, I do want to give a few shout outs. And firstly, we couldn't do what we do without the support of our partners. And I want to give a big slice of recognition to our ball sponsor, Kookaburra. We lost a few in the bushes this time. So thank you to Kookaburra. To our trophy sponsor, Local Lifestyle, for the trophies and medals that you see here. They are wonderful, I think, honestly. They do really, really good work. So thank you so much to Local Lifestyle. To our travel partner, Bizaway, for getting us around Europe. Not particularly easy in a pandemic. It's getting slowly easier, but of course, everyone else wants to travel now as well. So in a way, it's getting harder. But also, I want to say a big thank you, and it's nice to be in Hungary, to Stan Ahuja for providing me with these fantastic clothes. Where is Stan? Over somewhere. There you go. And they're holding up. And I did tell him he's not allowed to make more than one of these, so you can't get this one, but you can get something else from Stan. But I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that helped out as part of the local organising committee. So from the HCA, from Martin, to Stan, of course, to Fanny, to Paul, to Mita and Steph. Thank you so much for looking after our stomachs. We really appreciated the lunches. You did a really good job. I also want to acknowledge Paul Ainsworth that's here, and he will be handing out some of the medals and trophies. So Paul, thank you, really nice to see you once again down here. I want to talk a little bit about this magnificent ground. It is a fantastic facility, and I've really loved being here once again. Always nice to sit in front of the bikini end. But to Pali, to the groundsman, Pali, big well done, because I think the ground looked absolutely amazing. I know it's very hard to get the ground looking this good. He's done really well. Of course, acknowledgement to the owners, Mike Glover and Mark Bonus, who, of course, that's where the GB Oval comes from. All of our viewers know that now. To Rahul, Adnan, Anil and Ishanka for driving us. It's a bit of a drive every day. And I know Rahul's probably not here. I think he's stuck in traffic at the moment. But I also want to say a big thank you to this next group of people. And I think this, for me, in the 2 or 3 years that we've been doing ECN cricket, probably the most improvement has been in this area. And I say this all the time. But if you've ever done this job, it's super hard. And then you add in the T10 format, that everything's happening. There's all sorts of things. There's time, there's reviews, there's all sorts of things we're adding all the time. But I've got to say, big shout out to the umpires here, the umpiring team. And what I would say about this umpiring team is you really did, function as a team better and better as the week went on. I know it helps to have the same 4 umpires as last year. And I think obviously to Shub and James doing the final last year, I know you would have loved to have done it again, but it was great for me personally to see Steve and to see Jury in the final as well, native Hungarian umpire. I thought that's really good for your development, and I think you did very well, very, very good job. So again, just like you guys are a team, trust me, the umpires, and particularly Charles Croucher as well, for his work as tournament referee and mentoring the umpires. And I know you'll never agree with every decision made. Even I didn't this week sometimes. But what I will say is these guys are taking pride in what they're doing. Okay, they're taking pride in getting it right as often as possible, and they won't be right all the time. They're going to make mistakes just like you guys will make mistakes out there under pressure. But I know that they're trying their hardest to get it right and using the tools they've got to get more and more correct decisions. So I think you guys handle things very well. Hope to see you again next year, and fantastic job. So once again for the umpires, thank you. And I also just want to take this opportunity to give a big shout out to the Blue Crew led by Sam here. I know that Barry, this is his second last tour. Where are you, Barry? He's up the back. I won't name them all, but obviously kind of early starts, a bit of travel, obviously to get from close to central Budapest to get out here. Fantastic. I love working with them. It's not easy. They're long days, obviously. You guys know a lot goes into it. So thanks so much to the Blue Crew. And in particular, I want to thank one guy that I often forget, but I'm not going to forget him this time. My colleague. It's nice to have him back after a couple of weeks. To Rico Full for his commentary. Mr. Balle. Hey. Rico all jokes aside, Rico, behind the noise, he is really passionate about European cricket and has been for a long time. And I love the way he's getting other people as excited about it as he is. And I'm sure you'll enjoy when Rico's on the mic. It's his first time in Hungary. He said he absolutely loved it. And thanks for not bringing the rain this time, Rico. Okay, now I want to talk about one more group of people before we get onto the medals. And these guys, they are absolute magicians, I think. I mean, they take what you do out there and they turn it into a TV product, which is literally consumed by millions of people every day. I'm talking about our TV crew from Spring Productions. We got Richards, we got Martins up the top, we got Andres, who's in the van. And look, again, these guys, they love the cricket. And again, it's the way you guys approach the game and how the game is played, the way you do it. They love what they do and they can't wait to do the cricket. That's what they tell me anyway. That's probably because they have to work with me. But I want to say thanks, guys. Some long, hot days. And I know that Andres is still in there sweating in the van, making sure that everything runs smoothly. So big thank you to Spring Productions. Okay, now, I know there's been a few thank yous. We'll try and keep this brief. And we're out in the sun, which I think is fantastic because we had snow a couple of months ago. Right now, I feel that summer's coming, and now it's time to go to the trophy ceremony. And I'm going to start with the team that finished in second place. And last year, they ended up finishing in third, although kind of a similar story this time. In fact, they couldn't really get their act together in the group stage, despite having bursts of brilliance. I know they've got some real match winners in their team, but I know you guys were frustrated just to win 3 out of your 8 games. And you only won 1 out of the 6 against your kind of colleagues on finals day. But you know, when the pressure came, you guys stood up, and that's what finals cricket is all about. You ended up batting first, and it kind of worked for you as you were able to restrict the Cobras in a chase that really was a 50-50 proposition. But you know, you held your nerve under pressure, you got the good players out, and you were able to progress to qualifier number 2, where you met the Blinders. Once again, you know, you needed your big players to stay up, and you did. And that 130-run partnership between Vinod and Ashrith was a fantastic exhibition of batting, got to say. And even it's hard when you're on the other side of it, but you got to admit, when you see good cricket, when you're a cricketer, you kind of recognise it. And you guys really did a good job to put such a big score on the board, and it was just a little bit of a bridge too far for the Blinders. Look, in the final, it was always going to be tough for you to back up 3 times on a hot day, but you were ready for the contest. I knew that against the Royal Tigers. Once again, you batted first, but you just, I suppose, didn't quite get the start that you wanted. It was always tough to recover. I loved the fight all the way to the end. You ended up putting 86 on the board. Ultimately, look, it wouldn't be enough, but I want to congratulate you guys on a fantastic tournament. I think you're a really likeable bunch of players. I know you come from all parts of the world. And yes, exactly. Congratulations. If you'd like to come up and collect your silver medals, the second place, the runners-up in this ECS are United Chalad Budapest. UCB, congratulations. And you can all come up and receive your medals. I think that'd be fair. And then Anil, you can stay here. And you guys can go around the back, okay? Wonderful. Congratulations, hey. Well done. Yeah, you go. Congratulations. Congratulations, Ajish. Ajish, congratulations. Keep it going for UCB. They've got some really entertaining players. Thanks, Frankie. Great to see you. Well done, Mark. Well done, Jack. Well done, mate. That's it. Keep it going for these guys. Thanks, Amit. Had it. Congratulations. There you go. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. And I'd like to, now Anil to come up and receive, obviously, the envelope from Santa Huja, and also just to congratulate you, Anil, on a very good series. Congratulations. Look, guys, they're a fantastic unit, and I look forward to seeing you guys. Wishing you all the best for the season ahead. United Chalad Budapest, everybody. Congratulations. All right. Well done to you guys. And just shows you T10 cricket, anything can happen. You can see how you can get addicted to this format, right? Because it is so exciting. And look, they had a Cinderella story, but they just kind of fell at the final hurdle. Now we are going to go to the winners very, very shortly. But before that, we're going to go to the MVP award. And look, there's always a few names around here. And look, I do want to acknowledge some people that were in the shortlist. Ultimately, it was fairly unanimous who would win it, but I do want to acknowledge Mars Baiji with 231 runs for the Blinders, including some really important runs under pressure. And look, Mars, if there was an award for the worst haircut, you'd also have that. I also want to acknowledge for the Tigers, for the Cobras, pardon me, for the Cobras to Sheikh Razik. I tell you what, he's a wonderful player. Sheikh ended up with 209 runs and 9 wickets for Cobra Cricket Club. Also, a couple on my left, I mentioned them already. Vinoth Ravindran, 267, including 2 scores of 60 plus on finals day. And also for some wonderful catching, including one of the best collision catches I've ever seen. But also to Ashwith Darapareddy, 271 runs and 11 wickets as well. Some fantastic skills that you showed. And it's always great to see you guys do your thing. But in the end, we couldn't go past this guy. He was absolutely incredible. And in a side where there were plenty of stars, I've got to say, Abhitesh Prashad in particular really impressed me this week, stepping up. I could go on and on and on. I'm just giving you a shout out, but unfortunately, you probably know who's pipped you to the post because it was kind of close going into the final. But then this guy, well, he did something that was pretty remarkable, including 79 not out of 21 in the final. He finished with 369 runs and 12 wickets. He hit 40 maximos in the week. And, well, that innings in the final was something else. And, look, he even took the reins of the captaincy on finals day. Congratulations. The MVP for ECS Hungary 2022, Zishan Kukakel. Congratulations, Zishan. Congratulations. Well, they say that the big players, they step up in the big moments, and you certainly did. If you thought it was an awkward little chase, which I kind of felt it was in the 80s, but you guys really showed how to do it. And I think obviously you've had a really exciting year so far, going to the European Cricket League. And look, I'm sure that you guys, as well as all of you guys here, really are going to be contesting the domestic championship pretty strongly because, well, it's so even. You just need a few results to go your way. You've all got the talent and the talented players to go all the way. And these guys will tell you that's a real special experience to represent your country at that Champions League of Cricket in 2023. So wishing you all the best for the domestic season ahead. All right, well, we're about to go to the champion side, but before we do, just a quick one. I know that you guys, a lot of you have been with us before, but just a reminder that we've had 1 week here in Hungary, but in fact, this year it's a 44-week season of consecutive cricket. We're going to play over 1,000 matches of cricket, and the more you guys can get involved in that community, the better. Of course, you guys already have been involved earlier in the Champions League, the ECL, but the more you can get involved, and anytime you're in the live chat, we love to hear from you guys. It's about connecting the countries, about connecting the federations and the cricket players just to build a bigger and a stronger community. Our motto is stronger together. So anytime you can join us, and we always love to hear from you guys in the chat. You know, it is wonderful. So we're going Mondays to Saturdays at the moment. We're in Austria on Monday. Make sure you join us for that as well. 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and 12 o'clock noon in India. But for now, why don't we get to the winners? And what can you say about you guys? I mean, we know there's been a few changes domestically in the last couple of years, but you guys know you've got a strong squad of players. One of the most tough things I would think would be to try and give everyone a go when there's so many good cricketers in your lineup. And I look at someone like Sufi, they ended up taking the gloves. And I remember seeing him at the ECL, and I looked up and I don't think he batted or bowled in that whole series, but he played 7 matches. But then he comes in and did such a good job. Yeah, and thanks to Harsh, you say. But I was going to say, you know, your depth is a strength, but it's also something that you have to manage. And I think this week you did start with a bit of a wobble, losing by 6 runs in the opener to the Blinders. You came back strongly and put them away in the second game. But look, we know in this form of the game, anything can happen. Ultimately, you guys, I think your experience and your skill shone through. And in the final, you were never going to let them into the game. And that innings from Zishan kind of put a real exclamation point on an exciting week for you guys. Congratulations. Champions in 2020, champions in 2021. And now the champions of ECS Hungary 2022 is the Royal Tigers Cricket Club. And I'd love for you guys to come up and collect your gold medals off Paul Ainsworth. Congratulations. And Abhitesh, you can go. Congratulations. Congratulations. That's it.
Thank you.
Well, they say to be the best, you got to beat the best, and that's what everyone I think will be trying to do domestically in Hungary this year. I'll get you guys. Sai, you can just stay around the back if you like. If you got your medals, you guys can stay behind the back. Yeah. Okay, my pleasure. My pleasure. You kept really well. Congratulations. All right, we'll get the rest of the Tigers players up the back here. All right, congratulations. We'll get you guys right behind the table here, Tigers, because we're not getting far away now. And look, I want to say once again, it's been great to see these guys go about their work. I'm really looking forward to hearing and kind of seeing the scores domestically this year, because I think it'll be probably the spiciest domestic cricket in Hungary for a while, with such good teams, such good players. I know that ECL spot is up for grabs. But right now, I might invite Hashmanian and Zishan Kukakel maybe to come up and jointly collect the trophy. Your champions of the FanCode European Cricket Series Hungary 2022, Royal Tigers Cricket Club. Let's hear it one more time in Raise the Trophy. Here we go. So congratulations. Whoa, one more. Here we go. Well, once again, we've had another week of action, thrills and spills in Hungary, really bringing it 2 years in a row. One of the most even tournaments that you'll ever see in an ECS, and the Royal Tigers came out on top again, but geez, they had to work for it. Join us Monday morning in Austria, because there's another one-week series round the corner. Vienna Afghan, now known as Donnerstadt, they'll be hoping to defend their title, much like the Royal Tigers, but from now, from ECN team and all of the Blue Crew, this is Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full, and all of us here in Hungary, hoping you have a happy and safe Sunday. Join us Monday morning for more ECS cricket and more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everyone.